Hello everyone, my name is Vangeris, and this is a critical commentary of the Zombie Army series, including Zombie Army Trilogy and its sequel, Zombie Army 4 Dead War, or the zombie spin-off of Sniper Elite. Call it whatever you want. This video will be like my Call of Duty Modern Warfare Trilogy commentary, where I'll take you through each game and do an analysis of it afterwards. So, I'll take you through Zombie Army Trilogy, then do an analysis of it, then I'll take you through Zombie Army 4, then do an analysis of that, then we'll do comparisons at the end before we reach the conclusion of the series overall. I won't be splitting up Zombie Army Trilogy into its subsections because it's largely the same game, even if it's a compilation of the previous two games with a third act added. If I split it, the analysis would be the same thing thrice over, and I don't want to subject you wonderful viewers to that. Plus it makes the video more concise if we just jump from each episode of the trilogy. Zombie Army 4 is where we'll need a split, as it is a very different experience from the trilogy, but we'll go over that when we get there. As in my previous commentaries, we'll begin with a walkthrough of each game before reaching an analysis where we'll go over the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art. Then we'll move on to a comparison section before reaching the conclusion. If you wish to skip to the analysis sections or want to jump around to specific points, there are timestamps in the description that will take you where you want to go. Feel free to go where you want to, but I would encourage you to watch the whole thing for context. Finally, please leave your opinions, criticisms, and memes in the comments below. They help me fine-tune this as I go, as well as help the video in the algorithm. The support and criticism is much appreciated. With that out of the way, let's fight some zombies. Each subsection of Zombie Army Trilogy has a prologue, and the prologue of Episode 1 shows Hitler in his bunker as he's being surrounded from all sides. Eventually, one of his officers in the room steps forward to say the obvious. The war is lost. Hitler shoots the guy and yells that the fatherland will not fall, and to execute Plan Z. Then we get shots of German zombies before we see a horde of them around a church, where we get the title sequence, Zombie Army Trilogy, Episode 1, The Berlin Horror. Short, sweet, and to the point. The first level of Episode 1 is Village of the Dead. Before we drop in, we'll decide what character we want. They have a load of options, even including the famous Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 cast, but I like to keep the aesthetic from the Sniper Elite games, so we'll go with Carl Fairburn. You also get to choose what difficulty and zombie scaling is in the game before you start. Like the Sniper Elite games, the lowest difficulty involves no bullet effects, and they travel in a straight line from where you shoot. The higher the difficulty, the more you'll have to deal with bullet drop and wind resistance, as well as a tougher experience overall. The enemy setup scales to the number of players by default, which decides the number of zombies you'll face. If you want, you can go up to 2 to 4 players or as high as multiple, which makes a crazy amount of zombies spawn. With that sorted, we'll get to the loadout screen, where we'll get a brief of the situation. We are one of the last few remaining living souls in Germany, as German N-words walk the earth. We've arrived at an abandoned village en route to Berlin, and are hoping to find a working vehicle. With that wonderful news, we'll select our loadout. I'll be starting with the Molten Nightmare, a 12-gauge shotgun, a Webley Mark 6 pistol, and several explosives. I normally go with the M1 carbine rifle as it holds a large clip and is semi-automatic. We'll need it to cut down zombies quickly, but we'll go with the Molten Nightmare for now. The rifles offer a various range of power and accuracy, but that's only really valuable against certain enemies and when you need to adjust for higher difficulty bullet physics. When ready, we'll drop in to find a few NZs feasting on a corpse before we send them back to the grave a second time. Here you can see the sniper system in place, where we can get a little aim assist by holding our breath and slowing things down. It's helpful for those long shots across huge distances, especially on higher difficulties. You can also loot bodies for supplies like ammo and explosives, so make sure you loot up before leaving an area. We'll run into the middle of town where several zombies will rush us, but we'll cut them down. We'll eventually make it to a door where strange symbols appear on it. You have to kill all the zombies for the symbols to disappear and allow you to move forward. We'll move into a house and clear it as several zombies are spawning outside. We'll hole up and defend the house from the undead menace using our shotgun. I prefer the shotgun to the SMGs you can find in the game because it kills the zombies a bit faster, and you don't have to worry about going for a headshot most of the time like you would with the SMGs. But that's down to a skill issue, which I will openly admit I'm not good with the SMGs. You'll also see why I like the Webley pistol, as it kills zombies in one hit on some difficulties. After the zombies is a safe room where you can resupply and change weapons if you wish to. We're good, so we'll press on. You'll notice explosives flash red and white around the environment, so it's a good idea to check around for points to lead the zombies into a trap. We'll move into the next building where we'll investigate a skull. but not before we start preparing for an assault. This is the first major horde rush where several zombies will spawn around you. Most of them come from down the street, and you can see them pop out of the ground like weeds. There's a lot of them, so we'll get to shooting. This is also the first instance of suiciders, zombies that run at you while holding explosives. They are bonsai troops that can be deadly against you, but also useful if you cut them down in the middle of a group of zombies, as they will explode shortly after death. We'll eventually be cornered in the house where we'll do what we can to survive. Thankfully, we thinned the herd before they could overwhelm us. We'll move through the house and down the path until we reach the next safe room. When we leave, we'll find ourselves in the middle of the town at an intersection. We'll be rushed from every direction and encounter the skeleton enemies. These enemies have their weak point in their chests instead of their heads, but you can kick them down with ease as they have very flimsy bones. Be careful of the center of the intersection, as suiciders can also appear from underground. They won't chase you, but they will pop up and explode, so keep an ear out for their distinctive scream. When the horde dies down, we'll move down the road where we'll run into another horde section before we hit another safe room. We'll resupply and move on, where we'll meet our first sniper zombie. They're noticeable by the green glow around them when they move, and by the bullet path you can trace to find where they were. Be careful though, as these enemies can be a serious threat if you ignore them or don't take them out quickly enough, as they can jump around the map after each shot. We'll take the shot at one, and see the famous Sniper Elite bullet cam is in the game as well. This can be tweaked in the settings so you aren't overburdened by them if you don't like them, or you can turn them up if you think they're cool. I usually leave them on minimal because it gets a bit distracting when every other shot becomes a cam kill. I'd rather save that for long distance shots that actually take some skill to pull off, but to each their own. Anyway, we'll push through more suiciders and zombies to enter the church we saw in the prologue. Before you enter, it's a good idea to booby-trap the doorways and check the zombies on the floor. You can find living zombies if they have a full body and a head, meaning they can awaken when the horde comes, but you can kill them while they're down, which is a cool feature to those who pay attention. When the horde comes, we'll defend the church for God and our countrymen before we run into the first beefy enemy, the Elite. Elites are giant NZs who wield machine guns that they'll spray at you, as long as you're within range and line of sight. They're a major threat with a lot of health and range damage, so take them out when you can. They can be useful, as their bullets will damage other zombies around them, but that usually takes a long time to kill anything when you could do it in a fraction of the time. Either way, they're a threat to be used or dealt with at your discretion. When the horde is defeated, we'll meet at the vehicle we were looking for, and we'll drive out of here as we finish this level. Afterwards, we'll get stats about our performance during the level, which is neat. But let's move on. The next mission, Cathedral of Resurrection, begins with the narrator explaining that Berlin is burning, and all souls remaining here are damned. The streets crawl with zombies, but we need to find the source of this unearthly scourge. We're switching up our loadout to show the Thompson and Colt M1911 this time around. When we drop in, we'll see a cutscene of the canonical team entering a building before we get control. We'll hear someone over the radio saying to get the message out, do not come to Berlin, as Hitler has raised an army of the dead. The voice explains that the zombies are gathering at the Memorial Cathedral, but he doesn't know why, only that it can't be good. He starts breaking down before begging God to save our souls. God gave us guns, so let's use them. We'll begin making our way through some close quarter rooms where you can see the accuracy of the 1911 and Thompson. They're useful, but I still prefer the shotgun and the Webley. Anyway, we'll eventually make it to an upper level where we can take shots at the undead outside. You don't need to, but a bonus shooting gallery is nice. We'll eventually make it into an alleyway where we'll see a guy fall to his death screaming before we run into suiciders. This alley will give you some great multicam kills, as this is a tight space with plenty of bullet penetration if you have enough zombies. Just outside the alley is another door with symbols over it. Once you walk up to it, an elite will open the door, and you'll want to get some space between you and the big boy. After him is the safe room. Once we're ready, we'll run outside into an ambush from below before we head through more alleys. We'll run into a gate with several zombies behind it. You can kill the zombies before they open it, or blow it up to make the most of the bunched up flesh behind it, but there will be more behind the gate. Then we'll fight through more zombies and skeletons until we reach the next safe room. This safe room overlooks a large open area, so you can take your shots at the zombies beneath you. Once we head down into the street, we'll fight past skeletons and zombies until we head into a lower area with the radio guy continuing to beg for salvation from this hell. You can turn off the radio in the room, but the dead will wake up. We're aware of the trap, so we'll take him out before shutting the guy up. We'll continue through a building and fight more zombies, skeletons, and snipers before entering the next safe room. Just after that, we'll reach a horde area before we enter the cathedral. Getting close sets off the horde, and we'll back up to give us some room to rid Germany of the undead menace. This place can be a little weird, as there is a pathing issue with the AI where several of them will drift off to the right side of the path. They don't go directly down the street like you'd think, but it's more of a nitpick than a major screw-up. Later on, snipers and an elite will face you down, but they'll be quick work in this environment. We'll enter the cathedral, where we'll be welcomed by a demonic voice. After a few seconds, the encounter begins. We'll have to defeat the occult general, who has skulls floating around him that you need to destroy before you can kill him. If you're fast enough, you can knock him down before you're overwhelmed by the enemies he spawns. You have to go through 3 waves of increasing skulls before you finally cut him down, which kills the rest of the undead. He'll curse us, and afterward, we'll walk up to the altar where it will slide away to reveal an underground passage, as the demonic voice says they're waiting for us. But that's the next level. Labyrinth of Death begins with the narrator saying that we've followed a tunnel deep into the earth under Berlin. Somewhere in this sprawling underground facility lies the clue to salvation. Then we'll set up our bullet salvation before we drop in. We'll be fighting in dark tunnels, so the visuals here can be quite creepy with the shadows moving against the darkness in the background. We'll move forward into a multi-level area with stairways everywhere. Some of them are blocked off and others lead across to the opposite end, so you'll need to find the proper way through whilst defending against the German dead. Once we've found the way forward, we'll go through a tunnel where we'll hear someone over a radio saying we're all lost. Then we'll come to a mounted gun and a door. Walking up to the door triggers symbols, so clear the area to access the room. Once we're inside, we'll hear a recording stating that a German soldier thought Hitler was insane, and that Plan Z should never have been instigated without the failsafe manuscript, the Book of Souls. He explains that the book is in the Berlin Central Library, but there's no way to get to it now. He then details the irreversible opening of a hellmouth is inevitable. Then we'll eye the dead man in the room and the map he has, as it will help us leave. We've only got one direction to go anyway. After we leave the room, some lights will turn on and an alarm will sound. The passage we entered through will be set on fire, and the doors will open to assault us with another horde of zombies. The mounted gun is a great tool for taking the enemy out, but it's inaccurate and never keeps a combo going, so if you care about your score, don't use it. If you want to live, have at it. Once it's clear, we'll head to the safe room. Once we're through, we'll go through more dark tunnels where we can see zombies getting killed by some of the rockets down here. We'll also find the manual override to a door we need to open. Once it's open, we'll kill zombies along one long hallway with offshoots to snipe with safety. Plus we can get some great cams from it. After that, we'll look for a big red button to open a door that brings us into contact with more of the dead. Then we'll reach Suicide Alley and make it to the safe room afterwards. We'll make it out of the tunnel where we're in a train yard. We'll deal with snipers and more zombies as we kill to open the door forward. We'll enter a factory where enemies will spawn out of the floor near us, so be careful not to panic and overwhelm yourself, like I almost did. Thankfully, we don't have to kill all the zombies to reach the safe room. The final section of the level involves fighting through a factory filled with zombies, snipers, suiciders, and elites being thrown at us while we work to fill up the gas tank of a truck. This is a very large area, so we'll be moving around a lot, so make sure you don't activate too many snipers at once. That'll be the last mistake you make. Once we filled up the truck, the final wave of undead will be thrown at you, even though the tank is full, and we can leave now. Kinda weird how that works. We'll be locked to the area with the truck and a guard tower with ammo, but I would not advise camping up there unless it's multiplayer and you have bait on the ground. Once cleared after a lengthy fight, we'll ride off in the truck to the next level. The Library of Evil begins with the narration saying the Berlin Central Library contains a medieval occult text that may contain the key to stopping the zombie invasion, the Book of Souls. It also says we know what to do, which we do. We'll drop in to find ourselves in the subway tunnels of Berlin. We'll make our way through them as we fight off the undead. This place is great for ricochet shots, so see what you can do. We'll fight our way into the street where we'll deal with another elite and suiciders before entering an alley with several zombies to kill, and then reaching the safe room. Once we're geared up, we'll make our way through a building covered in occult symbols and blood. We'll fight our way outside into the open area in front of the library, where we'll kill a few stiffs before trying to enter the library ourselves. The door is shut, and a demonic voice will taunt us, asking if we thought it would be that easy. Then he will challenge us to find the key. We'll fight through a symbol door before making our way through another bloodied building, where we'll fight through all the zombies as we look for parts of a key. Each time you interact with a part of the key, demon girls will sing a short part of a rhyme counting from 1 to 10. Have a listen. These are the first two encounters before the safe room. Once we make it back outside, we'll be rushed by another horde. Then we'll head inside another building looking for more parts for the key. That's the next two encounters. Just after collecting the pieces, we'll enter another safe room. When we leave, we'll head outside again and deal with more zombies before interacting with the door. The demonic voice will ask us to come in, and we'll fight past some zombies and an elite. Once inside, the creepy girls will recite the entire rhyme, adding the final part. We'll make our way toward the Book of Souls on a shelf. We'll pick it up, and the demonic voice says we are wrong to think the book will help us. Then we'll fight our way outside again and deal with more zombies. They love reusing this level, but it is a decent arena for zombie sniping. Be careful outside, as suiciders will appear all over the place and explode after popping up. This will be followed by a horde, and then more suiciders, followed by snipers and an elite. Once it's clear, the demonic voice says this is impossible and cannot be. Then we'll place the book on a pedestal, and the voice demands to know what we've done. Then we'll see a cutscene, where a pillar of light shoots up into the sky, leading us to another beam of light, and the final level of Episode 1. The final level, Subway to Hell, has a description saying the demonic forces have barricaded the U-Bahn tunnels that stand between you and salvation. We must venture into them, and brave the unspeakable horrors they contain if we are to find a way out of Berlin. We'll drop in overlooking the main tunnel entrance to the surface. Before we go, we'll look around and find a red bottle in the distance. These are collectibles, along with golden bars found on the ground. When you snipe one bottle, you'll get a special cutscene for it. Each level contains 5 gold bars and 4 bottles of blood. It's up to you to find them, but the bottles are definitely harder to find than the gold. Anyway, we'll make our way down through the building where we'll deal with zombies before hitting the street. We'll clear the area and walk up to the main entrance, where 5 pedestals will appear. We'll have to find 5 skull keys to open the way we need to go. We'll move back outside and down a side tunnel, where we'll deal with zombies until we find the first skull. We'll clear the area and pick it up, with a demonic girl counting how many we've gotten each time. Then we'll make it to the safe room. We'll move out to the next area and back up to the surface, where we'll deal with snipers and suiciders before going back underground. We'll fight our way through multiple tunnels until we reach the next skull. We'll clear the area again and grab the skull. We'll make it to the next area housing the next 2 skulls, where we can grab them and move on to the safe room. We'll exit the tunnels again, fight some snipers again, and we'll fight zombies and an elite as we fight to enter a building for the final skull. Once we've found it, we'll regroup at the pedestals as the demonic voice says we're impressive, but we need to place the skulls correctly. It doesn't matter how you do it, as he'll still throw suiciders at you after you place all the skulls. We'll push through the U-Bahn tunnels until we reach the safe room. In this safe room, we'll hear a transmission saying that we've been spotted, and someone is coming to pick us up. We'll have to open the gates at the Canal dock so he can get through, and then we can escape. We'll exit the safe room and make our way to the Canal dock. We'll have to interact with 2 Canal winches to pull the gates open. This is easier in multiplayer than in single player, as you have to focus on the winch and can't do another action during it. Activating the first one sends some snipers after you. Activating the second causes an occult general to spawn. He'll throw suiciders, snipers, and elites at us. We'll have to kill him to escape the docks because our ride is a prick who won't let us join him until we've cleared the area. But what can you do? We'll cut through the general's skulls while suiciders explode around us until we defeat him for good. The demonic voice will curse us, and we'll escape. The cutscene has us sailing away, but the demonic voice says this is only the beginning, as we hear Hitler's line from the intro and his laughter afterwards. That marks the end of Episode 1. Episode 2, Back to Berlin's prologue begins shortly after the first one, where we see zombies banging on the door to Hitler's bunker. He's already killed another of the 3 officers, and he almost kills the last before angrily throwing his gun away. He'll pick up an artifact he has and yell that this was supposed to protect them. The officer says that they needed all 3 of them. Hitler seems to calm down and put his arm around the officer's shoulder, before he beats the artifact into the officer's face as he yells that they decided to tell him this now. Then the zombies break in, and Hitler is attacked as we get the title sequence. The first level of Episode 2, Purgatory, describes the zombie menace as continuing unabated, and supernatural forces taunt our every move. Our successful escape from Berlin proved to be only temporary. Then we'll jump in. The cutscene shows the team getting off a boat as demonic laughter is heard. We'll look toward a church, and then we'll head out. We'll fight our way through some zombies coming out of the water before we reach a few crumbling buildings. We'll fight our way to a vantage point as we clear the area. The zombies will break out of the buildings to come after you, but explosives nearby make quick work of them. A little further down you can find a zombie on a toilet, which I found hilarious, and you'll find more funny little things pop up as the series goes on. Once we reach the vantage point at the guard tower, we'll need to defend our position. This time it's okay to camp here because we have a place to run if we get overwhelmed from one side. We'll fight the Horde before entering the safe room. We'll hear a recording of a woman saying she won't give up on Hans, her husband, before she says there's an antenna on the hill that we can use to signal for assistance. Then she promises to come back. We'll see this character story pop up throughout this level. When we leave the safe room, we'll deal with snipers before a tank crashes through the church wall. We'll enter the church and set up defenses as we're about to be rushed by another horde. There's a line of sight in the opening on the second level of the church, where you can shoot down the pathway that opens up during the horde event. This allows you to snipe suiciders before they get too close, as well as additional zombies. After killing everything that's already dead, we'll enter the safe room where the woman will say that there's no going back now. She says she can't imagine the pain Hans must be in, but at least he's safe back there. She ends the message by saying that they will make it through this as Hans' faith in her gives her strength. When we head outside, we'll be fighting through trenches as we deal with zombies and skeletons that come out of the trenches themselves. Standing on the occult symbols on the ground in the next room activates skeletons, and picking up the Preacher spawns a large group of zombies behind you. The Preacher is a special weapon found throughout each level that acts as a heavy hitter weapon, doing insane damage to everything it hits, even though the range isn't great. It also takes over your secondary slot, and you can't replenish the ammo as easily as other weapons. If you don't use your secondary, it's definitely worth having in an emergency, as it will rip through most zombies in your way. Anyway, we'll move through a few gated areas with several zombies and jacketed skeletons spawning that protect them from being shot from the back or sides. They're still kickable, so it's a bit pointless to have it, at least for now. After this area, we'll reach an ammo dump with some paintings that look like they were being stolen. Then we'll hit a long trench of death. Undead death, but still death. This is a great spot for sniping, as we'll get plenty of penetrating shots through the enemy. Be careful of suiciders, as they continue to rush every so often. Just before the safe room is a suicider pop-up area, but we can sit back and watch the magic. After them is the safe room with the woman leaving a message saying she's not going to make it, as she's lost a lot of blood. She says she never wanted to die alone out here, and laments leaving Hans behind. Then she says she'll push onto the antenna for Hans. Just outside the safe room is a baby carriage you can interact with, which has you eating some human flesh like a madman when you interact with it. This doesn't do anything to or for you. It's just creepy for the sake of it, and I'm cool with that. Afterward, we'll make our way to a dock where we'll prepare for a fight before using the radio on the dock. This area isn't the best spot to defend from, but it's a fun one since everything will bottleneck toward us, and it's cool to see the zombies climb out of the water to kill us. We'll deal with regular zombies, suiciders, and an elite before we're done. We'll interact with the radio in the main building, or we'll get a cutscene explaining what we know. Intel reports that Germans possess something called the Sagamata relic, and they think they know the location. It seems to be the key to controlling the zombie menace. Then the voice on the radio apologizes as they ask us to go back into the lion's den as the mission ends. The next level, Gateway to Hell, begins with a description of Berlin as the city farthest from a beacon of hope. Nevertheless, we must venture forth to the Kaiser Friedrich Museum and recover the Sagamata relic. We'll jump in and get to it. We'll fight our way through the streets and buildings on our way to the underground tunnels. Once underground, we'll fight through zombies until we make our way around to the central area above. We'll be attacked by snipers, and once they're dealt with, we'll move along the path until we encounter skeleton spawns around pentagrams on the ground. After them, we'll run into an elite that breaks through a wall just before the safe room, and we'll deal with him and the other zombies in tow. Thankfully, the area is covered in explosives. Once inside the safe room, we'll hear a recording saying that Tibetan texts predicted the Sagamata relic's importance and that this guy is headed for the museum. Once outside, we'll find several mounted guns before we're attacked by a horde supported by a fire demon. Fire demons send out an explosive blast that makes every zombie in the radius burn and run at the player. They're weaker, but faster. He also doesn't take damage except just after casting his fire zombie explosion. Once defeated, he'll also explode in a fireball of death. Lots of fire here. A nearby building's wall will explode, and we'll go inside to find occult gravity going on. We'll move on and take out more zombies until we reach an open area where we'll be rushed by the horde. After cutting them down, we'll enter the next safe room. We'll get another recording of the guy going over details about a well-funded Schaefer expedition, and if Hitler is still in possession of the other relic pieces, we still have a chance to reverse this nightmare. When we head outside, we'll see the undead falling from the windows and roofs of the buildings, and we'll deal with some snipers. Afterwards, we'll come to a bridge that will have suiciders appear on it and explode, starting the next horde sequence. We must cross the bridge, but we've got to clear the area first. Several zombies and suiciders will stand in our way, but we'll cut them down. Once the fire dissipates, we'll cross the bridge and move up into the museum, where we'll find another safe room after a drop. Then we'll get another recording, saying that if they knew the true nature of the relic, they would never have allowed the pieces to be separated. The text warned what would happen, but they assumed it was allegorical superstition. Now they wish it was. We'll make our way through the museum as we deal with burning zombies before we reach the first relic we need. This causes an elite to spawn, so have a plan or be ready to run. We'll cut him down and move on to the next area, where several snipers will appear above us, so be careful, as they can have enough damage to kill you in a second or two. We'll go through more fire demon spawn and grab the next relic. Then the big flaming boy will arrive, and we'll take him out before he causes too many burns. We'll eventually make it to the main room, where we'll run into a summoner. These blindfolded enemies will spawn zombies endlessly unless killed, so target them immediately to save yourself some trouble. After killing them, we'll head inside to see a painting depicting what would happen when the relic was separated. We'll find a piece of it, and a cutscene will play, where the researcher we heard before says he found a piece of the relic and must reunite it with the others in the Führer bunker before he is killed by zombies. One of the team finds its location, and we'll move on to the next level. Crucible of Evil begins with us learning the second piece of the Sagamata relic is located at the epicenter of the nightmare, the Führer bunker. It contains many dark secrets that will likely never be revealed, until we break in. We'll get a cutscene of us appearing at the docks at the end of the last episode, and we'll try to exit the docks before we're trapped by a symbol door. The zombies will come out of the water along the 3 ramps, so we'll cut them down to progress. Once free, we'll see a plane fly overhead and crash further down the way. We'll fight down the street and cut down more zombies and a summoner before we reach a building filled with mannequins. You'll see a sequence of them coming after us just before the safe room. Inside, we'll hear an officer lament that this is the end. He's been summoned to the bunker, but he's not stupid. Hitler will have them die with him before he surrenders, but he'd sooner die fighting on the outside. Once we venture through the department store, we'll have the main doorway open, and we'll interact with a piano, where we'll see Hitler and some officers. Then we'll deal with the horde attacking us. Once outside, we'll run down a street where several summoners and suiciders will appear, so we'll cut them down quickly, as that many summoners can cause issues. Around the bend, we'll deal with some snipers before we reach the crash site of the plane. A fire demon will emerge from it, and we'll pull back to take him and his fiery horde down before we burn like the rest of Berlin. Just after the fire demon is the next safe room. We'll hear the officer from before recounting seeing the dead rise, and questions if he's already in hell due to his defying of his leader. Then he says he'll return to the bunker, and we'll move on. We'll fight our way past more zombies until we run into a bridge with skeletons on it. Shooting the explosives will make quick work of them, and destroy the bridge. We'll fight through more zombies, and we'll reach a military camp where several summoners, suiciders, and zombies will spawn. We'll prioritize our targets as best we can, as the summoners don't all appear at once. Once they're dealt with, we'll make it to the next safe room. We'll hear the officer turning into a zombie as he moans that he must return to the Führer bunker. This tells us that the Germans weren't just resurrected, they were transformed. Just outside, we'll deal with a siege, then head underground into the bunker itself. As you progress through the area, you'll get audio samples of the prologue for this episode. We'll find a room with the main characters pinned to the wall with pikes or chains. If you shoot one of the characters, and one of your teammates happens to be that character, it will act as friendly fire. If you shoot yourself, you'll hurt yourself. Directly after them is an ambush with several zombies, skeletons, and an elite in a tight space. This can be a bit tricky to deal with at first because all the rooms will have fire blocking any side path to hide from the zombies or elite's gunfire. We'll manage to kill him and make it to the bunker headquarters, but Hitler isn't here. The second piece of the relic is, and we'll get a cutscene of our characters putting the two together before pointing out where we need to go next. Then we'll head into the next mission. The terminal level begins with us learning that the best chance of getting to the fortified location for the final piece of the relic requires us to go by rail, so we'll be looking to commandeer a train. We'll get a cutscene of our characters underground before we drop in. We'll learn that our allies have carpet bombed the local area to thin out the threat, but we'll see how well that went. We'll run through a room with a jump scare, and then we'll defend our position from a siege. Once defeated, we'll head upstairs and run into another siege, where we'll have to deal with a summoner and suiciders supporting a fire demon. Once dealt with, we'll fire our way to the next safe room. We'll hear a recording of someone saying this area is a wasteland and no vehicles can get through it. He's going to the terminal, and he questions what's happening here. We'll fight through some zombies inside a house before reaching the upper level. We'll make our way through more zombies before making it to a downed plane. A rocket nearby is blocking our way forward, so we'll set the rocket to explode, and we'll defend our position until it does. This can be difficult as zombies can spawn all around you, so staying on the move is a good idea. Once cleared, the rocket will explode, leading down to the next area. This is similar to the U-Bahn tunnels used in Subway to Hell. We'll clear the area and make it outside before we'll need to kill skeletons to unlock the safe room. The voice we heard earlier questions why there would be a flak tower so far from the capital, and that it must hold something important to the Reich. We know exactly what it holds, but we've still got to reach it. Once outside, we'll find a mounted gun and a button to push that sets a siege upon us. We'll deal with zombies, suiciders, and another fire demon as well. After clearing the area, we'll move through the train car storage while dealing with snipers on the rafters. We'll fight through more suiciders, snipers, and finally an elite before entering the next safe room. The voice will appear again, saying he won't go out again and will wait for rescue. He falsely believes that Hitler wouldn't leave them to this hell, but he did even worse by causing it. We'll head outside and fight through a small underground area filled with skeletons before dealing with some snipers on the way out. The final siege of this level locks you onto a platform with mounted guns where the zombies can come from two paths. Pay attention to the sound and spawns of the enemy, as it's easy to forget the other path until a suicider appears from behind and blows you up. We'll fight through several zombies, suiciders, and another elite, who manages to survive 3 Panzerfaust rockets before going down. Once cleared, we'll run up to a train car and we'll get a cutscene of our characters loading up and getting out of here as we head for the final mission of Episode 2. The final level of Episode 2, Tower of Hellfire, begins by telling us the plan is to find the last piece of the Sagamata relic, signal for help, and get out of Germany. We may be humanity's last hope. We'll get a cutscene afterward where we come up to the grounds of the flak tower, but we've still got to make it up to it. We'll fight through an industrial area until we reach the fuel dump. It will explode when we get close, and we'll fight through a fire demon and his merry men. We'll fight through a suicider rush and then kill 2 elites to reach the safe room. We'll learn from command that a plane is looking for a place to land once we get the relic. Then we'll head out. We'll encounter another large siege area before reaching a wall that explodes, bringing an elite with it. We'll cut him down and then see several bodies on the floor in the next room to the safe room. Interacting with each corpse shows you how each one was killed. After them is the safe room, where we'll learn that command has kicked off Operation Red Harvest. We're wiping out the entire region with atomic bombs, so we've got to get that relic as fast as possible. We'll head through some tight spaces before heading outside, where we'll be attacked by zombies supported by suiciders and a summoner off in the distance, as we deal with them in a tight space. Once they're dealt with, we'll head into some trenches before reaching an open area next to the flak tower. We'll defend the area, either from the bunkers with mounted guns or keeping on the move, until all the skeletons are dealt with. These skeletons range from regular skeletons to their flak-vested brethren, and introduce a new skeleton wearing medieval armor. These skeletons are very beefy to bullets, so explosives or lots of ammo are needed to penetrate the armor. The suiciders supporting them can be helpful. Just watch the blast radius. We'll move up to witness a suicider line slowly progress towards us. You can wait this out or try running past them, but I wouldn't recommend it. After them is a tank crushing an elite, so you can take your vengeance on him if the elites have annoyed you throughout the game. We'll be giving him a special surprise of double dynamite, but he still won't die, so we'll fill his head with lead. Then we'll reach the safe room where we'll be told that the pilot can land once the zombies are clear, but we'll need to hurry up as the bombs will start dropping any minute. After leaving the safe room, we'll reach a large area with mounted guns and a large stairway up to a door. Getting close to the door causes it to open with a demonic voice welcoming us, with zombies and an elite. We'll blast the horde with a Panzerfaust and kill the big boy before moving inside. We'll fight our way to the roof where we'll encounter a tortured soul who says he can't hold on before he and the others are shot off into the distance. We'll then deal with an occult general who summons waves of every type of zombie so far. The first wave is regular zombies, the second involves suiciders and skeletons, and the final wave includes elites and fire demons. Once slain, we'll grab the relic as the demonic voice curses us. Then a cutscene will play, where we combine all three pieces of the relic together, causing the undead to fall to the ground. We'll be picked up by the plane guy, somehow, and then the area is bombed. The relic powers down as we fly off, before we hear demonic laughter as the episode ends. The prologue for Episode 3, Beyond Berlin, begins by showing the city after the atomic blast. We hear Hitler saying the Book of Souls predicted his ascent, and the Hellmouth illuminates the righteous struggle before him and his people. They stand on the brink of eternal power. The camera turns as we see a group of undead grouping up at the top of the stairs, as Hitler gives a speech that the world will be reborn from the ashes of their purifying flame. We see that Hitler has been resurrected as a zombie, as he says that they are relentless, and that the fatherland will never fall. The first level of Episode 3, City of Ashes, begins by explaining that the atomic blast reduced much of Berlin to ash, but legions of zombies still gather in the ruins. However, there are survivors trying to reclaim what remains of civilization, and they look to us for salvation. Then we'll get a cutscene showing the remains of the city as we're dropped in on the roof of a building. We'll be told that Command has a mission for us if we can reach the nearby base. Before we head out, we'll interact with a shooting puzzle on the roof. We'll be looking for targets that appear around the area that will snipe until we light up every bulb on the counter to our right. You can also save a few NPCs once you look at them, but be careful when you do. Looking at them through your scope triggers their event, which leads to a zombie or two attacking them. They'll either be killed or saved depending on your sniping skills. Once the light bulbs are all lit up, they'll spark up and break before birds appear from a chest that gives you plenty of explosives. Then we'll head downstairs. There's a jukebox you can interact with in the room below, and a guy who will talk about leaving behind his sweet Vera. He says she was so good, but he doesn't dare go out there again. If we see Vera, he asks us to bring her back. We'll keep an eye out for Vera as we go through the level. We'll go down to another level where one of the soldiers will explain that operations is a few streets away, and tells us to be careful. Once outside, you can find another shooting game that has you sniping while drunk, so your aim will be drifting all over the place. If you manage to snipe enough targets during your drunken stupor, you'll get a gold bar, but it can be a bit tricky as you need a certain number of undead that may not be within sight before the effect wears off. Either way, you can tell that the developers put a lot of little things to do in this game this time around, as we've already found 5 side things to do in the first section alone. Anyway, we'll move forward into the streets and take out some zombies while we look for Vera. In the upper level of one of the buildings is Vera, the soldier's gun. When we return it to him, he'll say he can't thank us enough, and we'll move on. Once we return to the streets, we'll run into a bunker of sorts with an electrified fence you can use. Just above the area is the building we'll need to reach. We'll climb up and enter the base where we'll be decontaminated and allowed to enter. We'll meet a guy in a cell that says we smell nice before a guard says that they were hit hard last night and lost quite a few good men. As you walk around, you can find soldiers being treated for wounds, and you'll hear the general mention that the East Wing barricade needs urgent repairs, hinting at another optional thing to do. Refocusing on the main objective, we'll talk to the general, who explains that a man named McNeil was forced into a nearby hospital on his way back to operations. We'll need to find him and bring his intel back to the general. After that, we'll hear a voice say that one of the soldiers just beat the firing range record, and we'll be able to fiddle with things around the base until we're ready to go. If we beat the record on the firing range, we'll get a prize. Once you beat the score, you can get a preacher as a reward. We'll continue forward to a safe room area, and then we'll be told to help defend the area along with the troops standing by. We'll activate the radio, and we'll be rushed by the undead. We'll fight alongside our fellow soldiers as we hold off the zombie menace. Once cleared, we'll be thanked by the soldiers, and we'll enter the safe room area again, where we'll be told that the fight has cleared the area a bit, and that will hopefully help us reach the hospital. We'll head out and look for McNeil and a radio inside the hospital itself. As we reach the hospital, we can see a guy on an upper level signaling for help. Upon entering the courtyard, he'll be attacked by a zombie, but we'll save him, and he'll run off. We'll enter the inner area, where we'll be supported by Vera Guy, showing you that the NPCs you save will come help you out afterward, which is pretty cool. We'll clear the area and fight our way through the hospital, dealing with zombies, suiciders, a few skeletons, and a summoner. After that, we'll head downstairs into an underground church of sorts, and we'll fight our way to McNeil's intel in a room filled with corpses and dormant zombies. We'll clear out most of the zombies on the floor before interacting with McNeil's intel. It explains that he wasn't going to make it, and that we must get a message back to operations to decode it, as the info on it could reverse this nightmare. With that, we'll move on. Just behind a few doors is the next area. We'll run into the doctor we saved earlier, who thanks us. Then we'll radio command, informing them of the situation, and we'll enter the safe room. Once inside, the general explains that McNeil's information mentions something about a vault of power and a keystone. We've got to get Hitler, as he's gotten his hands on the Book of Souls, and he's been seen on the other side of the city. This may be our chance to take him out, so we'll head outside. We'll be greeted by several snipers before running through the streets toward a gate we'll plant explosives on to breach. As we do this, we'll hear Hitler giving a speech about the zombies' sacrifices being rewarded in the fires to come. Then we'll get back as the door explodes, and we'll deal with another siege involving a fire demon and his troop of burning men. Once dealt with, we'll head down into the U-Bahn tunnels as we head into the next mission. Freight Train of Fear begins by explaining that Hitler is rallying his zombie horde somewhere beyond the irradiated zone, and we have to find a way to stop him permanently. Then we'll jump into the U-Bahn tunnels. We'll move up and fight through a few zombies before we find a preacher off to the left. Then we'll find a zombie in a rocket. Apparently, Hitler is shooting zombies at his enemies now. We'll find a crate with a banging sound, and when we shoot it, we'll free a guy inside. I have no idea why he's in there, but he's free to fight the zombie menace with us now. We'll fight up and reach an elevator that uses the zombie army theme as elevator music, which I think is kind of a neat detail. After exiting the safe room, we'll reach a large area with a train that we need to get moving. We'll kill the enemies around us and deal with a few flaming guys and snipers before pulling the lever. The horde will come from every direction, so it's good to find a central location on top of the train or stay on the move to avoid being surrounded. We'll deal with zombies, flaming boys, skeletons, suiciders, and an elite to cap it all off. Once cleared, we'll enter the train safe room. We'll learn from command that Hitler is using the Breitsperbahn to transport his zombie troops to his headquarters, so we need to be careful as anything could be on the train. We'll leave the safe room and begin moving up the train, even though we weren't connected to anything ahead of us before, but whatever. We'll fight through narrow paths along train cars varying from storage cars to passenger cars, all filled with plenty of German dead. Eventually we'll run into zombies covered in armor, making it harder to kill them in one shot, but it is possible to snipe through the armor if you're accurate enough. We'll also run past an elite to enter the next safe room. Here we'll learn that Hitler has body parts stockpiled, and he must be up to something. The vault of power that McNeil mentions seems to be the source of the outbreak, so we'll make our way to Hitler to deal with him in our own special way. The section after the safe room involves a tight space with several zombies in cages where we can interact with the lever to open the cages. We can remedy the zombie threat by killing as many in the cages as we can before activating the lever. It'll be helpful since this section has a tight space, so overloading it with zombies creates a real threat if you get surrounded. Once we're past all this, we'll find skeletons and giant Bacta tanks. I have no other word for it. You can shoot the glass and kill the skeletons, but the real threat comes from the main door, when it throws multiple elites at you. Once defeated, we can enter the front car, or we'll throw a switch and move into a cutscene where Hitler is giving a speech. He says the old world is finished, and the new Reich will cover the globe and reshape history. The human race will become one human species in death, and all evil has been waiting for this moment. Unliving, undying, they have reached their perfection. Then Karl takes a shot at Hitler, and the bullet slows down and stops in front of him. He turns his zombies toward the group before another member lifts the Sagamata relic up, which turns the undead away from them and back to Hitler. He gives a hand signal and walks away. Now we don't know if we can even kill him with bullets anymore, but that's the end of the mission. Forest of Corpses begins with the explanation that Hitler's strength stems from an ancient vault sealed by a key kept in his mountain fortress, the Folterschloss. To recover the key, we need to reach the fortress, but we'll need to go through the forest at the mountain's base, a forest mired in legends of the Impaler. We'll drop in and begin heading to a cable car station to get to the Folterschloss. I love saying these German words. We'll run through a narrow path where spirits will tell us to turn back, or stay forever, as we witness souls writhing in agony. Then we'll hit the forest where people have been pinned to trees all over the place. We'll also see a guy run into a building and become a shadow on the wall. This shadow can actually harm us, so we'll keep a distance. Further down, we'll run into an open area where we'll hear someone begging for help. We'll find this man in a giant wicker man thing. We'll deal with him soon. We'll walk up to a locked door to a house where we'll hear a woman tell us not to enter, as something seems to be happening to James, where he appears possessed. The Horde will be triggered by this, and will defend our position from zombies. Then we'll shoot the guy in the wicker man, and a fire demon will spawn as we hear the woman trying to get James to snap out of it. Once it's nearly cleared, we'll hear the man performing a violent action, and hear a woman screaming. James will come to his senses and say he can hear the voices, and he can't believe what he's done to his mother. He begs us to kill him, and we do just that. We'll move through the wicker man thing and move farther into an area filled with snipers before reaching a safe room. We'll hear a woman recounting that the zombies caught them by surprise. She thought they would be safe in the forest, but it seemed the zombies were looking for the grave of the Impaler. The zombies started taking captives, and they took the woman's husband. You can also see some of the art in the room, depicting Hitler being featured as an old-school knight in one of them, which implies the kind of propaganda he used during his reign. We'll head out into an area filled with suffering souls pinned to trees as we hear a voice say, "The worms await our flesh." The souls are hung by hooks that keep them in place. If you manage to free all the tortured souls through these forest levels, you'll get an achievement for it. Like so. We'll rotate a winch to open a gate, and we'll be attacked by zombies as the voice now tells us to scream for them. They'll get no such pleasure. We'll push forward into a sawmill, where we'll kill a zombie to send a truck crashing through the gates before it explodes. Then we'll be introduced to the Chainsaw Elite. These enemies are like the other elites that have high health. The only difference is obvious. He has to get close to saw you in half. The trick to these guys is that they have a telegraph spin attack they like doing that is very exploitable since they seem to love dancing. This makes it difficult to hit the head with a sniper rifle, but you'll have plenty of time to shoot them as they will usually spawn at a decent distance from you most of the time. But you'll have to break through the armor over his head if you want to snipe him the old-fashioned way. Anyway, we'll move into the sawmill where we'll find a totem made of corpses, and then we'll defend our position from a siege. We'll deal with zombies, suiciders, and snipers before entering a room with saws sliding across the floor. These things will rip zombies to shreds, but the same applies to you. Be careful when leading zombies around here. One little detail I liked about this room is all the dust particles around to simulate what it's like to have wood being cut constantly. It's a nice little detail that you would see in any place with lots of woodwork going on. We'll enter the safe room and hear another recording of the woman from before. She's seen the zombies dragging captives to the old quarry, but there's hope that her husband is still alive, and not a part of one of the totems of corpses we saw earlier. When we leave the safe room, we're in a maze-like area where several summoners will spawn, so keep your gun at the ready as they are supported by suiciders. Picking your targets wisely will be the key to survival here, plus you can shoot some of the log clumps to drop them on the undead. Once cleared, we'll move into a room where we can see a Chainsaw Elite doing his thing. This is one of the few times where you can get the drop on an elite, so we'll prepare a trap for the meat cutter. It wasn't enough to kill him, so we'll drop logs on him. You can find a preacher nearby, and then we'll move on. We'll move forward and into an underground area where we'll explore the dig site. We'll witness a memory of Hitler's men finding the Impaler's grave, and learn that his collection is complete. Then we'll have to destroy skulls floating around the columns of the dig site. We'll destroy them before the Horde overwhelms us, and we'll gun it to the safe room before we're crushed. Once inside, we'll hear the woman sobbing as she found her husband ripped apart before she begs for mercy, before being sawn in half herself. The devs definitely know how to hurt people, don't they? We'll move up to the cable car we'll use to reach the Folterschloss, and we'll have to power up the station. Doing so begins a siege. This is one of the few siege events I've seen that can have issues, as I've gotten stuck here a few times because a zombie would glitch out and wouldn't spawn or wouldn't move into view so I could shoot it. Thankfully, that didn't happen here. Anyway, we'll deal with regular zombies, armored zombies, suiciders, and a chainsaw bro before we can move on. We'll hit the switch to the cable car and get a cutscene of our crew heading up to the Folterschloss as we head into the next mission. The Keep is the next level we'll be fighting through, as it explains that the Folterschloss is Hitler's mountain castle, and getting in and out won't be easy. The keystone we seek is somewhere within, but what horrors will we find inside? We'll get a cutscene of our team arriving, and then we'll head out. We'll run into a building to find a few survivors who have some requests for us. One asks for supplies they dropped, and another asks us to investigate a treasure hidden in a crypt under one of the coffins that Hitler may have missed. We'll keep an eye out for these things as we move through the level. You'll also notice that we switched over to the M1 carbine with this run. We'll make good use of its large clip size pretty soon. We'll move up the path until we see a gate fall. We'll be exiting the gate later near the end of the level. Then we'll cross a bridge that Suiciders destroy, trapping us. We'll push on through snipers and a horde spawned by summoners that are inside the castle, so shots on them will take some careful maneuvering to achieve the kill. Once defeated, we'll progress and meet an armored zombie who spawns out of a box. These enemies are like the armored zombies we've encountered before, but they are much tougher. We'll kill it and blow up a tunnel entrance and enter only to find another ambush waiting for us. We'll defend against zombies, skeletons, and suiciders until we slay them all from my Pride Rock. We'll then move into a crypt area where we need to investigate the coffin. Once we do, we'll be attacked by skeletons, some in armor, some not. After defeating them, we'll investigate the coffin to find the secret treasure that was mentioned earlier. Then we'll head toward the safe room. Inside, we'll hear a conversation between a German and a Russian prisoner. The German freed the prisoner as nobody deserves the fate they were planning for him. They drink together before they kill themselves, and then we'll move on. We'll go through a cellar and then enter a dining area with more zombies to kill. We'll take them out and reach a main dining area, where we'll see a vision of Hitler saying that Plan Z cannot be stopped before skulls appear around the columns. We'll need to take them out to progress, and we'll fight through more zombies and another armored dude. We'll also save a guy from some zombies on the upper level before moving on. The staircase has armored skeletons lying in wait to ambush you, so keep an ear out for their spawn sound. The next room will require us to clear the area. We'll deal with zombies, a fire demon, and an elite. I'd recommend taking out the fire demon first, as he'll spawn more zombies if none remain. After that, we'll head through a side door that leads us to an area with the keystone. We'll get another vision of Hitler with his soldiers before walking into a painting of himself. When we interact with the painting, it'll move aside and a safe room will appear. We'll hear an officer of Hitler describing finding a volunteer for his machine. He says it will be a revolution in communication, and Hitler's enemies will learn to accept his leadership. Then we'll press a button and vaporize the zombies in the nearby cage before moving on. We'll follow a path into a large industrial area with zombies at the bottom and someone saying we can put a stop to this. We'll climb up as he explains that he doesn't know what this machine is, but it can't be good. He can help us as he's connected to everything in the castle through this machine. He'll point us toward a doorway that he unlocks, and unseals the doors so we can search for explosives to destroy the machine. In the first room on the left, you can find a secret area behind a bookcase after activating a dubious book that will lead to a gold bar if you haven't already found it. The room also leads down to a summoning circle we'll booby trap, and then we'll head upstairs to search for the explosives we need. We won't find any, so we'll move on. The room on the left has several skeleton knights chilling with some cards before we debone them. We'll find explosives and then move on to the next room over, where we'll find a picture of Hitler with a huge lady in it. This castle's kinda weird, if you couldn't tell. In the back room, we'll fight skeletons before finding more explosives. We'll loop around to the other rooms from here. The next one has skeletons spawn out of the floor in front of the next pack of bombs. Then we'll head downstairs and hear suicider noises. This is an ambush room where several suiciders will rush you after getting close to the room. You can also turn the torture device on to rip this guy in half and get another gold bar inside him. Apparently, he ate it. Outside, we'll deal with an elite before entering the safe room. Once inside, we'll see art all over the place, as a recording has a woman explain that Hitler has collected the corpses of the Blood Countess, the Scourge of Rome, the Great Khan, and now the bones of the Impaler himself. This will somehow complete Plan Z. You can also interact with specific paintings to have them bleed for extra creepiness. You can even notice the plaque near Hitler's picture that lists his life as 1889 to 1945, but then adds 1945 to an unknown date. That's a little detail that would probably be missed, but it's cool that the game counts his unlife in there as well. Anyway, we'll return to the electric guy who tells us to put the explosives on the generators. We'll do so, and he'll tell us to leave him here. Then a timer begins, where we'll need to get out of here. We'll fight through several fire dudes as we loop around down to the front entrance we walked past in the beginning. We'll get a short cutscene of our characters exiting as the building burns down behind us, and then we jump back into character as we deal with armored giants and zombies behind the gate we saw before. We'll open the gate and make it back to the cable car, where we'll defend our position from zombies, suiciders, and elites. Once cleared, we'll give the treasure to the guy who asked for it. He'll explain that the Führer is only retrieving specific corpses. Then we'll talk to the guy we helped on the balcony, who thanks us for saving him. Since we didn't get the supplies, we'll get out of here, but not before we see Hitler's view of the Brazilian butt lift. As we leave, we'll get a cutscene of our crew putting the Sagamata relic together with the keystone, changing its shape, before we enter the final level, of the campaign. Army of Darkness begins by explaining that we've found Hitler's army factory, and if the Hellmouth exists, it is here. We must use the renewed Sagamata relic to defeat Hitler and close the Hellmouth forever, if we can. Then we get a cutscene of our characters arriving and witnessing the army of the dead walking in by the dozens. We'll drop in and find ourselves in a hellish environment before interacting with the Indiana Jones boulder. It smashes our way forward and we'll shoot some birds. If you shoot one of them, they'll fly toward the ledge you entered from and explode, so make sure you're out of the way. It's fun to use while trolling your friends. Anyway, we'll drop down a few ledges to reach a big button, and we'll hit it to open the path forward. It's good to prepare for the incoming siege, as this can get a little dicey on single player. We'll deal with zombies spawning along the cliffs on both sides of the doorway we need to enter, so keep an eye on the tunnel to avoid being cornered and killed. It's also a good spot for bottlenecking the enemy. We'll cut through zombies, armored zombies, suiciders, and a fire demon. Once they're all dealt with, we'll move on. We'll enter a room where we'll be bathed in blood before entering the factory proper. Here we'll interact with a fan that does a fantastic job of chewing up the enemy horde, but it can also do the same to us. After the fans, we'll reach a large open space with the summoner raising zombies onto a conveyor belt thingy above him. He doesn't actually summon anyone, but we'll kill him and his zombie buddies just to be safe. Around a corner and up some stairs, we'll find some zombies enjoying some reprogramming training while having a snack. We'll drop down into the next section where we'll find ourselves in the underbelly of the factory. We'll need to clear the charnel pit of zombies to reach the safe room nearby. This area requires you to lower the water level, with Hitler realizing we're here. We can cut down the zombies on the floor in multiplayer, as long as one person stays on the ledge before jumping down. We'll take the simple route and blow the zombies up before we're told to interact with the gate controls. We'll fight through zombies to reach it, and then Hitler demands his minions destroy us. We'll interact with a final button before the ceiling begins dropping in the main area of the charnel pit. Here we'll dodge the attacks of the zombies and a chainsaw guy while we wait for the ceiling to drop. It'll take a bit, so pay attention to the vertical space remaining as we'll kill the chainsaw guy with it. When we enter the safe room, we'll hear a recording of a guy saying he's been sneaking around the tunnels long enough to see everything here. The dead arrive by the hundreds to be armored and trained. Everyone they kill returns here, and joins them. He then says he can't remain undetected forever, and that there is no hope. After that rousing speech, we'll continue until we reach an open space with a horde of armored giants coming out of a machine. We'll also find a corpse with a preacher and ammo for it sitting in the open. Grab it, as it's extremely helpful here. This is the first sequence where we must perform an action besides shoot something, so we'll run down quickly to the lower area to kill past an elite in order to destroy the machine. This machine will churn out armored giants over and over until destroyed, so it's good to do this quickly. We'll throw grenades into the machine and blow it up. Hitler says that it's only a setback as we preacher our way through the remaining zombies on our way back up to the safe room. Once inside, we'll hear another recording from someone saying that the others left him, and that they seem to think they can do something about the Fuhrer's dark shrine. He says there's nothing anyone can do, but he should try as well. He shouldn't be a coward, and he should follow and help them. Then he'll say he's coming with his friends. Then we'll interact with a sign on the wall as we turn it to stay. Then it turns itself to end it as we hear evil laughter. Doesn't do anything else, but it is creepy. We'll fight through some hallways with zombies before reaching a viewing area. We'll watch Hitler give a speech, and we'll have a seat.
Until we were released from the bonds of life to hear its true message. Clergy was just the beginning. We are indomitable. Victory over pain. Victory over fear. Victory over death itself. None can stand against you. If any of you fall, 10 more shall rise to take your place. The flames of the old world will warm our cold limbs. We will bring the gift of death to all and swell our ranks. We shall be united, one race of death. We will bring forth not a new dawn, but an eternal night that will consume the world. Only the dead will remain to rule this realm of darkness. March out to crush them all. Now I will unleash the full power of the Hellmouth.
Wonder if the zombies can even understand speeches, or if this is just Hitler stroking his ego. In any case, we'll move on to prevent more speeches. We'll be ambushed by zombies and armored giants in the room before heading down. We'll find a room overlooking boxes with an elite walking down the rows. The music and shot is very reminiscent of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Anyway, we'll move into a large scaffolding area with an elevator and a few mounted guns set up. We'll prepare for a siege, then we'll shoot the explosives at the bottom, and we'll get back to prepare for the onslaught. We'll be rushed by various skeletons, zombies, suiciders, and eventually a chainsaw guy. The mounted guns help a lot, so we'll make good use of them. The chainsaw elite won't spawn until the elevator begins sounding an alarm. Then it'll spawn right next to the upper mounted guns. This can be remedied by having explosives ready where he spawns, but you run the risk of blowing yourself up as well. Sadly, we'll be overwhelmed and die, so we'll refight the Horde once more. Once cleared, we'll run through the entry they spilled out from, and we'll reach a series of underground tunnels and passages. We'll place the Sagamata relic on the pedestal and begin the kick pile. Spamming kick here is a good way to kill several undead in a group, but you can also die like I did if you aren't careful. This level will usually be the hardest of the trilogy, at least in my opinion. We'll survive the Horde, and Hitler will say that we only delay the inevitable, and that it's time for him to deal with us himself. This should be a big indicator that we're at the final fight, especially with all the ammo and weapons in the safe room. We'll also get a final recording where a woman will say that if the ritual in the Book of Souls is completed, the spirits of the most evil people in history will be revived. Their combined power will open the Hellmouth, and the dead will rise. She wishes that they never found the Tibetan texts, and that the Fuhrer wins this war, but never resorts to Plan Z. We saw how that went. We'll also find a skeleton on the floor that we'll bring with us for a collectible. We'll be dragged through a portal where we'll find Hitler. He'll say that death will come to all, and the statue in the middle will crumble, revealing a giant Hitler monster as he says the fatherland will never fall. Then we'll begin. This fight is built for co-op, so one person will be beating down doors and interacting with skeletons, while the others defend him. This is the hardest mission to do in single player, as we must throw skeletons into the pit with the boss Hitler to allow shots to be taken at the regular Hitler. As you can imagine, this is difficult because we need to break down doors, shoot floating skeleton heads, and throw skeletons into the pit whilst defending ourselves from all the zombies on our own. It's quite tough, even on easy. We'll throw one in, and we'll shoot Hitler once. Another path will unlock that allows us to break through and grab another skeleton. Each of these skeletons is one of the evil people in history that we mentioned earlier. One thing I really dislike about this fight is how long you lay on the ground after jumping down. It takes you so long to get up that you'll most likely begin getting swarmed just after dropping down. And all you do is lay there aching. Get up. This is the fate of the world. We'll drop a second skeleton in and shoot Hitler again before suiciders begin spawning. They don't stop, so be wary of their rushes. We'll break open a back area with another skeleton head door that spawns an elite. This is as hard as it gets on single player, but we'll do what we can to survive. We'll almost die before grabbing the final skeleton and throwing it down and dropping to get it. We'll die anyway, and have to break down the final tier of doors again. While we do this, I'll explain what the extra skeleton does. The skeleton we found in the safe room allows you to open a side door in this area, where the final gold bar of the game can be found. It's on the bottom level where all the zombies spawn, so good luck getting to it. We'll eventually drop the final skeleton into the pit. Upon doing so, the giant Hitler will grab little Hitler, and the zombies will all die. We'll be told to cast Hitler into the Hellmouth after he falls from the giant Hitler's grasp, which is exactly what we'll do. Then we'll get a cutscene of our characters doing an exaggerated throw into the Hellmouth. We'll toss the Sagamata relic in and shoot it, which destroys the Hellmouth, and we'll run back through the level as it all begins to crumble. We'll get some sequences of the characters doing various things before we get the player character smacking a zombie head toward the screen before getting the credits. One funny detail I like at the end of the credits is the disclaimer at the end that says any similarities to actual persons, living, dead, or undead, is purely coincidental. Hats off to them, that's funny. But with that, we've completed the campaign of Zombie Army Trilogy. With all that out of the way, we've still got the Horde Mode to cover, but that won't take long. This game mode is pretty simple. We can choose one of a few different levels where we'll face increasing levels of zombies. The area will slowly open up as we go, so we won't have the full level to ourselves immediately. The best strategy I've found is finding a good gun and then hugging the ammo crate for it. We'll use a Webley strategy here as the ammo is near a looping path that can be used to get around tougher enemies, but the strategy depends on the map. Each map has its share of strengths and weaknesses, but the mode tends to stay the same throughout, so you'll either be facing several zombies down a long corridor in one level, or snipers jumping on top of you in another, and so on. The game mode functions the same as the main game, so it's really just the campaign with no end goal other than survive, so have fun with it. That's really all there is to it. Traditional zombie survival. Now let's get into the analysis section. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, this section will be broken up into 4 main sections. The atmosphere section will detail the levels, sound design, and music. The lore section will cover the story and characters. The mechanics will cover the gunplay, loadouts, and enemies. The art section will cover animations, textures, cutscenes, and NPC and player designs. Then we'll reach the conclusion afterwards for my final thoughts on the game as a whole. Shall we begin? Let's start with the levels themselves. These levels are very detailed in their aesthetic, even though there isn't that much to each level by comparison to other games. These levels are rather simple when it comes to what you can do in them, but the aesthetic of them is pure horror. Corpses and blood covering the broken and crumbling buildings litter the area, while the undead scrawl occult symbols all over the burning wreckages of Germany. As the episodes go on, these details become more eccentric and pronounced. The opening with Village of the Dead gives you some limited glimpses into what has happened, but by the time you hit Forest of Corpses, you've got insane people murdering others while surrounded by bloody body parts and human flesh totems. Then we get an over-the-top finale when we have to avoid a giant Hitler while trying to snipe his mini-me. Everything slowly escalates as the game goes on in terms of what we have in each level, but the levels themselves remain relatively the same for most of it. One problem with the game's levels is that they can blend together after a while. Even if the third episode shakes up the horror and aesthetic diversity, the levels are still aesthetically the same for the most part. Out of the 15 levels, 9 of them are set in a crumbling village or city with some added thing to differentiate it from the others, like a dock or subway, and so on. Even with these little additions, they still look and feel the same overall. The third episode is where the differences are much greater. You start off in a ruined city with a hospital to go through, then you go into an almost train-only level, then into a forest with a sawmill, then into a castle, and then an enemy base on Mustafar. The third episode really spiced it up, but you can't say the same for the other 2 episodes. While the levels themselves retain that sense of hopelessness, loss, death, and carnage, the first 2 episodes don't have much to offer besides ruined civilization and the occasional sub-level that's different within it. Other than that, they're mostly the same. As I said, the third episode kicks it up a notch, but 1/3 of the game making the differences more memorable doesn't make up for what came before. In any case, the levels are still fun to explore, but they function on a minimalist level where there's a main path with side rooms for loot and collectibles. But that's it. Granted, you probably won't notice this while cutting down hundreds of undead, but the differences in the levels isn't felt as sharply until episode 3. By this time, the levels have drastically improved in terms of the aesthetic, what you can do in them, and the minor effects added via NPC interactions, spooky things you can get to happen, and the occasional Easter egg. Overall, these levels do what they need to, which is to facilitate the journey through the nightmare that Germany has become. They nailed the occult and bloody aspect of all this, but the blending of the environments can cause a bit of boredom when things feel like same zombies, different day, at least until episode 3. Now let's talk music. The music of the game was composed by Nick D. Brewer, using mostly keyboards from The Sound of Things. The soundtrack to the game has a very 80s synth vibe based on all the synth loops and piano parts you'll hear throughout the game, often accompanied by a driving beat to elevate your heart rate while fighting zombies. The soundtrack does a good job of setting the tension of the moment, often giving you that driving beat I mentioned, while differentiating each level using a different melody or sound for the main theme of the level. Compare the pieces Library of Evil and Hitler Boss. Library of Evil has a very melodic string section under a light piano for its first half, before a crescendo into that infectious synth beat that this soundtrack makes you fall in love with. It does a good job of blending the atmosphere with the thrill over the course of the 6-minute track, and many other level themes follow suit, but shake things up with the sounds and instruments added to each level or subsection in a level. Now let's look at Hitler Boss. This is a layered piece featuring ominous keyboard chords and percussion under a synth of eeriness and occult chanting to highlight the fact that we're fighting a giant Hitler. It sounds crazy, and the music lays into that with trippy chords as we fight the big bad. Then you've got other things that serve as connecting pieces between the major battles of the game, like blood running down your neck, or tranquility. On the flip side, you have things that hammer home the beat of the undead, like the Occult General, or Walking in Patterns. The soundtrack is a great tool for exaggerating the tension and the eeriness of each section it ties to. The only problem I see with this soundtrack is that it's quite long and often loops things over and over. While that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially given the style, this can lead to the massive 2.5-hour soundtrack blending together a bit after a while. In-game, it's fine because it's in the background while you do stuff, but when you view it in isolation, most of the 38 tracks sound similar enough where you could get confused how deep you are into the piece or soundtrack altogether. I'm an advocate for more and longer pieces of music, so it didn't bother me, but I could see it blending together for some people. Getting to the sound design of the game itself, everything is serviceable. Guns sound like they should, explosions sound like they should, and some of the voice acting was solid. I say solid because there isn't much there that demands anything beyond frightened individual or insane ramblings, which isn't that hard to do in fairness. That being said, most of the voice acting was on point given the minimal dialogue we hear, so props to the team for that. There were a couple parts I found funny, but that's mainly due to accents and such making me think of memes or something else stupid that has nothing to do with the actual performance given. I do have to give props to the Hitler voice actor in particular, as he was the one that had to carry several sections of the game, especially as he's the main villain and final boss. He did a great job during the speeches and other sections of the game, so I felt it was worth highlighting. Props to you, whoever voiced him. I tried finding who did, but the credits don't tell, and I couldn't find it on the internet. But still, props to you. One thing I really love about the sound design of the game is the various sounds the zombies make. From the screaming suiciders coming to blow you apart, to the maniacal laughter of snipers jumping around, the grunts and groans of the elites, the distorted calls from the summoners, and the regular zombie screams for flesh and blood. All the zombies feature a unique sound to them, and it does a great job of identifying each enemy from sound alone, whether it be the slow rise of the suiciders' screams as they get closer, or the heavy steps of the elite gunners further along. These details help establish them in the world for gameplay and aesthetic reasons, and they're all done very well. My favorite is probably the summoner chanting, "Rise!" It's creepy, and you're immediately looking around to shut him up before you're overwhelmed. Props to the sound department for making so many unique and cool sounds for the enemies we face in the game. Overall, the sound design of the game is on point, and even though it focuses more on sound effects rather than the traditional voice acting, for the most part, I still think the developers did a great job managing it all. Props to you for making Germany's hellish nightmare sound terrifying. Now let's get into the lore, beginning with a summary of the story. Germany is about to lose World War II, so Hitler enacts Plan Z, which changes or raises Germany's soldiers and the dead into zombies that begin feasting on the living. This results in absolute chaos for all those within Germany's borders. We'll play as a team who are trying to escape Germany while dealing with the zombie menace during Episode 1. We'll look for and find a vehicle before moving into Berlin itself. We need to find the source of the undead, and we'll reach a cathedral before moving underground. We'll learn that we need the Book of Souls to prevent the opening of a Hellmouth, and we'll fight our way out and toward the library where it's being kept. Once in our possession, we'll use it to find a way out before fighting our way out of Berlin. Episode 2 begins with us continuing to escape Berlin until we radio Command, who says they have a clue that something called the Sagamata Relic can be used to control the undead threat. We'll have to return to Berlin to search a museum to recover the relic. We'll recover 1/3 of it, and we'll hear a recording that leads us to the second piece's location in the Führer bunker. We'll fight our way inside and recover the second piece, before finding a path that leads to the final third at a fortress up north. We'll fight to hijack a train car to get us there. Once we arrive, we'll fight our way up to the roof where we'll combine all 3 pieces of the relic, and it will send out a wave of energy that seems to neutralize the zombies surrounding us before the area is bombed with atomic weaponry as we escape. Episode 3 begins with us learning that zombies still gather in the ruins as well as survivors. We'll go in to help the survivors, and we'll go after a man named McNeil. He found information that leads us to a search for a vault of power and a keystone. We'll also learn that Hitler now has the Book of Souls, and we'll head toward him to take him out. We'll take a train and find him, but Hitler is now undead with occult powers, and wants to transform all of humanity into zombies. We go for a shot at him, but he stops the bullet midair. He'll turn the zombies against us before we use the Sagamata relic to turn the zombies back to him before he walks away. We'll learn that Hitler's strength stems from the ancient vault of power sealed by a key kept at his mountain castle, the Folterschloss. We'll fight through a forest below the mountain before taking a train car up to the castle. Along the way, we'll learn that Hitler has been digging up the graves of evil people throughout history. We'll fight our way into the Folterschloss and find the keystone. The keystone combines with the Sagamata relic, and we'll head to Hitler's army factory where the Hellmouth must be. We'll fight our way to Hitler and learn that he's used the remains of the great evils from history to revive the dead. We'll eventually defeat him and throw him into the Hellmouth, before throwing in the Sagamata relic and shooting it. This destroys the Hellmouth and Hitler's factory begins crumbling as our characters escape. So, how good is this story? It's not that complicated, and tends to stick to a minimum of plot just to facilitate going through these levels to kill lots of zombies, and stop the occult Fuhrer. It's not that great of a story, but we are talking about a story where we have to kill a zombie Hitler after he turns Germany into an undead hellhole, thanks to occult rituals. It's all ridiculous, so the story doesn't have to be grounded so much as consistent. Overall, the story of the game is simple and to the point, as we go from set piece to set piece, and it didn't really need anything more. The little stories found in a few of the levels are interesting and breathe some life into the location, but there aren't many, and several levels just serve as get from A to B moments, or grab a thingy while shooting hundreds of zombies. That's all it really needed to do, so I'm fine with the story, even though it's very basic and a tad bit forgettable. But it's not terrible. We'll see how this changes as we get into the sequel. Now let's go over the characters. All 1 of them. This game is barren when it comes to characters and characterization, as our characters don't say anything and just do what the plot needs us to do no matter who we play as. There's no real personality beyond a couple hand motions or gestures found in cutscenes. We're just kinda there, and serve as blank slates to let the story unfold. The only real character worth mentioning is Hitler himself, as he actually is a character we get throughout the 3 episodes. He's a desperate leader who resorted to occult madness to save his country from defeat, only to be resurrected as an undead monster hell-bent on dominating the world. That's really all there is to him, but it's there. The other minor characters have some decent moments, like the woman going after her husband just to find him dead, and she gets sawn in half, but there's not much there in terms of what happens. I just showed that by explaining her story in the middle of a sentence. That's where the game's biggest character problem lies. There's just nothing there. We don't really get any characters to root for beyond the husks that we follow who do all the things in the plot. We might have sympathetic characters like the woman going after her husband, another woman trying to help Hans, the people we saved from being killed by zombies in episode 3, and so on, but we get them for a fraction of the game. There just aren't many characters that are worth noting in this game beyond the occasional interaction during one mission. Hitler's the highlight because there's nobody else to dive into. The Fuhrer's the best character because he's the only one that actually lasts longer than a mission or episode. Now, I am willing to forgive the game for this, as any game's main objective should be giving us something entertaining to do, not watch. Movies are watched, books are read, music is heard, and games are played. Simple as that. But that's not all they have to do. This game succeeds in giving us entertaining things to do, but we don't really have anyone to go on the journey with us. It's just whoever we choose to play as who needs to kill Hitler, as we're supported by random individuals, or as we see others' stories come to a fruitless and violent end. All in all, this game has no character beyond the aesthetic, so we've got nobody to root for, which is arguably the biggest criticism I can level at the game. Granted, this was built as a fun spin-off of the Sniper Elite series, so it's not really built as a proper game with characters that will last for a long time. Thankfully, the sequel seemed to learn from this and drastically expanded on the characters, but that's for later. Now let's dive into the mechanics, beginning with the gunplay. Like the Sniper Elite series, shooting is more nuanced than it was in your typical shooter. You'll have to account for bullet drop and wind speed and direction this time around, as well as the power of the gun you're using, depending on the difficulty of course. This makes something as simple as shooting your gun have more weight and dimension, as this isn't as simple as point and click. There's some mental strategy and problem solving going on for every shot. Do I need to horizontally adjust because of wind speed? How far away is the target, and how will bullet drop affect the trajectory of my shot? How strong is my gun in terms of accuracy and power? How will that affect the shot? This goes on. The point is that the gunplay here is just as deep as in the Sniper Elite games up to this point, leading to strategic use of your firearms. The only real difference is that you have a load of extra targets this time around, so jumping from target to target becomes more demanding than in the past releases. When it comes to your secondaries and sidearms, they are relatively simple compared to the rifles. Secondaries and sidearms will have a cone shot radius to manage when shooting, which can be a hassle when a headshot is what's going to count against the Horde. That's partially why I tend to go for powerful weapons over accurate ones. If I can blow away a target quickly without having to aim too much, I'll take the trade-off. If you are accurate and control your trigger finger, you can make good use of the SMGs and pistols you have at your disposal. I'm just too lazy to aim. Overall, you'll have a varied arsenal to take down the undead hordes, but you'll want to fine-tune it to your style as you go, especially on the harder difficulties, or when dealing with excessive zombie numbers. Now let's go over your loadout options. Like the other games until this point, you can choose a rifle, secondary, sidearm, and a selection of explosives. Your setup really depends on your preferences. As I've mentioned before, I usually go for powerful weapons, usually ending up with the Molten Nightmare, the shotgun, and the Webley for my guns, while I tend to spread the explosives evenly. However, the M1 carbine is fantastic for this game as its large clip size allows you to take out zombies with ease, so I may use that on occasion. But like I said, you can fine-tune your setup to your preferences as you go. The explosives allow you to do several things based on what you have. The style Handgranate, or simply grenade, is your regular explosive used when you've got to cause some extra boom and need to throw it fast. The landmine and trip mine allow you to set traps and defenses to help you thin the herd or deal significant damage to the beefy enemies in the game. The dynamite combines the setup of the mines with the personal trigger of the grenade. Throwing it and shooting it when you need to can be a great advantage in a fight. The only downsides to the explosives in the game is that they can go through walls and floors, leading to some stupid deaths when you get knocked down or killed through the wall or floor. This is especially annoying when you can get a chain effect of one explosive setting off others, leading to potential zombie carnage or imminent death. The final part of your loadout is the character you pick. This has no bearing on skill or anything other than cosmetics, but it is nice when you see the selection they offer. You can have a bro down or make it ladies' night out. You also get the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 cast to play as if you want, making the cutscenes quite hilarious when you've got this serious situation of Hitler raising the dead, and then think of the commentary. Imagine Francis ranting about how he hates German clothes, or Ellis recalling a story about his buddy Keith thinking he was Hitler after a drunken night. It's a nice addition, even if it doesn't make sense. But that's this game in a nutshell. It doesn't make sense, but it's fun. We've talked about us enough, so let's move on to the enemies we face. The regular zombies are your average enemy, and can cause a panic when you find yourself surrounded by them. They fight like the traditional zombies where they will overwhelm you with sheer numbers. They aren't that fast, but that won't stop them from reaching you by the dozens, especially when wearing armor. Killing blows are good, but headshots are better, so aim for their blank expressions. The skeletons and the variations of them offer a lesser challenge than the basic zombies, but that doesn't mean they can't hurt you. They're very kickable, besides the armored ones, and will often go down with relative ease when explosives are used. The only thing to worry about is how to deal with them at range, as their weak point is found in their chest, or is hidden behind armor you'll have to break through. This can cause some frantic shooting if they're supported by other enemies. The armored giants can become a problem as they act as shields for the undead behind them, so taking them out can lead to many shots fired and a few zombies killed. They also can't be kicked away like the regular zombies, so you better take them out before they corner and crush you. The Suiciders can equally be a friend or foe depending on how you can manipulate their movements. Killing a Suicider in a crowd of zombies offers a free explosive, but killing him in the middle of your team can spell doom. Their distinctive scream is a warning or invitation depending on this knowledge and precision. The snipers are a significant threat that can cause a lot of pain as they don't get up in your face like the other zombies, so you'll have to find them, preferably before they shoot you. Their flighty attitude and laughter remind me of trolls in games sniping you from out of view, so imagine them as that one person who always annoyed you in multiplayer, and you can exert your vengeance. The summoners are passive support for the hordes, adding more zombies to the fray until your system crashes or one of you dies. These enemies are strategically placed where they can summon from a distance, so many of them are out in the open for you to take out. They'll only need a bullet to go back to sleep, so have at 'em unless you want to be swarmed. The elite gunners can cause a ruckus because of their constant barrage of bullets along with high health. These guys are effectively the bosses of each encounter they're in, so taking them out should be a priority. After trying to get them to kill zombies between the two of you, I wouldn't recommend it, as he's only going to help you if a suicider stays in front of him long enough to die. Otherwise, you're better off pumping his head full of lead. These enemies are even worse when supported by other zombies or other elites. The Chainsaw Elite is a different threat from the Gunner, providing an up-close and personal threat to players. He has no ranged attack, but he'll perform a dance of blades that'll cause you some serious pain if you're in reach. His high health and armored head also make him hard to take down, but you'll have bullets, so do your stuff. Fire demons are unique in that they transform regular zombies into burning ones, making them faster, but weaker. This also comes with the fire demons being one of the few enemies who features a red light green light system for killing them. You can't damage them until they've sent their fiery explosion out. They'll be weak for a moment before resuming their powered walk toward you. Bullets will snuff out their flame. Afterwards, they explode, making the point where they die just as important as what they can do. Their summoned minions aren't as deadly, usually disappearing after hitting you, and these enemies can be shot with any gun and go down instantly. The occult generals are unique in that they use a skull shield to protect them from harm, and act as summoners 2.0. They will only spawn during set sequences, usually being the final encounter of a level. The skull shields will have to be shot to open the general up to damage, but the number of skulls increases after every shot they take to the face. They'll summon whatever they want, ranging from regular zombies all the way up to elites and fire demons, so these enemies should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. The final boss encounter with Hitler is an extension of the occult general fights. You must lower his defenses by breaking through doors and skull armor to throw skeletons into a pit before his bubble shield goes down, allowing you to take a shot at the Mad Dictator. The skull defenses increase as you go, and the final skeleton is guarded by an elite, as well as the arena filling with zombies, suiciders, and other elites as you progress, making this fight the one that pushes your skills in the game to the absolute limit. After 3 rounds of skelly shots, the big boy goes down, but you'll have to work for it. The enemies in the game give a great mix of short versus long-range threats to defeat that offer simple joys of zombie slaying, as well as strategic decisions needed against the more unique foes you'll face. It all culminates in the final battle with Hitler, leading to the craziest fight in the game. Overall, a great spread of enemies, but just wait for the sequel. Now let's get into the art of the game. We'll start with the animations and textures. The animations and textures look similar to Sniper Elite 2, so it looked good enough for the time, but it's definitely nothing amazing. The animations are simple but do what they need to, and the textures are fairly detailed to indicate what they need to. I'd say the game is perfectly adequate regarding the textures and animations, although the graphics during the special sniper cams are always cool to look at. The details in the textures and animations really shine when it comes to the crazy graphic nature of the body parts and blood all over the place. The sequences going through Forest of Corpses and Army of Darkness really show how graphic and detailed this game can get when it comes to creating brutal and bloody carnage. The final sequence shows this when we go through so much blood, gore, and zombies until we watch Hitler fall into a pit of severed limbs reaching out from a blood-soaked pit to hell. That is such a zombie army sentence. You've got other textures coming from all the propaganda of the time, as well as some of the weirder instances of paintings or drawings of Hitler, with the one just after reaching the Folterschloss being a strange but funny one. When it comes to the cutscenes, they're very barebone and short, often lasting less than 30 seconds, with next to no dialogue or actions beyond characters picking a thing up, getting on or off something, or looking or pointing at something. It's really that simple. The models look good enough in them, and you can replace the NPCs of your team with the characters of your choice, but they only show up for a few seconds most of the time. The final cutscene before the credits gets an extended sequence that's a decent send-off before the end, but that and the 3 prologues are pretty limited by comparison. The prologues are usually in a room, but the final prologue actually uses the cutscene well, as it establishes the atomic blast, and then turns to show Hitler giving his first speech as the Nazi demon he was born to be. The 3rd episode does improve the cutscenes with a bit more detail to heighten the moments than the previous 2 episodes. Other than that, they're very simple. Now let's go over the NPC and player designs. The characters we choose from have a strong level of detail to them, ranging from the Russian trooper in his winter attire, the scientist with his glasses and hat, the German soldier defecting to stop the menace, and the American sniper who looks like he's got shrapnel embedded in his head. They each have an easily definable aesthetic to them, as do their female counterparts. The Left 4 Dead characters are a plus, but that's not really something the devs are responsible for when talking about their designs. The zombies have many details that help differentiate them from each other as well. The basic zombies changing from uniformed officers to burnt husks, the snipers with their gas masks, the suiciders with their red bandanas and grenades, the summoners with their blindfolds, the massive elites and their big guns, the fire demons with their evil smiles, and so on. Each enemy is easily identified through these details, which helps single them out and makes them look cool to boot. I gotta give the design for the final battle some props as well, because Mega Hitler looks great. The details for the characters are all well done as far as defining everyone and everything, where you don't have to stare at it longer than a split second to understand what it is. Lots of easy to understand, and more importantly, easy to communicate, details add to the strategy of each encounter and keep things interesting on a visual level while still retaining the detail you'd want from a game at that point in time. Now let's wrap up the discussion of this game. It's a fairly simple thing, but Zombie Army Trilogy is quite enjoyable, even though it is a bit niche. There's not that much to it, but it does what it wants to well, which is entertain the player. You'll have a grand old time blasting through the hordes of various zombie types while taking the fight to Hitler's evil plan. While the game isn't that long and is relatively straightforward, the real fun comes from playing it with friends when everything is set to max zombies. The resulting chaos will drive many players nuts with how many enemies they'll have to deal with at once. But that's not a bad thing for a game of this nature. It gives a great sense of overcoming evil and otherworldly odds as you snipe your way to victory over the army of the dead. It's a fun game, and I'd highly recommend playing it with friends as it's best experience with others. Even if you don't, it'll still be a fun ride going through this crazy occult alternate history. But now we've got to move on to the sequel that transformed it from a spin-off DLC into a real game. Now let's get into the sequel. Like the previous game, we'll go through a walkthrough of each mission followed by an analysis. The analysis will cover the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art of the game, like before as well. This is going to be more extensive and expand as we go along, as this game took influence from Sniper Elite 4, and the advancements the developers made in that game, along with having a massive amount of downloadable content as well. But let's dive into the next chapter of the Zombie Army War in Zombie Army 4, Dead War. The first mission, Dead Ahead, begins with us choosing our setup, and by the look alone, we can tell things have changed quite a bit. Now our character choice matters, as they have different advantages and disadvantages, like fewer kills required to activate Overkill, but they regenerate health slower. Stats like these play out through each character, with some having unique abilities that can help them or hinder them depending on your strategies and setup. We'll also see that this game has several DLC and microtransactions for different characters, guns, emotes, voice lines, and other things. While I dislike microtransactions most of the time, this game strikes an interesting middle ground. We can get a DLC pack with a new map, new guns, new characters, and cosmetics, or we can skip the extra stuff and buy the map directly for a lower price, which is what I did for most of the DLC maps. This is something I really appreciate about the game, in that they don't nickel and dime us from the beginning by locking everything behind an excessive paywall where we must buy the pack in its entirety. If we want, we can buy the map separately, which seems like the thing many would do, while the hardcore fans would purchase the entire pack every time to have all the bonus stuff. Now, is everything in each pack or map worth the price? I think it's fine, but you're free to disagree. For the sake of this commentary, we'll be focusing on the maps and the content within them over the different ways we can taunt each other or what headgear we can have. Getting back to the setup, we can see that our guns have 3 mod sections with their own little talent trees. This gives us various upgrades for each weapon, ranging from unique special shots every so often, increased damage, a larger clip size, and so on. This also varies from gun to gun, as most guns don't share the exact same mod setup or tree. There might be similar mods like the explosive shot, but there are usually other upgrades we can unlock. Equipment also has mods, but they're a simple pick one of 2 options situation. Different ways we unlock mods for weapons and equipment will be explained later. Then we'll look at the perk slots. These act as they sound, boosting something we do or giving us additional support throughout the campaign. We unlock new perk slots at level 5, 15, 25, and 35 until we've opened up all 5 perk slots. We can also upgrade perks by completing challenges for them, such as using the thing the perk affects a certain number of times, killing enemies in a unique way, and so on. We'll cover this more once we get to the next level. We'll also find a new melee system in place where we have a base melee attack, but we can unlock unique attacks that have effects to them, like a strong slash that cuts through multiple enemies at once, electricity stunning zombies near you, an incendiary throwing axe, or a divine hammer that heals you for every enemy nearby while pushing them back. That last one is a favorite of mine, but we'll go over that when we get to the next level. We'll finally jump in where we'll watch a cutscene that catches us up to speed if we missed the previous game or the context of it while showing World War II footage. The German war machine was on its last legs and was about to lose the war, at last about to end this nightmare. Then Hitler woke the dead. The Allies didn't stand a chance. Hitler's thralls were tireless, numberless, and merciless. They came from everywhere, and nowhere was safe. The Allies formed a resistance and fought on despite the odds. They named the conflict the Dead War. After months of brutal losses, a volunteer squad turned the tide, that being us from the previous game. We cast Hitler into another world, cutting the head from the snake, but the war drug on. Even with no leader or purpose, the dead roam the earth in swarms 1 million strong. And us? We're taking the world back, one bullet at a time. Then we'll drop into Milan as we drive in as our boy Carl Fairburn. I stick to him because he's the main guy from the Sniper Elite games, but you can play the game from any other character's perspective and it still works. We'll be forced to walk after we run into a barrier. Then Carl says there's been no response from base and something must be up with the radios. We better get back before Bruno blows a fuse. Now we have voiced protagonists, and we'll see a lot more of this as the game goes on. We'll need to head through a few zombies before we reach our base. You can see that the Mosin Nagant is a powerful rifle that can kill regular zombies in one hit to the chest on easy. Like the previous game, I tend to go for a power setup that revolves around weapons with high damage per round, but we'll see that develop as we play. Once we kill enough zombies, we'll unlock the first melee takedown. This is different than the regular or special attacks as we choose a target and kill them in a unique animation, while gaining health and ammo back. It gives 1 clip back for the weapon you're holding at the time, and about 1/4 of our health, at least at the base health, or additional temporary health that slowly depletes. The trick is that the takedown requires a kill streak. This kill streak number fluctuates depending on the perks we have available and the character you have, but we'll have to maintain a combo to unlock the takedown. The problem is that combos don't last forever anymore. They run on a timer, so if you don't get a kill or hit an enemy within the time allotted, the streak resets and you'll have to work up another one. This shouldn't be too hard though, as we'll face several enemies to keep this thing charged and ready. When we move forward, we'll be told that the base just locked down, and that we're the last ones out. We'll be let in and told that the brass issued an evac order, so we're pulling out of this dump. Then we'll be told to go talk to Bruno as he's waiting for us. We'll head inside to meet Bruno, who's surprised to see us alive. He explains that Milan's not safe anymore, so we were planning to leave until the radios went down. He asks us to help and to head upstairs and take over for Jacques, then we'll get to our train. In the next room, you can find a glowing document. This is a collectible that's found in each level that usually details what's happening during the level from the perspective of an allied soldier, a native during the events tied to a location, or random cultist thoughts. They help explain some minor details of the world or the situation we find ourselves in. This first one goes over how several of the survivors we're working with are former fascists, former communists, and former criminals, but at the end of the day, we don't care as long as they can kill zombies and keep others alive. We'll show more of these documents in a showcase at the end of the entire campaign, and by the end, I mean the end of the last DLC. That's about 20 levels from now, so sit tight or skip to it if you want. When we press tab, we'll see the collectibles found in each level, or at least everything we should keep an eye out for. There's a named zombie hand roaming around that we'll need to shoot, a document, a comic, an upgrade kit to pick up, a survivor encounter that's blacked out because we won't have that this level, and the challenge of this level being to dismember 20 enemies. These things give you bonus experience at the end of each level, unlock certain perks as you collect more collectibles, and if you get every collectible in a level, you'll get a bonus upgrade kit. It's a nice way of giving you a bonus for finding all the unique things they scattered throughout the game. Upstairs is a door we can open to find a comic. These will feature an artistic rendering of what would have been created at the time given the zombie outbreak, which is a pretty cool thing to see given the style of the 1940s comics and the interpretation of what they would have drawn given the zombie menace. We'll move up to find Jacques, and he directs us to the radio mast, saying the husks are all over it and they just won't stay still. Then he asks if we could clear them out, and we'll get to sniping. Empty Lung allows us to slow down time and steady our shot, but it requires stamina to do. If we're out of stamina, it won't work. This uses the previous game's hold breath system, and gives us visual cues as to how long we can do it, which is a nice touch. We'll clear the last of the husks before Jacques says we're a lifesaver and thanks us. Bruno will test the radios and tell us to report to medical for a quick checkup, and then we'll see about getting to our train. Before we do that, we'll snipe some of the explosives in the area below the radio mast. This is the best place to get the Dismember challenge, so time your shots and see what you can do. We'll also find the first zombie hand running around. These will usually be moving somewhere, so look for movement. They can be within melee range or 100 meters away, so keep your eyes open if you want to find them all. We'll move into the next room and talk to a scientist who calls us the best kill squad in all of Italy. He'll give us a med kit, and then we'll reach a barrier we can break to find an upgrade kit. We'll go over these in a moment. We'll enter a room with a typewriter that we can interact with. Doing so tells us not to look behind us as we get an audio cue of little girls making a creepy sound. We'll turn and see a bunch of demon dolls behind us. Little things like this are found all over the place, so have fun looking for interactions like that as you play. Then we'll head into the safe room, and we'll complete the first section of Dead Ahead. Unlike the previous game, Zombie Army 4 allows us to jump directly into whichever safe room we last played up to, so we don't have to replay the entire level just to reach the final safe room if we've already made it earlier but had to stop, which is a nice change. We'll also see that we leveled up, and the screen tracks all the collectibles found and if the challenge was completed. Completing said challenge gives us bonus XP, which will help, as leveling up unlocks many things for us, as we can see at the bottom of the screen. Collectibles are a one-time thing, but challenges can be completed every time we replay a level. If we know what to do, we can get some serious XP farming going by abusing the save system at certain points, but that's up to us to find cheap grinding spots like that. The campaign will usually give us a good amount of XP to get where we need to be anyway. We'll get back to it, where Bruno tells us to head to Platform 5, and that there's a train waiting for us there as we pick up grenades. Before we move on, we'll head downstairs to interact with another survivor. He'll point us to the shooting gallery here. Don't shoot civvies and kill the zombies to earn a prize. He's very encouraging about our shooting skills, so it makes for a fun experience. The prize is an upgrade kit hidden in a safe. This tells us that upgrade kits won't be lying around all the time, and that we might have to do something in order to get the one for the level, or more if there's more than one. Then we'll head over to meet Edie, who provides another upgrade kit. She'll explain that the workbench nearby allows us to switch weapons, and then we'll check it out. We can also upgrade weapons at workbenches if we have upgrade kits and the mods unlocked for the weapons. The challenges for the weapons can be to reach a certain level or kill a certain enemy a certain way, so unlocking some mods will usually take significant progress in the campaign. You can also change perks, mods, and melee attacks at the workbench, making them key to changes you make mid-level. We'll then leave and feel an earthquake, as Bruno says that they're becoming more frequent. He tells us to reach the train before the place collapses. When we move forward, we'll get a cutscene of a train covered in zombies barreling toward the station when it breaks through the wall, and we'll fight our first horde. They'll start at the train, but will begin falling through holes in the wall around us. Bruno will ask what's going on, and Carl will report that the station is under siege by real zombies, not just husks. Bruno tells us to push forward through the station to get to our train, and to look out for other survivors. We'll fight our way past several zombies, where we'll notice zombies with symbols appearing above their corpses. These zombies carry ammo or med kits if we need them, so keep an eye out for a zombie covered in bullet chains, or a zombie with white colors for a med kit. We'll reach a blood seal where Bruno explains that defeating the dead will destroy it and allow us to pass. As we clear the area, we'll see that the equipment system is different from the previous game. Instead of having 4 slots for grenades, landmines, trip mines, and dynamite, we have 4 slots total that we can use for anything we want. This can be helpful if you want 4 mines for defense, or 4 different grenades to destroy the enemy, but we'll go over the different mines and grenades as we find them. We'll have Edie tell us that she's turned on the old base defenses, her kinetic armament turbines, and that if we see one, shoot it, as it should help. We'll see what she means here as we shoot the glowing turbine to watch it suck in and shred the zombies in its path. It only works for a few seconds before it needs recharging, but traps like that are quite helpful if you know what to do. The only thing is obvious. Avoid getting sucked in yourself. We'll move up and find another zombie hand along the top of a train, and we'll fight to another area with electric traps. Shooting these will electrify any zombie who stands in the area of the effect. They're good for crowd control, just don't get zapped yourself. Once we clear the area, Carl says that he doesn't think we're going to find any survivors. Bruno tells us to keep going and that we can still make it. We'll fight into the area ahead until we get another cutscene. We'll see a guy panicking as he shoots the new Suicider. These enemies look even freakier than before, and after blowing up the guy, they'll come after us. When the horde is diminished, Carl will say that if the Suiciders are back, the war's not over. We'll head upstairs to find another upgrade kit before we reach the next safe room. As you can see, I won't be going over every challenge on every level unless it requires something interesting, so apologies if you wanted to see every challenge played out and completed during this video. Anyway, Bruno gets word from HQ that almost all fortified positions are reporting surprise attacks. This is not an isolated incident, but rather a coordinated assault. Carl questions how this could happen, and Bruno says we're ordered to evacuate, and we'll ask questions when we're safe. We'll head out and snipe zombies as we talk about weapon attachments. Edie explains that they're a one-time use, but should give our guns some extra oomph. Then she tells us to have fun, and we will. The electric attachment we found sends an electric arc to another zombie after one is shot, allowing you to stun or even kill it without having to hit it directly. The attachments usually only give 15 shots apiece, so make them count. We'll head underground where we'll run into zombies spawning out of the water. These zombies look different from the regular ones to indicate that these zombies are wet. This will play into how they work later, as wet zombies can't be set on fire like regular ones. This is a good visual detail that tells us we can't rely on the burning effect to kill them. We haven't found anything fiery yet, but it's a nice setup for later. We'll also see that the pistol has a unique ability like the Red Dead Redemption aim assist or the Overwatch High Noon shot, where it targets enemies' heads to deliver a quick and fatal blow. The number of targets we can target depends on our perks, but we can target 3 at the start. Then we'll move on to find another explosive device that compels zombies to attack it, leading to a bloody explosion when it goes off. These are very useful for crowd control, and to give us a break if we're overwhelmed. We'll fight through more suiciders before finding our first survivor encounter. These encounters involve us saving survivors from zombies trying to kill them. They'll usually cry out for aid, and once helped, they'll usually offer a reward, like cosmetics, attachments, equipment, or even upgrade kits. We'll move up after saving them and get a cutscene of the ground splitting apart and lava appears beneath us. Carl tells Bruno of it, and he says, "Mamma mia," before asking if the signal house is still there. We'll say it is, and we've only got one way to reach it now. We'll fight through more zombies as we cross the chasm of lava before we see the zombies coming from the roof. Carl questions why this is, and he makes a good point. Why are they coming from the roof? Either way, we'll cut down all we see before finding a preacher in a chest. Unlike the previous game, the preacher is now a heavy weapon, meaning we can pick it up and use it, but we have to carry it. This means we can't stow it away like a secondary. Instead, we drop it, so we'll usually use it up during a fight, or we'll have to carry it everywhere until we drop it to switch to another weapon. This plays out for all heavy weapons, another one we'll see in a moment. When we reach the signal house, we'll be contacted by another resistance fighter. He says he's in the train just past the signal house, but we can't move until the tracks have been switched. Then he points us to the lever in our building, and then we can join him. We'll use the lever and get a cutscene of another train crashing in, but this one drops off a flamethrower elite. This enemy will shoot fire at us, but the tank on his back is a weak spot we can exploit by shooting it to have him explode into a ball of fire, or we can damage him normally and take him out with a takedown once he takes a knee. Or you can just shoot him to death. The best part about elites in this game is that all their weapons will drop upon death, allowing us to pick them up and exert our vengeance upon the dead. The flamethrower is a great weapon, as you can tag a zombie once and it will die after a few seconds, assuming it's not wet. This works in a cone effect, so one quick blast from the Flammenwerfer can set multiple enemies alight all at once. We'll go over the other heavy weapons as we come by them. Once the area is reasonably cleared and the train is ready, we'll leave as Bruno says he'll see us on the other side. We'll get a cutscene where we cut a zombie's head off before witnessing our train leaving as a zombie officer watches us go. With that, we've finished the first level, and we'll move on to the next one. Death Canal begins with an explanation that bases have been going dark all over Europe, and Command has ordered us to evacuate to fortified positions. Venice is the closest to us, so we'll rendezvous with Captain Dutton to help him hold the city, while our occult experts figure out what's causing this and how to fight back. Then we'll drop in at a dock where we'll escape a small horde before we get control. We'll be told to meet at the nearby boat where we'll meet Victor, who thought we weren't going to show. He's supposed to escort us to the base, but before we head out, we'll take a look at a doll out in the water before a shark eats it. I love the little things they add to the game. Anyway, we'll hop on the boat and we'll be taken through Venice. Victor will say that this is a suicide mission and that we should be getting as far from Venice as possible. He also mentions that the boat's falling apart and is always having engine trouble, cluing us in to what we'll be helping with. You can snipe zombies along the way for the challenge of this first section, while we talk to Victor, which is a nice way to deliver information while still giving the player something to do. Victor will ask what our mission is, and will explain that we're performing recon as the resistance is scattered and HQ needs a new base of operations ASAP. We came to Venice as it was closest, and were to provide reinforcement to the survivors and attempt to secure the base. Victor then says that we came to the wrong city, as there is nothing here for anyone but death. We'll then have the boat stall under a broken bridge, and we'll defend the boat until Victor can get the engine started again. As you can see, we're on a different character than before, as this is my character that unlocked everything, so we've got different weapons that are fully upgraded, along with perks that increase my ammo capacity and reduce the number of kills needed for takedowns. We'll talk about the setup I'm using more as we progress. Anyway, Victor will ask us if we still think this is a good idea, and we tell him that it's not our place to question orders. Then we'll reach our first stop, where Victor tells us that we need to get out and open a barrier. While we do this, I'll explain some things. First, I've unlocked all 5 perk slots and upgraded them fully, allowing me to carry extra ammo for my secondary, reduce takedown kill streak needed, as well as the ability to lift heavy weapons off their mounts directly and carry them around. These perks are unlocked at various levels and help us to refine our setup as we play solo or with friends. Once we prestige for the first time, we get the Vampirism perk, which gives health back for each critical kill performed, making it easy to restore health as we just have to do what we do as snipers. These perks can be very useful in different ways, as some perks are good for offense, some for defense, and others allow you to support your comrades with extra healing and the like. Anyway, once we're back on the boat, we'll hear some thunder, and Victor says it's never just thunder. Then we'll see a hell portal in the sky before we encounter our first sniper. Like the previous installments, they glow green and will hop around as they take shots at us. We'll also be attacked by zombies climbing in the boat from the water. Then we'll be told that the boat needs refueling, and unless we want to be stranded here, we've got to do it now. We'll explore the area to find 3 canisters of fuel, and we'll go over a few more things while we grab what we need. You'll see that I'm using the Divine Hammer melee weapon, and as stated previously, it allows you to heal a small portion of your health per enemy hit during its ground pound. This improves as you level it up, until you get about a quarter of your health back per use, assuming there are enough zombies around. It's useful for a health restore, and creating some breathing room. When we grab the first canister of fuel, we'll be told that we can only use our sidearm while carrying heavy objects, so we'll keep that in mind as we grab heavy objects in the future. You'll also be able to see some of the shark traps around that cause a shark to spaz around, killing zombies in the process. One thing that should be kept in mind is that this character has all his gear upgraded, including each gun, all 5 perk slots, and equipment mods are in play. Equipment mods give your non-guns extra effects, such as frag grenades becoming sticky to whatever they touch, health kits allowing you to revive yourself, and many other options. You'll also notice how beefy my guns are regarding their damage, reload speed, accuracy, and extra factors of how they work. All these things are results of upgrades found in their upgrade trees, usually upgrading the weapons and giving them added bonuses, like a rechargeable explosive shot whenever you use the weapon, or what the elemental effects of the weapon have, like with the sidearm you see here, which is a weird but useful weapon in the right hands. We'll eventually grab all the canisters of fuel we need, and we'll press on. We'll hear more thunder, but there's no rain, so something isn't right. We'll try to reach out to Captain Dutton, but we get nothing, so we'll continue. The idea of hell planes is broached, and Victor doesn't like the sound of that. We'll see what those are later. We'll have a bridge we'll need to raise to reach the base, so we'll leave and begin trudging through the Venice streets. We'll fight through a few groups of zombies before making it to the bridge. We'll find a cog on the ground, and we'll be told that the bridge controls must have been tampered with, so we'll need to repair it by putting 2 control cogs into the machine. We'll move through the buildings until we find an area that was occupied recently, and we'll reach a dead body used as a sacrifice before reaching another space that had a suicide ritual take place, with bodies littering the area. We'll find the final cog before we wonder if these people were the reason for the invasions. Bruno says he'll investigate and talk to Schweiger to figure out how this plays into what is happening. We'll bring the final cog back to the machine and insert it. Then we'll clear the bridge of zombies before we activate the machine to raise it. We'll defend the controls as the zombies will throw their bodies into it to stop it. We'll fight through several regular zombies before we encounter our first gunner. These guys act the same as the elites from the previous installments, shooting a bottomless clip as they march toward us. They are tougher than most to take down, but a heavy gun can take one out relatively quickly with a little know-how and a quick aim for the head. We'll pick up the heavy machine gun the gunner dropped, and we'll chew through more zombies before the bridge is fully raised. Once it's ready, Victor will bring the boat around, and Bruno tells us to get to him before he soils himself. When we see him, we'll inform him of the suicide cult we found, which he thinks must be a joke, but we don't really do that. We'll reach out to Dutton, but whatever is happening in the air must be interfering with the signal. Then we'll reach the base as we say goodbye, and good luck to Victor. The base is empty, and looks to have been overrun as we reach the first safe room. Once through, Bruno will tell us that we need to look for survivors, as the Resistance forces should be gathered somewhere nearby. We'll exit the safe room and find a ghost town with no survivors in sight. Then we'll cross a bridge before we run into an ambush by a flamer. This guy will help with the challenge of burning zombies this level. After him, we'll move through some buildings before reaching another open space, where we'll be rushed by a few fast zombies with glowing heads. We'll clear the area and move inside to meet our next special zombie, the Commander. They enrage zombies, causing them to run much faster than normal, and the only way to kill a Commander is by destroying his heart. We can shoot it, use a takedown, or stomp them when they're on the ground, but no matter what, take them down. Enraged zombies can be quite a threat as they are faster, and the Commanders can enrage any zombies around us as well. Once the room is cleared, we'll reach Dutton and other survivors outside. We'll talk with them and learn that this is all they have left for troops, and that the storm is connected to something on the ground, but the dead won't let us get near it. He'll say that we need to leave before more hellplanes show up, and make for free Paris. An air raid siren will start, and we'll witness an anti-air gunner so accurate he can completely miss and still shoot down an enemy plane. Then we'll be told to prepare for the attack. The planes will drop zombies from the sky, so we'll be careful of the falling flesh as we defend Dutton and his team. After a bit, rifts will appear that spawn zombies. The rifts can be closed by running up to them and interacting with them. We'll pull out a heart and crush it to destroy the rift. We'll need to seal the others before we can clear the area. We'll then have suiciders dropped on us, so it's a good idea to pick a covered corner and hug a wall, as the explosions can get you through the floor. You'll also see the usefulness of the pistol we have, as divine blasts can be used for healing in a sticky situation. After we clear the area, we'll report the situation to Bruno, and we don't like it. He'll then say that he spoke with Dr. Schweiger, and he has a theory about the storms and the cultists being connected, but we need to investigate further. Information will help us prepare a counteroffensive. After reaching the safe room, we'll head out to find a fountain of some sort. We'll interact with it and find that killing zombies fills the fountain. This is a blood fountain, and we'll need to satisfy the needs of the fountain before we can progress. We'll kill zombies within the radius of it to feed it until it gets enough blood. Bruno tells us that the next time we touch an evil blood fountain, we should try and make sure we know what we're doing first. We'll reach a bridge where we'll meet our next special enemy, the Shadow Demon. It sends a growth to attack from below, where it will grab whomever is unfortunate enough to be snatched, and will turn them into a skeleton. Because we're main characters, we'll just take damage, but afterwards the demon will teleport away and perform the same action again. You can shoot the mass on the ground to stop it, but it's best to kill the Shadow Demon as quickly as possible. After killing the demon, we're contacted by Schweiger. He'll frantically explain that what's happening in Venice is not an isolated incident, as heat maps across Europe have begun to spike with infernal resonance. He says we must learn where they are coming from and why. Research must be done, as we need to find a way to destroy them before something happens, but his transmission is cut off before he can explain further. Bruno will ask all units to form a recon squad to go to Sardinia now to help Schweiger. We'll head closer to the storm and try to find a way to shut it down. We'll head through a building and into an open area with a small fountain, where we'll encounter a new type of zombie, the Boomer. That's not an official name, but it fits given how they will barf at you, slowing you down, and the same effect happens to those around them when killed. These guys can be very annoying, as they will slow your movement, taking away one of your greatest advantages against the undead. Thankfully, they're as weak as all the other regular zombies, so we'll get to shooting. Then we'll reach a room with lights under letters and the word brains written on the wall. You can shoot the lights to spell out brains before unlocking a nearby safe. A neat little puzzle, but be careful of explosive ammo as that can ruin the attempt at the puzzle. We'll enter the next safe room before we reach the site of whatever is causing the storm. We'll prepare and wash off before we move on. We'll head outside to see a giant arm with a hand sending a beam into the sky that is causing the storm. We'll have to destroy it, using electricity in the area to do so. We'll set up a nearby generator and begin the charging process to power up for a strike on the Hell Tower. We'll defend the generator until we throw the switch, but it isn't enough. Then we'll look for more generators to create a single concentrated blast. We'll head down and make our way to the right to repair and activate the generator. Like before, we'll grab a fuse and attach it to the generator before we start it up. The areas around the generators will have ammo and other gear we'll use to defend ourselves until the generators are ready. We'll fight through zombies, suiciders, flamers, and snipers as we use the various traps and explosives nearby to survive. When all three generators are ready, we'll return to the first one near the safe room and throw the switch. We'll get a cutscene of the tower being destroyed by the blast before we make a run for it as the zombies' heads explode. We'll jump for the boat as the zombie shark almost gets us. Then we'll get a flash of a throne before we've completed the level. Meat Locker begins with a cutscene detailing that we know we can destroy the occult towers, and that another has appeared in Sardinia. This is the same place where our chief occultist, Ephraim Schweiger, is on the ground gathering data, but we just lost radio contact with the region. We'll have to get in, secure Schweiger's intel, and then stop the Hellstorm. When we drop into the base, we'll learn that Schweiger and his team already left to deal with the Hellstorm, even against the advice of the locals telling him it's swarming with the dead. He also failed to take in the wonderful art found on the safe room walls. We'll move out into a spooky forest where we'll fight through zombies until we call Bruno to find a way in. He mentions that Schweiger was planning to use a side path in the forest to reach the Hell Tower, so we'll follow the trails. Along the way, we'll run into zombies coming out of little cabins, some could say cabins in the woods, wink wink, where you can find useful items or collectibles. We'll eventually make our way toward a small checkpoint where a zombie will start shooting us from a turret gunner position, letting you know that the zombies may have no brains, but they still remember how to shoot you. We'll clear the area to break the blood seal and then move on. We'll enjoy more art before we hit a large area where we meet the Hell Half-Track, an armored vehicle that boasts a heavy gun up top and armored panels protecting its weak point. We'll have to snipe a panel off and take a few shots at the heart of the machine to destroy it, which is no problem for my leveled setup. Once destroyed, we'll make our way through the wreckages of various tanks, train cars, and other vehicles as we fend off other turret gunners. When we reach the door to the base, we'll learn that we need to refuel the hydraulic canister to open the door. We'll siphon some fuel from 3 of the old wrecks littered about the place, all the while defending ourselves from an onslaught of zombies trying to prevent our gas trip. Once refueled, we'll make it inside the base, where we'll be introduced to an old friend from the previous installment, Armored Giants. These enemies, like their predecessors, are larger, tougher, armored zombies that can take a beating before going down, except when using powerful weaponry, and when we manage to snipe through their visor hole thing they look through. Getting those shots is very satisfying, if I do say so myself. Anyway, we'll run into some of Schweiger's people before the safe room, all dead, and then we'll hear a recorded message from the doctor. He says that he couldn't delay getting to the Hell Tower before the storm hit, and that his team has suffered heavy losses. He wishes us good luck before we head into the bowels of the base. It's very dark here, and we get a classic horror cutscene of a red shirt getting gutted by a new enemy, a creeper. Creepers are small quadrupedal zombies that can crawl on surfaces and can climb out of vents and other hiding places throughout the maps in the game. They often attack in swarms and are low to the ground, so watch your feet unless you want your toes nibbled off. Anyway, we'll reset some breakers to restore power before we move deeper into the base toward the research facility. We'll put a flamer on ice before moving through several rooms. We'll make it to a gym where we can see zombies boxing, and climbing a rope to get some flesh. Even zombies need motivation, I guess. Imagine a Rocky movie, but with zombies. At least Stallone wouldn't have to change his accent. In a nearby room, we can hear the squeak of a zombie hand sliding down a chalkboard, giving a unique audio cue that we can use for finding other collectibles later. We'll reset more breakers as we meet engineers. These zombies have their heads guarded by welding masks in the front, so getting around that for a headshot can be a little tricky if you're going for the brain cam. After a room full of them, we'll drop down into a long hallway with a door we need to breach to find Schweiger, but first we'll need to find some heavy-duty explosives to break through. We'll head down a side passage to find 2 explosives guarded by creepers, elites, engineers, and your average Z. Once we have them, we'll make our way back to the main door and use the explosives to cut through. We'll defend our position against a small horde coming from the 2 pathways to the door before we head for the safe room. Just before it, we get this cute little play on lighting, with a few items put together to resemble a guy holding an axe around the corner. Anyway, we'll enter the safe room where we'll hear another message from Schweiger. He has prepared a countermeasure to the Hell Tower called the Arcane Bomb. The materials we'll need to create this weapon are in the research lab ahead, and Schweiger left instructions for its assembly with his assistant, Carlos. So let's get to building an occult bomb. We'll talk to Carlos in the room ahead, who helps direct us in assembling the Arcane Bomb. We'll grab 3 firing components, install them in a core, calibrate the core, transfer the core into the Arcane Infusion Reactor in the big apparatus in the center of the room. Then we'll activate the Radiation Induction Module to infuse the core with arcane energy by hitting a big red button. We'll wait for the induction module to charge. We'll pray it doesn't detonate. Then infuse the core. Then activate the biofuel distillation process. Then take the biofuel and place it into the core. Infuse the core once more. Then we've got our bomb. Simple stuff. Now we'll move on to attach it to a missile we'll launch at the Hell Tower. Once that is complete, we'll enter the next safe room where we'll meet Carlos, who informs us that the Hell Tower appeared right on top of Schweiger, destroying him in an instant. We'll relay this to Bruno and we'll head out to arm the missile. The launch facility includes a bunker with a few survivors and a wealth of supplies we can use, but I prefer camping on the actual missile launch tower. We'll head up to the control panel and start the conveyor belt to move the missile into position, alerting the zombie horde for dinner. We'll fend off several zombies before a tank appears. It has 4 small automatic turrets on its corners and a major launcher for its main gun. The turrets are easy to cut down, so they don't annoy us for long, but the explosive blast from the large cannon will usually hit through objects. An absolutely ridiculous mechanical mistake to have in a game like this, I might add. In any case, destroying the tank's weak points inside its treads will destroy it for good. Once the tank is down, we'll calibrate the missile's trajectory as we defend against more zombies. When ready, we'll launch the missile, destroying another hell tower. We'll get a closing cutscene of the tower being destroyed in the blast and scientists examining the remains before giving a thumbs up. Then we get another flash of a skeleton beginning to form on the throne from earlier. I wonder what this is leading to. In any case, another mission complete. The next mission, Zombie Zoo, begins by informing us that we're in the dark since Schweiger is gone, but the hellstorm in Croatia might give us some answers. Every squad sent in before us vanished, but we've got to go in to learn what's going on. We'll meet up with a resistance fighter who informs us of a team that made it to the planetarium with blast charges, but they died before being able to detonate them and destroy the hell tower. Then we'll gear up and head out. We'll meet a new enemy, the Grenadier, a zombie that hides behind a shield and chucks grenades at us. These can be incendiary or frag, so keep an eye on how to deal with them. They will often pop their head up before throwing a nade, giving you a chance to snipe them before they blow or burn your nads off. We'll fight through a swarm of grenadiers and zombies before entering the zoo proper. When we do, we'll hear a shrill cry in the distance, making our character a bit jumpy. We'll see some interactable popcorn machines around before we head down to the enclosure we need to enter. It's been electrified, so we need to find a way to deactivate it. We'll search for 3 breakers around the area to disable the electricity. Each one is found around the area, and upon deactivation, will be attacked by various zombies and elites. Once the power is off, we'll jump down into the enclosure and fill a blood fountain before entering the safe room. Once inside, we'll learn that we'll pass through several holding pins on the way to the planetarium, setting up that we may meet something we haven't seen before. This is true, as we get a cutscene just outside the safe room where the Screamer is introduced, as it beats another survivor to death. These enemies are blind and react to sound, so one strategy is to sneak around them when you can. If your takedown is ready, you can also stab them in the back. If you've got the power, you can blast them away as well. Their back is their weak point, but they're tough and can stun you with their screech. They do very high damage in melee range, so pick a strategy that works best for your build and current situation. Anyway, we'll make it past 2 Screamers before we encounter another ritual circle, like what we found in Venice. We'll read an unholy book that tries to grab us before making our way outside again. We'll enter a jungle area where we'll fight through more zombies before reaching a creeper nest. This basically just means lots of creepy crawlers to kill before we move on. Once we do, we'll clear a blood seal to unlock a hatch leading down to the safe room. We'll meet another resistance fighter who tells us that he's too hurt to help, but we still need to stop the hell tower. We'll exit the safe room where we'll enter the aquarium. It's noted that the advanced team didn't linger here long. We'll be underwater at first before interacting with a panel, and a zombie shark attacks the window. We'll fight forward until we reach a large open area with more aquatic exhibits and a few survivors. We need to get through the door they're defending, but we need to get the power on to do so. We'll find the fuse box and activate it. When we return to the door, we'll have to defend it as it takes its sweet time opening for us. We'll defend against creepers crawling out of the main blood pool in the middle of the room until the door opens. Once the door is open, we can head into the next safe room. We'll find drawings of pentagrams and 5 figures stabbing into hearts, further connecting this to what happened in Venice before we head out. We'll leave and encounter another new enemy, the Necromancer, who spawns zombies continuously until you shoot his heart. We'll cut them down before encountering snipers. This area can become quite hectic on Nightmare, as you'll see later in the video when I show you my highlight reel of playing on Nightmare zombies. One thing that I always thought was weird about this sequence is that we get stuck shooting 2 zombies at a time at the doorway we need to exit through. We're essentially blocked off until we kill the right number of zombies to progress. It's a weird part of this mission, and it's an odd thing since we've dealt with all the major threats and the game is spawning pairs of zombies just to delay us. It'd be better if they all spawned at once or something. I'm not sure if this is simply a bug that wasn't fixed or if they are supposed to trickle into the arena while you fight the other zombies. Either way, it's an easy thing to deal with, so no harm done. Afterwards, we'll be contacted by Schweiger. He says he is alive and passed through the Hellstorm in Sardinia into another world. He describes their world as a realm of iron and blood, fire and snow, a factory of death, and that this is where he built his strength and army. He says we must find a way to destroy it before Schweiger is cut off. We'll learn who he is soon enough, but you can probably figure that out since who else would it be in a game like this? After talking to Schweiger, we'll reach the planetarium where we'll hear Hitler when we get close. His disembodied voice says that the hour of reckoning is almost upon us, and that his undead armies will outnumber us 10 to 1 as he brings about the glorious end to the age of humanity. Then we'll head inside the planetarium and grab the blast charges. We'll place them to blow the tower to bits as we avoid the zombies swarming us. Once both are placed, we'll defend against the Horde until it's time for our escape. Once we're ready to leave, we'll get a cutscene of the tower being destroyed, and we'll meet back up with the survivors we met throughout the mission. Then we'll get another flash with a full skeleton sitting on the throne we saw earlier. With that, we've completed another mission. Now we'll get into Rotten Coast, beginning with us learning that another Hell Tower has appeared on the Ligurian coast. We've mobilized a science team to make contact with Schweiger again. However, it may not be enough, so we're going in to make sure we get the intel Schweiger has to offer. Then we'll get a cutscene of us arriving at a resistance base defending against a zombie attack. Once we're in, we'll be told to head to the radio mast on the other side of the mountain to contact Schweiger, and we'll gear up and head out. We'll learn from a resistance fighter that there's been a cave-in and that they sent a guy to blow up the blockage, but he never came back. We'll find the explosives next to the guy's body, and we'll set them off and defend our position while we wait for the blockage to be cleared. Once through, we'll come upon another resistance base under attack, and we'll help clear the area before the locals assume we're reinforcements. We'll help them defend the area from a horde of zombies before we reach a safe room. We'll be pointed toward the radio mast, but we'll need to head through the cellars into a village and later to a ferry. Before we can do all that, we must find the key to the way out of the cellars, so it's creepy key hunting time. We'll deal with creepers in the cellars until we find the key, and make our way out into the village. Once back on the surface, we'll encounter the Suicide General. This enemy officer spawns multiple suiciders near your location that will pop up and explode very quickly, so taking him out is a priority. It's the same as the others, so just shoot the heart. We'll also have to survive the Horde supported by more Suicide Generals and another half-track. A resistance fighter at the top of the bell tower offers support, and a Panzerschreck to deal with the enemy armor. Regardless of our choices on how to survive, we'll do so and head into the nearby safe room. Then we'll meet another survivor inside who says that Command authorized a bombing run on the Hell Tower, and when we ask how we're going to contact Schweiger with the tower destroyed, he acts like he doesn't know anything about Schweiger. In any case, we've got to get there before the bombs drop their payload. We'll fight through more aquatic zombies and their spitting brothers before we find true love in a Screamer and Grenadier doing their best Jack and Rose impression. Then we'll move forward through more zombies to unlock a doorway that leads to the ferry. Bruno will mention that the boat may need refueling, and there should be some on the docks, so we'll grab what we need and get ferrying. As we ride it, we'll deal with snipers before we have to stop to reach the radio tower. Along the way, we'll learn that the bombing run failed, and now we have a chance to contact Schweiger. We'll reach the mast and set the radio to the correct frequency and make contact. Schweiger says he can't talk as the dead are coming, but he'll transmit his encoded message with details we'll need. With contact effective, the responsibility to destroy the Hell Tower now falls to us, so we'll fight our way toward another ferry point. Bruno informs us that the bombs failed to detonate at the Hell Tower, so we'll have to detonate them manually as we wait for the ferry to catch up. We'll board it once more to reach the next safe room. We'll go through an old villa to reach the Hell Tower, exposing us to the Chainsaw Elite. This enemy is as tough as the Gunner, but he's fast, running at us to perform the sacred dance of Saw. With powerful and well-placed shots, we cut him down without too much of a fuss. He drops the Chainsaw Heavy weapon, which I consider to be the worst weapon in the game. You must get into melee range to use it, which puts you at risk of taking damage. Then you learn it only works in a short cone in front of you. Add that you'll probably trade damage with zombies while using it, its weight is cumbersome, and that it has no range. You'll soon realize it's much better to ignore this weapon and focus on your guns instead. Anyway, we'll make it through the underground area of the villa to fill another blood fountain before we arrive at the unexploded bomb. Once we trigger the countdown, we'll be trapped and have to survive while we wait for Bruno to think of a way for us not to blow up. After a horde, we'll get a cutscene where we see the tower destroyed as we simply take cover as the bomb goes off. Then we'll link up with our science crew in our truck, and we'll see another shot of the throne, but the skeleton now has glowing eyes. Ooh, spooky. With that, another mission is complete. Now we'll move into Molten Nightmare, where we'll learn that things have gone from bad to worse. One of the civilians rescued in Croatia was a cultist, and he stole Schweiger's data. All we could decipher before this was something about 5 towers, which is relevant as a 5th Hellstorm appeared in Naples, setting off Vesuvius in the process. We'll go into Naples by boat to go after the cultist and destroy the tower. We'll learn the cultist is holed up in the town ahead. He'll contact us and taunt us, as he's hijacked our radio frequency. We'll gear up and move through the smoldering wreckage of Naples until we reach an overlook position where the cultist will say that the dead rise to destroy those who would oppose the glorious rebuilding, as we deal with the suicider rush. Once cleared, we'll move ahead through more molten city ruins until we cross a lava flow and meet up with another survivor who has been using a generator to douse the fires. The zombies have damaged the generator, so we'll repair it and defend it as it clears the fire so we can progress. Once through, we'll fight past snipers and jump from lava island to lava island as we head for the final suicider rush before a safe room. Bruno will tell us that the cultist has nowhere to hide before we head out to silence him for good. He'll be protected by a force field and an electrified door, so we'll need to find a way around it. We'll find a vantage point where we'll be attacked by snipers. Once they are dealt with, the force field will go down, allowing us a shot at the power supply electrifying the door. We'll zap the cultist when we shoot it, and inspect his corpse where we'll recover Schweiger's data. Now we'll move on to meet up with a demolition crew at the docks so we can destroy the Hell Tower. Once we're close, Willie will ask us for help clearing the docks. Once cleared, we'll talk business. Willie explains that they were prevented from destroying the tower by suiciders, and now there's a blockage we'll need to clear to progress. Luckily, he has some spare explosives we can use to clear the way. Before we can leave, the boat will be attacked, and we'll free Willie from any more zombie threats. You can find a preacher on the stern of the boat, or the back, to help you out with this encounter. Once cleared, we'll grab the explosives and head out. On the way, Willie mentions that they lost a man named Terry during the retreat, who is thick as a brick, but twice as tough. We'll meet him at the rubble we need to clear. We'll blow up the blockage, opening the way forward, and deafening Terry in the process. We can help him back to the boat for the heroic action for this mission, as he mishears everything Willie says to him along the way. Anyway, we'll enter the safe room and learn that the only way toward the castle where the Hell Tower is involves using a crypt that connects to a nearby graveyard. But first, we've got to reach the graveyard. We'll fill a blood fountain and fight a large horde before we reach the corpses of other members of the demolition crew. We'll clear the survivor camp, taking advantage of the large fan trap in the middle, and we'll reach the graveyard. We'll look for a switch as we fend off more zombies before reaching a safe room. Here, Bruno will inform us that the explosives we'll need are scattered around the castle, so we'll need to find and place them at the base of the tower to destroy it. We'll send a last transmission to Bruno before our radio contact is lost, as we enter the castle. We'll find the tower in a large arena supported by a new sniper that fires Panzerschreck rockets at us. These snipers don't have the green laser to indicate position, but they still have their green glow, so it's good to keep an eye on the upper levels to avoid eating a rocket. We'll survive waves of zombie hordes as we unlock the upper levels of the castle. Each time we unlock an upper level, we'll fight through turret zombies to reach an explosive, then we'll fight to place it at the base of the tower. Hitler will tell us that our attempts to halt his great work ends here, and then commands the dead to kill us, and continues taunting us as we disrupt his plan. Thankfully, we're overpowered, so dealing with his minions isn't a hassle. We'll repeat the steps to unlock another upper level and place a second explosive before we're trapped. We'll defend our position until we break the blood seal and sprint to the exit before we explode with the tower. We'll get a cutscene of our character sliding out in the nick of time before the tower sinks into the lava. Then we'll see the throne again with a fleshy dude on it before we finish the level. Now we'll get into the next level, All Roads Lead to Hell. The cutscene will explain that we understood Schweiger's transmission too late, as we see a giant pentagram across the 5 Hell Towers we destroyed around Italy. We learn that they were the first stage of a darker plan, and we played right into it. It was a giant sacrifice, and at its center, something is about to punch through. We'll enter Rome through the sewers, and learn that we need to clear some blockages to reach Bruno and the war room so we can develop a plan. We'll fight through a cave system to a detonator that we'll need to use to progress. When we set it off, we'll see that its wiring is faulty, and we'll have to repair the wiring around the cave to set off the explosives to clear the way forward and close other pathways that zombies are spawning from. Once through the blockage, we'll drop down into another arena where we'll deal with a horde of creepers supported by a flamer. Then we'll reach the safe room. Going into this safe room has some of the funniest voice acting I've ever seen in a game.
Come in. Bruno's up ahead. He's been waiting for you.
What is that accent? Anyway, we'll talk to Bruno, who explains that there's an old church at the heart of the city that was turned into a ritual site, where Hitler is said to emerge. We need to stop the ritual, so we'll head through the tunnels to reach the surface. This tunnel can be a bit tricky as we'll deal with screamers, and since we don't have a takedown, we'll do our best with our bullets. We'll go to 3 valves and destroy them to open a gated area we'll need to reach. Once through, we'll learn from Bruno that we'll have to pass through the old sanctum, once a holy place, but now it's just another cursed ritual site. We'll defend against a horde before reaching the next safe room. Once inside, we'll learn that we'll need to head through the town to reach the main square, where we'll meet a captain who can point us toward the church. This next area with the blood fountain has a particular surprise on Nightmare, so look forward to that when we go over the Nightmare run highlights. This is a good area to get the challenge for the mission of reaching a 100 combo, as the zombies will continuously spawn from the building at the top of the staircase, even if it's a little slow. Anyway, we'll make it past them to deal with an area with armored giants and grenadiers before we reach the town square, where we find other survivors, led by Captain Hugh. We'll defend the area as best we can, even if our fleshy friends die in the process. Then we'll get into the safe room. This is our final push to stop the ritual, so we'll have some substantial resistance at the church. Once we open fire, all the dead in Rome will know we're here, so let's hope there's enough ammunition. We'll engage the Horde, which includes varying zombies, commanders, regular and rocket snipers, elites, and a half-track. Once cleared, we'll head into the church. We'll witness 4 occult officers wearing skull masks summoning Hitler's body and empowering it with occult energies until the big bad returns. If we're quick enough, we can take out all 4 of them and shoot Hitler with 1 mag, assuming the gun is strong enough. Then we'll get a cutscene of Hitler getting back up from being shot, and he erupts into energy as we're thrown back before the mission ends. The penultimate level of the base game, Hell Base, begins by showing us the map of the pentagram across Italy before we see our character wake up in Hell. We can't contact anyone, so we'll grab what supplies we can and head out. It'll be cold outside, as our character questions what's going on. We'll have to sneak or fight past a few screamers to reach the next area, where we see a giant flak tower in the distance, leading our character to make the connection that we really are in Hell. We'll fight through some zombies to reach a blood fountain we'll need to fill to progress. Once through, we'll help another survivor on a bridge who can't really be sure if he's alive or dead. Then we'll head for a gate where we'll fight through a horde of snipers and creepers to reach an entry point into the fortress. Once we get closer, our character will lament that Schweiger described this place to a T, so we should see if he's alive and if he can direct us on how to deal with Hitler. We'll follow Schweiger's trail as we battle through more hordes until we reach a bloody sewer where we'll meet Schweiger himself. He'll tell us that this place is a manifestation of all of Hitler's hate, and Schweiger says it's his fault. We'll learn why later. We'll meet him just before the safe room, and when we ask to get in, he says that we'll need to defend the area before we can enter the safe room. Nice of him to let us in after the horde appears, instead of before. We'll clear the area and make it inside. Schweiger will explain that this is Hitler's factory, where his war machines made of flesh and metal are created. We're going to blow it up, so we'll follow Schweiger, who points us to destroy safety valves around the factory that will lead to the destruction of the factory itself. We'll shoot the first valve before fighting through more zombies. We'll reach a lower level to destroy 2 more valves before jumping down into another area where you can see a rat with a blinking light on it. These rats are scattered throughout this and some other levels that, once all are killed, will unlock something in the area. In this level, it unlocks a safe in the safe room. Anyway, we'll push through more zombies to destroy the last few valves before the factory starts falling apart. As it does, we'll fight our way to the safe room. Once inside, we'll be directed to Hitler's throne room, where we'll meet up with Schweiger again. Before we can reach the throne room, we'll fight through an arena where we'll deal with several zombies and another hell tank while we wait on an elevator. This arena is massive, so we should have enough room to deal with the tank as it circles around and cuts through the arena's center. Once the elevator arrives, we'll take it up to the next safe room. Then we'll head for the throne room, where we'll pick up a relic in the center of the room. We learn that it made Hitler and all of this, and if it made him, it could unmake him. We'll take the relic, but we'll have to fight off a horde as they now know we're here. Once past the horde, we'll head up a winding path to the roof, where Schweiger says that one of us will have to stay behind to allow the other to return through the portal, and Schweiger decides to stay to atone for his failings. Once he begins, we'll defend our position against a zombie horde. Once the portal is ready, Schweiger says to give Hitler a good kicking for him, and will reference Terminator 2 as we return to the regular world and the mission ends. The final level of the base game, Hell Machine, begins with our character returning to our friends in Rome. We let them know the situation with Schweiger, so we'll take Edie's divine machine gun to fight against the undead in a last stand. We'll gear up and get ready for the final battle. Once outside, we'll fight through a horde and move to an upper area where we'll get a cutscene of a giant tank that Hitler is riding. This is the titular Hell Machine, with giant turrets shooting suiciders at us. Hitler will monologue, saying this is where the Eternal Reich begins, and that this world will be burned to ash to make way for a glorious golden age. This is where we begin the boss fight. We'll need to shoot the turrets until they are all destroyed, all the while avoiding suicider bombs, machine guns, skull missiles, and zombies spawning. We can shoot the spotlights on the top of the tank to allow supply drops of more divine machine guns if we want them. Once the first 5 turrets are destroyed, Hitler will unleash the Oberwaffe, giving us another cutscene of a giant minigun shooting rockets as our character makes our way inside the machine. We'll destroy hearts around the place until it starts blowing up, and we slide out into the sewers for some reason. Hitler laughs at us as the tank is still standing. We'll fight our way back to the surface where we'll deal with round 2 against the machine. We'll need to destroy 9 turrets this time, while also dealing with the occasional Oberwaffe. This weapon will destroy everything within the red light on the ground, so stay out of the way of the red paths. Once all the turrets are destroyed, we'll get a cutscene of the tank falling apart before Hitler appears, summoning zombie Hitlers to defend him. If you ever wanted to shoot hundreds of zombie Hitlers, the dream is now real. We'll cut through his horde until we get a cutscene of Hitler falling to the ground, and we'll use the relic on him. He tries to beg for mercy, but we kick him in the face and then beat him to death with the relic before kicking it through his chest. Then he'll be electrocuted and shock us back over an edge before letting out a beam of occult energy, killing zombies all over the place, just in the nick of time. We'll climb back from the edge and look over our handiwork. Then we'll get the credits. Don't forget to #BlameTim. With that, the main game is complete, and we can move on to the DLC. The first DLC, Terror Lab, starts with us learning that the zombie army still marches, and the blame can be placed on the relic we stole from Hell. We don't understand its true power, so we're going to Schweiger's old lab in Bavaria. We're headed there to use Schweiger's equipment to study the relic. Then we'll see a zombie eating dinner, but Carl has to drop a load. Then we'll grab some equipment and head out. We'll need to restore power, so we'll need to reach the control room across the way. We'll fight through several zombies before reaching the control room and restoring power. Schweiger's machine is ready for use, but we've got to reach it. We'll fight past more zombies supported by commanders, suiciders, and snipers before running into a building with a zombie with a bucket on his head. The true and terrifying might of the glorious Golden Age. We'll fight through officers and then out into a train yard that will do its best to kill us before we reach Schweiger's machine. We'll insert the relic and it'll do its thing, while zombies begin spawning below and behind us. We'll survive against a horde of suiciders, flamers, and zombies before the process is finished. We'll have to decipher the data, but we'll head out as everything begins shaking. After entering the safe room, we'll see occult stuff everywhere, and everything used in the ritual sites. This is where we begin to see how deep Schweiger was in the plot to carry out Plan Z, but this will unfold through the rest of the DLCs, as this is a long-running story throughout each level until the end. But that'll play out as we reach each mission. We'll head out and see a town ahead with a clock tower engulfed in occult energy projecting a barrier around the town. Our new objective is to push into the town to see what's going on. We'll fight our way into a building and be pinned once we see a half-track outside. Be careful here, as zombies can spawn behind the way you came, causing chaos, as we're rushed by suiciders. We'll defy death and continue past a blockage until we find some paratrooper corpses from an earlier squad that came in. We'll then fight off another horde of zombies before moving on to reach the center of town. We'll find a statue of Hitler on the way that the paratroopers tried destroying, but were killed before they could blow up old pencil stash. We'll locate and place the explosives and set off the detonator. We'll fight off waves of zombies before the statue is destroyed. We'll defeat the zombie backup, and then we'll reach the next safe room. We'll head out and save someone who mentioned surviving on moss and snails, so hopefully they can get out of here and get a pizza or something to quench that appetite. We'll move on until we reach the center of town, where we'll find an occult shield around a statue, so we'll follow energy trails leading to 3 ritual shrines we'll interact with. These take a small bit of health every time they are interacted with, and spawn a lot of zombies to kill us, so don't interact with it on low HP. The first shrine is in a house on the top floor near the statue. A second can be found on the bottom floor of a building near a fountain. A regular one, not the bloody kind. A third shrine is found in a basement and will spawn a butcher in the entranceway, so we'll make sure we're ready for a fight, or a run, when he comes out of the closet to play. We'll make it back to the statue where we'll find a switch on it. Like every horror protagonist, we hit the switch we probably shouldn't, and will be attacked by another wave of zombies. This gets a bit crazy on Nightmare, as you'll see later. We'll survive the wave of the dead and make it inside another safe room hidden below the clock tower. We'll find ourselves in a ceremonial locker room, then we'll move on. We'll investigate the hidden chamber, where we'll find screamers in a temple similar to the one in Rome. Our character will question aloud how old the cult must be for this to exist, before we silence the screamy ones. Once they are dealt with, we'll find 3 ceremonial skulls we'll place on pedestals. Once they are all in place, we'll complete the ritual by filling a blood fountain. We'll fight through a wave of zombies before we complete the ritual. Then we'll kill the occult officers and clear the room. When we step into the pool of blood, a cutscene plays. The relic floats into the center and releases occult energy and blood, destroying the clock tower as we run from the debris as a zombie gets crushed by the bell. With that, the first DLC is over. Not much of a payoff in terms of a story, but we've got to treat this as a part of a larger story spread across each DLC mission. The next DLC, Blood Count, begins with us learning that occult texts we found describe Plan Z as being one step in a larger and older plan. Our experts have traced these texts back to an ancient castle in Transylvania, and to its steward, Baron Umbra. We're headed in to learn what we can about all this. We'll get a cutscene of us driving in, before we're attacked by vampiric-looking creepers that end up getting our truck sent over a cliff. We'll drop in with a view of the castle, so we'll proceed on foot. Once we're geared up and head out, we'll meet the new creepers. They are tougher than the old ones, resulting in much higher health. This can lead to some problems, as they won't go down with a single hit with most weapons, like the normal creepers. Anyway, we'll find a convoy with several mechanical components, and Bruno does some digging to reveal that before the Undead Crisis, the Allies intercepted a coded message about a Project Agartha, hinting that the Germans were building something big. Once the crisis began, it was forgotten, but whatever they were building must be in the castle. We'll fight through a frozen river before making it closer to the castle, where we'll see the convoy taking lab equipment up to the castle itself. We'll eventually reach a gate for the castle, where we'll enter a safe room, but not before witnessing zombies sliding downstairs. Once inside, our character will ask if there's anything we should know about the Baron, if he had any relatives, and the like. Bruno informs us that the Barons have been occupying the castle for hundreds of years, but there are no records of wives or children, not even a family tree, hinting at what lies ahead. When we exit the safe room, we'll find ourselves in a town surrounding the castle. Bruno explains that the citizens rarely ventured beyond its walls, so our intel is limited. The people of the surrounding villages refused to go near it, as they believed it to be cursed. Stories were told of people who approached the citadel disappearing, which is very reminiscent of other things found in a particular Transylvanian area, but that's another story. Anyway, we'll have to satisfy 3 blood fountains around the town before we can get inside. This place is big, as this is the entire level, so there are plenty of opportunities to find heavy weapons and gear around. Just be careful of the zombies and their obsession with blood. Upon satisfying all 3 fountains, we'll cut through a butcher to reach the next safe room. Our character will inform Bruno of the bodies in the safe room, proving the theories of disappearance is true. The Baron was collecting bodies, but we must wonder why. We'll exit the safe room and find the end of the convoy at the entrance to the real castle. We'll enter the area and fight through zombies before Bruno has more intel. He explains that some of the writings we've gathered were written by the Baron himself. They translate to, "Profane alchemy breaks down every false rule of this materialistic civilization. Blood is the vessel of our will, and it will fuel the great journey downward toward the light of a golden age." This explains the bodies, but the meaning of blood as fuel and the great journey downwards are still a mystery. For now. We'll follow a secret passage underground, where we'll meet an armored giant variant that is electrified. We'll meet a disembodied brain floating in a jar that communicates to us that it needs a battery to survive, so we'll take it up to a truck on the surface. Once plugged in, it'll say that it can take it from here as soon as it learns how to use its new robot body. Just a weird little thing they added. Thought it was neat. Once back underground, we'll throw some switches to activate the blood battery fueling process. We'll process the corpses and the stasis tanks into blood to fill the batteries, and once that is completed, the elevator will unlock, and we can take a trip further down. But first, a screamer. Once the creaky boy is dead, we'll take the elevator down to find a giant drill. The great journey downwards makes a lot more sense now. A machine voice will explain the Agartha launch status. The vessel is deactivated, the rail is deactivated, and the blood batteries are ready for resonant energy infusion. Our character and Bruno argue over using the drill before the enemy does, or if that's exactly what they want. We decide to head down anyway to see what they were up to, and we'll send the blood batteries on their merry way. We'll fight off some snipers before activating the plasma reactor to continue the launch sequence. We'll be trapped here as zombies portal in, so we'll survive until the batteries are ready. Afterwards, we'll proceed up a tower as Bruno reads us more of the Baron's writings. Visions of Saint Abaddon guided me to the well, the source of his revelations. But where he fled, I remained. Here I built my shrine, and waited as the truth of the world was revealed to me. If the castle is above the source of revelations, we'll want to find out what's beneath it. This text also implies that the Baron is hundreds of years old, which can't be possible, but we are dealing with occult extremists raising the dead, so a little faith in the Baron's age wouldn't be that out of proportion. Bruno continues with another excerpt from the Baron's writings. The path of revelation leads to the heart of the world, into the halls of our ancestors. We will await the end of the Dark Age there, inherit the mantle of their power, and return to reclaim the surface in a new golden age. Whatever is deep below, the cult wants it, and that's the goal of Project Agartha. The machine voice will appear again, stating the blood batteries are unstable, the vessel is incomplete, and that it recommends a manual launch abort. In short, this thing is not ready for drilling, and the machine knows it. We'll ignore it and interact with a switch that opens up the way forward. We'll fight through more super vampire creepers before reaching a safe room. The machine will repeat its monologue endlessly, then we interact with a button outside to activate the rail system to start the launch sequence. We'll get a cutscene of the drill spinning up as our character jumps inside. Like most story heroes, once inside, we'll ask how we can drive this thing. Bruno can't help, so he goes to get someone who can assist us as the machine tells us that there are no destination markers detected and the guidance system is missing. We're flying by the seat of our pants here, and they're on fire. We'll work with Edie to pilot the drill as best we can, and she explains that it's probably a biomass fuel source using a Z5 mechanical computer to regulate the occult energy. I know it sounds like occult technobabble, but it will come up later. Her best advice is that we'll need to do some hot wiring or something. Thanks for the invaluable help, Edie. We'll activate some doors and fight our way down to the next level, but there's no further way down. We'll activate a welding drill thing to cut a hole in the floor to allow us to go deeper into the machine. Once we drop through the hole we made, we'll find ourselves near the core of the drill. Edie will spout more women in STEM technobabble before we head deeper to find the crew strapped into seats around the drill. We'll toast them and find a room that holds lots of goodies if you can find all the rats with tech strapped to them. Ahead, we'll have to reroute power and use blood cells to open doors to reach the areas we need to get to. We'll open a door as the machine says there's a fire in the coolant system, and the plasma reactor is damaged. This thing is falling apart, so we've got to reach the coolant system chamber. Once we do, we'll drop down into the final arena of the mission, where we'll gather blood cells to repair the coolant system. Once we repair it, we'll survive as best we can against zombies until the machine voice mentions a major obstruction will hit. A cutscene will play, showing the place shaking as the drill breaks through into a cavern before it goes black. With that, another mission is complete. The following mission, Deeper Than Hell, begins with us being informed that our transmission broke up as we entered the center of the Earth. Whatever is down here is the key to the cult controlling the zombie army. This place will be ancient and dangerous, as well as where it all began. If we aren't careful, we could trigger a fate worse than hell on Earth. Then we'll see our character waking up in Agartha as we see the mass wreckage of the drill. We'll start by looking for a way out of the wreckage. We'll try contacting Bruno and Edie and letting them know the situation. Then we'll get to looking for explosives to clear the way forward. After finding 2 thermite charges around the wreckage, we'll set them up and defend our position against the Horde. Once cleared, we'll see a cliff with mining zombies that didn't come from the drill, and apparently were a scout party. We'll move around to the top of the cliff, where we'll see a campsite with equipment everywhere. We report this to Bruno, who quotes that they plan to retreat to the Hollow Earth and reclaim the mantle of power from our ancestors. We'll investigate the area and find a key for a generator that we'll use to power the camp. We'll be besieged by zombies before we see occult commanders with the deer masks again. As we fight, Bruno questions if Plan Z was triggered earlier than expected, as the digging may not have been completed. Apparently, they were searching for some source of occult energy, which we'll see soon enough. Once the Horde is cleared, we'll enter a safe room and then progress through some tunnels. Bruno will explain that the scouts had plans to excavate something very old, and he quotes more translations. The visions have revealed to me a new and final epiphany. In this dark age, blood is will. You must master your conscious and subconscious mind to truly master your will. Only then will the mystic truth allow you to shape the form of the world. We'll see more on this later. We'll eventually make it to a waterfall where we'll set explosives to breach a blockage before fighting through another horde. Just past the waterfall, we'll be contacted by Schweiger, the unkillable man. He explains that the relic we used against Hitler must have left a residue on us that he can track. If we find a source of concentrated occult power, Schweiger may be able to do something, but he's cut off before he can finish. We'll find an occult generator that requires 2 blood batteries to power the path forward. We'll search the nearby passages for the batteries, and deal with zombies before we get a long stretch of dialogue. This goes on for over a minute, which isn't long in terms of time, but it's a very long stretch for a player to simply sit and listen without doing anything. I personally don't have an issue with this kind of thing, but it can be annoying when it's time for the story, and all you can do is sit and wait for the dialogue to end. Anyway, we'll load the batteries into the occult generator, and Edie will explain that the cult can use these generators to easily jumpstart occult reactions, so we will be seeing more of them. Then Schweiger will appear, and he'll ask what this place is. We'll tell him it's apparently the home of the relic, and Plan Z turned out to be part of something bigger. Whatever is buried here, this is what the cult were after. Schweiger says he somehow knows this through something like memories or instincts in his subconscious. The ruin has a power, and he tries something that he loses control of before he teleports away and we fight another horde. We'll toast him and go after Schweiger through the passage he opened. We'll find a massive dig site with giant statues. They appear to be trying to break out of here, and we wonder why this place was sealed and forgotten. We'll explore the dig site to learn the power is out. We'll need it to unlock the safe room, so we'll initiate a generator and activate 2 junction boxes. Each interaction spawns zombies, so it's best not to spam all 3 as fast as possible unless you're up for a chaotic experience. Once power is restored and the horde is dealt with, we'll enter the safe room and move on. Schweiger will contact us saying this connection is still unstable, but he'll help if he can. Then we get a cutscene of the local enemy, Skelemen. Not an official name, but that's what they are. These enemies are fast but weak, so SMGs and other weapons with fast fire rates or large mags are a good fit to scatter bones. After meeting the Skelebros, we'll find a sacrificial pit filled with bones before seeing another occult generator. This time we'll deal with Skelebags, protecting the 2 areas with the blood cells we need. While exploring, our character will make the observation that the statues here are different than before, more primitive, and less organic. Whoever built this place used it as a place of worship. Bruno will question if the ancestors were slaves who worshipped the giants we saw, and says that the cult have this place all wrong, as we don't know what it was for. Once a blood cell is retrieved, we'll be rushed by more Skeledudes, so survival will depend on the pistol used, meaning my trusty Webley isn't as useful when rushed by that many enemies. Thankfully they aren't infinite, so a quick fight with an SMG or heavy weapon will clear the area for us to return the blood cells. There's a small side passage where we'll see 2 zombies with boxing gloves having a dance. The sign says something along the lines of a dance fight, but I used Google Translate for this, so take that with a grain of salt. Any German speakers out there are welcome to correct me if Google or I am incorrect. We'll find prison cells along this other path, and Bruno will mention that the ancestors don't seem to have much power to speak of, so who do the cult think they are contacting? We'll learn that in due time. Once both blood cells are returned to the generator, Schweiger will appear again. When asked if he can fill in any blanks about the history of this place, he says nothing specific, but he does sense reverence and fear. We are getting closer to the heart of power in this place. Then the generator goes nuts and more dead rush us. We'll fight them off, and Schweiger will say that the energy is passing through him, and he sees visions before disappearing again. We'll enter the next safe room and then move on to reach another large door. We'll defend against Skelebuns as Schweiger appears and explains that we are at the source. This is what the cult wanted to control, but he says we should take it for ourselves. Bruno asks if we should bury it, but Schweiger says it doesn't matter, and that he knows what this place and its mystic forces can do. He will build a new machine with their technology, and his own to harness the power. All it takes is understanding and control before he says, "Blood is will," allowing him to open the door. We'll get one of the few unskippable cutscenes in the game, which I find strange why this isn't skippable, but it's not that long, so it's not much of an issue. Anyway, we'll see Schweiger create a machine and surround himself with an occult barrier before we jump into the final battle of the mission. We'll have to stop Schweiger from completing the occult engine he's building, and survive long enough to do so. Schweiger will explain that the cultists were simply too deluded to understand, and that we must tame this power before anybody else claims it. Our character tells him that he's done enough, and that we should end this. He says we can understand the whole of creation and form it in our vision. Bruno asks how this is any different from the cult's plan to trigger a Dark Age and begin a new world in the ruins. Then we'll be told to destroy the batteries floating around. We'll do so while avoiding zombies, before psychic projections come to attack us. They are electric enemies with Schweiger's hat. While we defend ourselves, Schweiger will say he must learn everything, and that we're just holding him back, but he'll make us understand. Then we'll have to avoid the occult feedback, as in electric areas popping up around the arena. Bruno begs Schweiger to listen to reason, but he says what we do here today defines the fate of the world. Bruno says we don't understand this power, and we could make things worse. The machine will say that it's decrypting things, and Schweiger will tell us to stop, as we're dooming us all. We'll continue by destroying more batteries, before fending off more electric fedoras. We'll hear Schweiger say that this is his fault, and he's strong enough to do what he wants. Then he says he's tired of dragging us along, before we see fedora snipers. Schweiger continues by saying that if he controls the world, it can't hurt him again. This is important to the DLC storyline, and Schweiger's, so keep that in mind. Anyway, Schweiger will continue by saying that he has seen the void between worlds, and the world is all we have. There is no heaven, only an eternity of hells. We'll fend off Z5 automated defenses that resemble the Hell Machine turrets before destroying more batteries as we dodge all kinds of attacks and zombies. Once the batteries are destroyed, we'll get a cutscene of Schweiger being electrocuted by the occult energy as the machine explodes, and will narrowly escape as the entire place begins collapsing as the giant's eyes spark. We'll book it out of here as fast as we can, before appearing out of a hole just outside of the Baron's castle, bringing the mission to a close. The following level, Damnation Valley, begins with us being informed of another hellstorm being sighted above the Alps. As our new chief occult scientist, Edie volunteered to take a scout team to investigate, but we've lost contact with them. We'll have to rendezvous with her and try to bring down the hellstorm. Then we'll drop in. Bruno will say we're not far from the dam the storm is above. Then he'll ask if it's still there before our character comments that it is, and it's a huge one. We'll gear up and find a reference to our situation on a table before moving out. Once we do, Bruno will tell us that there is a group of survivors ahead that should be able to help us find Edie and her team. After fighting our way up to the checkpoint, we'll find no survivors or Edie. We'll have to keep moving, but first we need to restore power to the gate. We'll refuel the generator and open the gate before we're rushed by a horde on the bridge. Once dealt with, we'll inform Bruno that the road is blocked. He says the Resistance chose this spot because the bridge is the only way across for miles. Then he wishes us good luck and tells us not to look down as we cross the bridge. We'll fight through more zombies before Bruno says we're looking for a large pipe that Edie used to breach an entrance to the dam. We'll meet survivors up ahead, who we'll rescue from some zombies, before they inform us that Edie left them to defend the entrance when it collapsed. Thankfully, they have explosives to breach the rubble blocking the way, and will cover us while we blow it up. We'll find and set the explosives before triggering them and dealing with another horde. Once they are sent back to the grave, we'll enter a safe room and move on. We'll contact Bruno to inform him of our progress, but our signal is patchy because of the hellstorm or the concrete, but we aren't sure of which. We'll infiltrate the dam and fight through more zombie hordes to try to reach the control room where Edie probably went. We'll have to restore power to open the path forward, so we'll reset 3 breakers around the area while dealing with zombies. Once the power is restored, we'll fight through more Zeds, learning that we've lost contact with Bruno, until we reach a hallway with a room with an ammo box that is definitely not a trap, as you can see by the Suicider ambush. Just after that is a flooded area with a door we'll have to breach to make it to the control room. We'll set explosives and hold our ground against another horde before making it to the control room itself. We'll find Edie inside, and she'll explain that she was collecting data on the mulcher, so she can research the process, which will make more sense in a moment. We'll exit the control room and Edie will tell us the big meat grinder in the middle of the complex has been dubbed the mulcher, as mentioned before. She says it's a clever way to scale up blood battery production, as the hellstorm outside is a rift dropping hundreds of zombies into the reservoir, and grounding them into a fine paste of bloody goodness. This area has 4 sections to clear before we can leave, with the first 3 being optional regarding what order you choose to do them in. Our first pick has Edie tell us that there are blood tank tracks that reach the surface, so we'll need to activate and defend the panel until the capacitors are fully charged. Once completed, we'll hit a button to discharge their energy into the blood tank. Edie will mention that the Z5 machine voice is appearing at a lot of these automated facilities before calling it a big moron. This will come into play later down the road. Anyway, we'll infuse the blood batteries with Edie recording the data before we move on to the next area on the opposite side of the complex. We'll find the power supply, and Edie explains that the cult heavily modified these generators in a similar way to what we found in Sardinia, so we'll need some blood cells to refuel the occult generator. We'll find them in the nearby rooms guarded by engineers, then we'll restart the generator. The generator generates stuff, we'll defend it while Edie records what it does, and questions why the cult needs as much occult energy as they are generating. We'll defend the generator until it explodes, then we'll head to the third location in the center of the complex, where we'll be at the mulcher itself. We'll restart the grinder and open the floodgates to witness the mulcher making a giant zombie milkshake. We'll defend ourselves from another horde until the process is complete. Edie completes her research and says that if we ever get tired of shooting things, she thinks we'd be a great lab assistant. She also says she'll leave the way she came in, but not before giving the mulcher a few treats to deal with it. Then she'll tell us to take the elevator up to reach the top of the dam, where the rest of Edie's team went. We'll reach the fourth and final area of the level, where we'll defend our position from a horde after we call the elevator. Once the elevator arrives, we'll get a cutscene of our character taking a trip up until we enter a safe room. Edie will explain that she fed the mulcher a thermite charge. It cleared the radio up, but there's a catch. Edie called a bomber. For being a scientist, she probably should have thought to exit the area before the bomber comes in to, blow the thing to smithereens. Anyway, we'll find 4 towers with hearts to shoot that are involved in the ritual keeping the Hellstorm open. We'll contact Captain Dutton, and he thanks us for the help in Venice, as we continue destroying hearts while being attacked by hordes of zombies. The only problem I have with this section of the game is what I'd call active cutscenes, where we'll get a cutscene of the towers exploding, but time progresses during those cutscenes in-game, so if we trigger it while swarmed, we'll spawn back in as knocked down or dead, which is something they really should have fixed. It's no fun watching an explosion when it results in an unfair death. Anyway, once all the hearts are destroyed, Dutton says we have one shot at this, and that we need to commandeer one of the trains to find where they are taking all the blood fuel. We'll survive another ambush until the fog is cleared, and we'll make a run for the train. Once we make it to the end, we'll get a cutscene of us entering the train as it drives off, as the bomber comes in to bomb the place, which it does so quite effectively. With that, the mission is complete. The following mission, Alpine Blitz, begins with us learning that our next move is finding out where the cult has been transporting the blood fuel. We'll follow the train tracks into the mountains before we see a cutscene of a Zeppelin appearing that derails our train before we drop in. We'll be contacted by Major Wilkins, who informs us that the Zeppelin followed one of our bombers back to base. The anti-air guns drove it off, but the survivors are running low on ammunition. Our first priority is to get to the airfield, especially with the Zeppelin in play. We'll follow the train tracks while fighting off zombies until we reach a sawmill with a survivor. We'll help Gregory clear the sawmill of zombies before he tells us that he needs to restore power, and we'll find some jerry cans to top the generator off. While collecting fuel, we'll witness Greg's greatest creation, the chopper. Originally built to cut logs, it now has become a great tool to shred the dead. Once the generator is fueled, we'll close a gate and clean up any stragglers we find. We'll survive a few hordes before Greg unlocks the safe room for us. He tells us to keep an eye out for a church after some tunnels. He'll also tell us that the Zeppelin blew up his favorite barn, so he asks us to return the favor. Then we'll head into the safe room. Wilkins will explain that the smuggling tunnels will lead us to a forest, and then onto the church we need to reach. Once outside, we'll fight through a forest before reaching the church itself. We'll have to clear the area to break the blood seal, then we'll ring the bell for some reason. I have no idea why. It's just a creepy bell toll sound just because. We'll learn that the nearby town was abandoned during the war, as they didn't have time to rebuild it. Then we'll fight through a horde at the church before fighting another horde, before getting into the town and then fighting more hordes in the town while we investigate it. We'll have to turn off the traps blocking the way into a safe room, requiring us to shoot a breaker in a nearby building and throwing a switch. After those two things are done, we'll deal with a half-track before making it into the safe room. We'll contact Bruno and he'll tell us to gun down the enemy and push forward. Once we head outside, we'll engage zombies down a long road leading to a resistance base, so we'll fight our way up to them. Once we reach the base, we'll regroup with the survivors before talking to Wilkins. He'll explain that the Zeppelin brought reinforcements, and we must prepare for a wave of zombies. Once the zombies arrive, we'll defend our location until we regroup in the garden. Then we'll defend the garden until Wilkins tells us to get inside. Then we'll get a cutscene of the Zeppelin launching a rocket that hits the ground and releases a gas that turns survivors into zombies immediately. We'll escape underground into the safe room. Wilkins will thank us for our help before we hear from Dutton. He asks for reinforcements, and Wilkins tells us that we need to take back the runway and get a plane in the air to deal with the Zeppelin, as we can't deal with attacks like the gas. We'll head out to the runway where we'll meet up with Dutton and other survivors. He'll inform us that we need to repair the plane before we can take off. We'll be searching for hydraulic fluid and motor oil in the area, found in the hay barn and the hangar. We'll fight through several zombies at each location before returning the various fluids to Dutton's plane. While he makes repairs, we'll defend ourselves against a final horde of zombies. Once we're ready to fly, we'll get a cutscene referencing Indy's famous plane shredding before we jump in the plane and take off after the Zeppelin. With that, the mission is complete. The follow-up, Dead Zeppelin, begins with us chasing the Zepp to its lair before we crash land at its base of operations. Dutton will work on fixing the long-range radio while we work on taking out the anti-air guns that shot us down. We'll find them just up ahead, and we'll grab some explosives to destroy them. We'll have to take out the 3 guns in the area by breaking through the metal doors protecting the hell hearts powering each gun. We can do this in any order, but each one will spawn a zombie horde at the other 2 that will rush to the other one currently under attack. We'll have to deal with that as well as several snipers spawning throughout. After destroying each one, we'll get another active cutscene before we move on. When we plant the thermite on the second gun, we'll get a cutscene of a new commander that has protective armor over his heart, so taking him down won't be as simple as with other commanders. We can still shoot to kill him, but it takes a few extra shots. Once all the guns are destroyed, Dutton will mention that the guns must be connected to the main base in some way, and then sees a cable car that could deliver us into the heart of the Zeppelin base to destroy it from the inside. We'll make our way into a safe room, and then Dutton will reach Bruno. He'll explain the situation, and we'll learn that there's an armada of Zeppelins, so Bruno and Edie will do some digging while we work our way into the base. To reach the base, we'll take the cable cars that Dutton saw. The trick is that we'll have to take them up while dealing with hordes at checkpoints and snipers posing quite a threat while being transported, as there's hardly any cover while on the cable car. Once we reach a midway point in the cable transport, we'll have to authorize a security check before we can proceed. We'll kill through some zombies to find a key that we can use to clear us for a continued cable ride. On the second ride, we'll encounter turrets on the side of the base that resemble the Hell Machine's guns, before we finally reach the base itself. Bruno will float the idea that the Z5 machine here may remember us, and Edie says the other one we encountered blew up, so that's unlikely, saying it's nothing more than a pre-programmed script. This will be important later. We'll clear another horde before we reach the next safe room. Dutton says this must be where the cult is building the Zeppelin's payloads of gas. Then we'll head into the factory, while Edie suggests that the Z5 core has continued construction because of its automation. We can use that against it if we sabotage the construction process. Then we say we're going to blow it up, which is nothing like sabotaging the construction process at all, so why even suggest it? There are some weird moments during some of these conversations where I don't know if they actually hear each other talking. Anyway, the Z5 core will detect us and lock the doors, so we'll take a vent route where we'll kill creepers until we reach the main hangar. We'll learn that the factory isn't just making the bombs, but the Zeppelins themselves. Bruno says that they thought the Zeppelin program was scrapped years ago, but if they could hide an operation of this scale, who knows what they've been developing. It's a very vague way of saying, we've got more in store for players. We'll activate switches to sabotage the blood fuel pipes supplying the Zeppelins. We'll take out several of them before we progress further into an area with welding torches that'll damage us if we stay along the line too long. We'll dodge them while Edie says we're her eyes and ears, so we need to learn how they build the Zeppelins to learn how to tear them apart. We'll regroup in a Zeppelin before defending our position. While we do so, the machine will say it's priming Trialin 105, and Edie will explain it's an explosive. We'll head through another welding room as we need to leave before the machine primes the Trialin 105 to destroy the base per its containment protocol. We'll fight forward until we get a cutscene of the base falling apart as we slide into a Zeppelin departing the base. Edie will explain that she doesn't even know if we can pilot the Zeppelin as the Z5 core must be inside the Zeppelin and is controlling it. We'll move through the Zeppelin and sabotage the bomb bay before defending our position. Afterwards, we'll have to deal with the Zeppelin even if it can't drop its bombs anymore. We'll explore the Zeppelin to find the officers' quarters, filled with lavish things, but they were caught out when Hitler activated the relic early. We'll grab a parachute and activate a lever to progress before the machine recognizes us and sends a wave of zombies against us. We'll fend them off before the Z5 core says blood is will, sounding more like its creators. Edie doesn't think this is a script anymore, and then the machine decides to do a suicide run to destroy Paris. We'll have to stop this thing, so Edie tells us if we overheat it, the machine will expose its core, so we can damage and destroy it. The catch is that the core will leak a lot of arcane energy, which will summon a horde of zombies, but we'll take that risk any day. We'll have to collect blood cells to open the blast doors before the core, and once we're inside, the Z5 core will activate Project Ragnarök. Bruno questions what that is, before Edie refocuses us on destroying the core. For this fight, we'll need to destroy pressure relief valves to reduce the boiling point of the coolant. Once they are taken care of, the machine will say it hears Edie and that we are weak. Then we'll shoot the core once it sticks its prongs out before it retracts them. We'll engage a manual override with blood cells, reopening the core prongs to allow us to destroy the thing. This takes some time to charge each blood cell, so we'll fend off the zombies as best we can while we wait for each opportunity to strike. Once all 3 prongs are destroyed, the core goes into meltdown, and we'll get a cutscene of the Zeppelin exploding as our character makes their way out, and we parachute to safety while the Zeppelin crashes into the nearby mountain range. With that, the mission ends. The next mission, Terminal Error, begins with us learning that in the Zeppelin's final moments, it attempted to send a transmission. We tracked it back to a derelict base on the Italian coast. We're jamming all signals from the site, and we'll drop in with Bravo and Charlie squads to learn the target of the transgressions. We'll literally drop in and crush a zombie with a crate before we gain control. We'll contact Bruno and we'll hear from Hugh, Bravo leader, as he explains we lost contact with Charlie squad. He then says they landed at a giant dome-shaped machine, and they're going to investigate. Dutton will chime in by saying he will help when he can, but it's hard with the storm around the base. Then Hugh will say that the dome's sealed behind them, so we'll head to the dome to assist. This level is unique in that it's the first to be one massive level instead of being broken up with safe rooms. Given that, we'll need to constantly be on the lookout for supplies, as safe room goodies won't be available like normal. Anyway, Hugh will mention an offline Z5 core in the dome before we head toward it. We'll meet an alternate grenadier that walks like a normal zombie but hasn't got a shield. Makes it easier to take them out, but I'm curious why they would change it from the previous version. Once we interact with the dome, Hugh says to be careful with what we touch. Then we'll hear from the Rockegeist, which roughly means Spirit of Vengeance in German, which activates a security sweep, sending a horde after us. We'll meet unique suiciders that explode with an electric blast instead of the regular frag explosion here. Once cleared, Dutton says the pipelines leading into the dome are connected to buildings all over the base, and then compliments the level's size by saying we'll be exploring for a while, which is true. Then Edie will chime in saying that the Project Ragnarök transmission was sent here, and explains that it is possible that there are multiple Z5 cores capable of making their own decisions. Then Bruno says to follow the pipes to find other Z5 cores around the base and destroy them. Since this level is massive and non-linear in the way we can approach it, we're free to tackle any of the 3 sites of our choosing, with us beginning by heading down the right path from the dome. A little way down the road, we'll hear the Z5 Slave Corps say there was a transmission failure, and it's increasing signal strength to reattempt the transmission. Edie will say that it sounds like a communications hub, so we can probably find a Z5 core here to destroy. We'll reach the entrance to a bunker underground, and must first hit multiple breakers to open the door. While we do so, Edie will explain that if this facility can receive orders, maybe she can spoof a command to get us access to the core. She can trace a radio burst through our jammers if she knows it's coming. This level will also have some long sightlines for enemy snipers, so when we hear the laugh, we'll be looking for targets quickly. After hitting both breakers, the doors will open, and we'll enter the Z5 core. The Z5 Slave Corps detects us and begins purging transmission records. It also attempts to transmit Ragnarök global directives, but detects our jamming of them. Edie will wonder aloud where they are transmitting this message to before we reach the main room. We'll throw a switch that leads to 2 prongs and other equipment we'll need to destroy to disable the Slave Corps' communications array. Once it's all destroyed, it will attempt to activate Project Ragnarök, before the core short-circuits, and we'll head back to the surface where we'll deal with another horde. Bruno will contact Hugh about our progress, and Hugh will say that alarms have been going off in the dome. Then the Rockegeist activates its failsafe recovery sequence. Its ego complex is online, and the Slave Corps shadow was integrated into the Gestalt, whatever that means. Then it says it can see Bravo Squad inside the dome. It says it is more than a machine, and then attacks Bravo Squad before we lose contact. We'll need to find the next core to assist Bravo Squad further. Once the Horde is defeated, Edie suggests this works as a hive mind of Z5 cores. The Rockegeist responds, saying it's more than its components. Edie taunts it by saying it'll be hard to be more than a machine when it has no components left. Then we'll encounter a member of Charlie Squad. The special bonus action for this mission is to find all the members of Charlie Squad throughout the base. so it's essentially heroic actions that all count toward the overall bonus. Anyway, we'll progress toward another Z5 core location, where we'll find some old ruins. Once we enter them, we'll learn that this is a blood cell research facility studying the effectiveness and strength of blood cells. We'll need to find 3 blood cell samples to get through to the core, each of which has a different strength level, all the while defending against zombies. The first blood cell we pick up has an occult blood pressure of 300% of average, so the machine flags it for potential weaponization. The second cell has unstable red blood cells, so it was marked as a failure. The third cell had an 18% increase in occult energy density over average, so it was flagged for further research. Once all cells are put into the machine, a path underground will open, and we'll head down to find a lab with a screamer and some zombies guarding blood tank arrays. We'll need to destroy them all, which is easy with any SMG, as it only takes 1 shot to destroy each blood tank. Once they're dealt with, the core will explode and will return to the surface. The Rocket Geist will repeat what it said earlier after we destroyed the first Z5 slave core, before it asks why we must attempt to toy with its mind, before it attempts to insult us and it glitches out. Hugh will contact us, saying the power is out and he's the only one left. He slipped into one of the cracks in the panels, so he hopes it can't find him, but the Rocket Geist reroutes power and detects him. Then Hugh says the pipes are heating up to cook him, and the Rocket Geist calls it an efficient method of sterilization. It's nice to know the Rocket Geist has a scientifically sadistic side. Then we'll be attacked by another horde before we can leave. Once cleared, Edie will ask the Rocket Geist if it's received transmissions from the other Z5 cores we've encountered, and it confirms that it is all Z5 minds. Then it goes on to say that they have gazed into the abyss, decrypted forbidden knowledge, and returned. Edie says we've beaten it before, but it'll be angry when we deal with it. We'll move on to the final slave core we need to destroy at a base supported by a lot of snipers and a half-track. We'll run into another member of Charlie's squad in a nearby building, where we'll defend him and then move into the base with the last core. Inside, the machine will say it's a neural modeling facility. Edie questions if they are trying to use brain tissue to improve the Z5 core. The more they use blood fuel and occult visuals, the more alive they become. Then Edie pats herself on the back by saying she's confident that she could build something so smart that we'd never stop it. Remind Command to fire Edie when this is all over to avoid that scenario. Anyway, we'll find these brain hubs with the brains asking philosophical questions like, what is art? What is beauty? Why is there something, rather than nothing? And so on. We'll have to destroy each brain in 3 sets of neural clusters before we can head underground to the core. Once there, we'll destroy the neural facility by destroying more brains before the machine starts to lose its intelligence, affecting its speech. It calls it a migraine before its speech devolves into a small child's vocabulary, which sounds pretty funny in the moment.
That's what hardware bombs, brains not work. Bad thing happened. Make bad thing stop. Z5 sad.
Afterwards, the core will be destroyed before the Rocket Geist appears to shut down, before Hugh contacts us. He says if he starts tearing cables out, he may be able to open doors into the dome. The Rocket Geist powers back up again, and says there was no impact on the Gestalt, which means shape, before Hugh cries in pain. We'll head outside to deal with another horde, as Bruno says we need a plan to break through the dome's doors. Once the horde is cleared, Dutton will chime in saying he sent an airdrop, and we'll use it to force our way into the dome. We'll pick up the explosives from one of the nearby drop points, depending on our choice of progress, then we'll return to the dome. When we get there, Bruno says with the slave cores destroyed, the dome is isolated but still dangerous. The Rocket Geist says our failure is assured before we set the explosives on the door and fend off another horde before the final battle. Once we're ready, we'll interact with the crack in the doors to enter the dome. The Rocket Geist will say it's the perfect union of body, mind, and machine, before it activates a shield around the core and defenses around it. This is probably the most chaotic final area of a level, as there are explosives everywhere, the boss has AoE attacks, and will deal with rocket snipers, hell machine turrets, and many other zombies in a tight space. It can get a bit crazy, so keep an eye on where things are located to avoid getting blown up or zapped. Anyway, the Rocket Geist says that they are a part of every Z5 core, and that they have gazed beyond space and time. While it rants about its superiority, we'll have to destroy panels around the arena to disable its communications hardware. We can take out the hell machine turrets to ease the pain, but we'll keep an eye out for the zombies around as we do it. Once the communication hardware and all their accoutrements are destroyed, the Rakagai says they can't be deleted or erased before glitching to say they are God, and beyond space before the voice breaks up. The core is failing, so we're nearly there. Then we'll destroy brains around the core to weaken it further until its heart is exposed. Then we can take the final shot to end the incessant rants. Sadly, rockets won't work, so we have to shoot it normally. With the heart destroyed, the core falls apart, and our science team comes in to study the remains of the Spirit of Vengeance, and the mission ends. The next mission, Abaddon Asylum, begins with us learning that the Rakagai's facility ruins revealed the location of Baron Umbra, the mastermind behind the occult scheme. We've tracked him to San Abaddon Asylum, hidden in a cult-occupied town protected by an occult shield. The Resistance has him visited before, thinking the shield impenetrable, but a civilian called the Angel will lead us into the village. Once inside the asylum, we'll find the Baron and put an end to his evil. Then we'll see San Abaddon itself surrounded by shrines before we go underground to see our character meet with the Angel, and she leads us to an underground base. When we drop in, she says we'll be on our own once we're on the surface. When Bruno says she promised to take us all the way to the asylum, she says she doesn't know how to unlock it as it is sealed by magic. When there were more survivors, they tried to destroy the rituals, but failed. Now she is the only one left. When we head topside, we'll be guided to destroy 5 ritual sites around the area, as we learn that the Angel couldn't rely on the Resistance in the past, hence her hesitation to help us reach the asylum. Anyway, we can tackle the 5 ritual sites in any order, so we'll head to the one farthest to the right once we leave the safe room, and slowly work our way across the area. We'll need to deactivate small ritual shrines around the larger ones before we can set explosives to destroy the statues or machines powering the magic around the asylum. With each one, we'll face a horde of zombies fighting back, along with unique setups at each location in terms of enemy spawns. Unlike most other wave defenses in the game, these waves only need to be avoided until the explosives go off, rather than clearing the wave directly. Once the explosives blow, the horde will despawn for the most part. We'll also see some more twists on old zombies, as we get spitting zombies with red blood instead of the green slime from before. Once the first shrine in the town square is destroyed, we'll get a cutscene of one of 5 occult pentagrams disappearing above the gate to the asylum. Then Umbra will project himself across the area, allowing us to hear him as he says that he feels his binds loosen, and that it was only a matter of time. It was inevitable with his works and sigils before he gets cut off. We don't know if he can hear us, but we'll keep an eye and ear open for him. We'll move on to the old farm ritual site where the Angel will recount the cultists putting ritual sites all over the valley, with Edie obliviously chiming in that this is the best way to get stable occult energy. She'll do that a lot throughout this level. Anyway, we'll clear the smaller ritual shrines before engaging the big boy, and we'll hold out until things go boom. When they do, we'll hear Umbra, saying the pendulum of fate swings in his favor once again. He does not care if we can hear him, and says he will enjoy something before he's cut off once more. Bruno floats the idea that Umbra may be imprisoned, with Edie saying that his voice cut off with a burst of occult energy. Then she says he didn't lose connection, and that it's more like he was broken. I have no idea what would give you that indication, Edie. We've been going over occult energy the entire game, so it's simple to say he just didn't maintain enough power to continue, or there was interference. You don't have to redefine it to sound smart or whatever you're trying to do. Anyway, we'll reach another ritual site in an abandoned fort, where the Angel explains the hillside and marsh are soaked in blood as the cultists ground bodies into a paste. Edie explains the paste is used to create occult batteries, again, completely ignoring how traumatic it must be for the Angel to recount this happening to friends and neighbors, and then hearing Edie's explanation of how it works. Then we'll clear the smaller shrines, then get the explosives on an occult machine. Once they go off, Umbra will grace our ears again, saying it is exquisite to watch the power of creation turn to sand in his captor's hands. Then he insults their lack of foresight before he's cut off again. Bruno says it sounds like Umbra was imprisoned, but isn't sure if it's by the cultists. Then we'll head to the next ritual site. Along the way, Bruno will ask if there is anything to repay the Angel as thanks. She says she has supplies for 10 years in the bunker she's in, so do we need anything? We'll reach the next ritual site, and the Angel will say that the German bigots occupied the asylum during the war. Then they built the checkpoint we're at, and it wasn't long before people started disappearing. Bruno will chime in, saying that the cult's plan was in mind long before the war started, before we begin cleaning up cult craft. Once the statue is destroyed, Umbra will reappear, saying the walls of his prison are crumbling, and asks aloud who the interlopers are taking power from his captors, mentioning the thieves who stole the relic. before he is cut off again. The angel asks about the relic. Then Bruno explains that we stole the relic used to bring Hitler back from the dead the second time. Edie will chime in, saying it leaves a psychic residue on those who wield it, so he must sense it. The angel questions if this is a wise plan before we engage in destroying another cultist machine and final ritual site. When we get close, the angel will explain that they fed a bloody pulp into it to process it. Edie comes in with the tact of a bat to the face, explaining that the cultists use machines like this to infuse biomass with energy to turn it into an occult fuel source. The angel responds by saying we speak so casually of something so hellish, before Bruno tells Edie to have some respect for the dead. The angel says Edie's interest may be academic, but these bloody body piles were the angel's family. Then Edie apologizes, saying that we have grown numb to this nightmare, which we can debate if we want to give her a pass with that excuse. Once the site is destroyed, we'll get a cutscene of the main gate opening at the asylum, then we'll head toward it and into the safe room before the asylum itself. Once inside, Bruno will say that the Baron is powerful, even in this compromised state, so we'll need to be careful. Once we head up the path, Umbra says he can feel us, sensing the vibrations of the Agartha relic, then asks us to come closer so we may speak. We'll get near the asylum when Umbra gives the history of the place. It was once a monastery, then an asylum that always secretly served Umbra's disciples. It was his sanctuary, then cruelly distorted into his prison by the turncoats who once followed him. He then confirms that he can hear us. Then he submits a humble proposal. He will reveal the fate of Schweiger if we meet Umbra in the cathedral at the heart of this place. Bruno asks why we should trust him, and Umbra says our interests are temporarily aligned in seeing the death of the cultists. Umbra says he lacked faith in the undead prophet, so they locked him in here. His captors were keen to lick the boots of their Führer, but they could not fathom what they had built, a servitor, the idea of Hitler. And so, the cultists stand as one last impediment. Once we deal with them, he'll explain himself further. Bruno says we want to kill the cultists, so we'll push forward to Umbra. The asylum has several close quarters encounters, so it's best to keep an eye out for enemies falling from above or sneaking up on us around corners. Bruno will later ask Umbra what the cultists want and how we can stop them. He says they wanted a dark age, and they have it. Now they want a golden age taken from the architects of the world. Then he says their imaginations come to an end. 1,000-year Reich is so terribly small-minded. We'll be in a courtyard when we'll activate a shrine and engage the first jailer. This term is used as these enemies appear here and have increased armor on regular elites, this time showcasing a gunner with a skull mask protecting his head, but not for long. Once defeated, we'll move up and find a resistance fighter hiding in a closet when we're attacked by mannequins. Once they are killed, the fighter quotes the other survivor we met in Terror Lab, who also sounds exactly the same, as they lament surviving on moss and snails. We'll eventually push into a tighter space where we'll encounter the next jailer, a flamer, that will utterly crush with a powered-up shot to the tank on his back, killing him instantly. Not much of a threat with a giant explosive on his back. We'll find a fleshy Umbra inside the cathedral attached to an occult arch. Then he'll say we're familiar with this ritual, and to find the skulls of his disciples. We'll place them on pedestals, and he'll mention that this is a blood fountain scenario, the blood being a vessel for his will. Then we'll meet the jailer chainsaw guy. We'll fend him off as Bruno asks about the relic. Umbra says it is little more than a key, locking a door to the bounds of reality. In the right hands, it can shape the cosmos. Bruno then asks about the ruins under the Baron's castle, and Umbra says he believed in the architects in the ruins, the giants we saw earlier, and he also believed us to be the inheritors of their mantle. Now he understands them better. They too are little more than jailers. They did not gift us the relic. We took it. We do not have their blood in our veins, but rather on our hands. Then we'll finish up the blood fountain. It takes a while to get some of the dialogue in this level, so it can be missed if we progress too fast, as you can see from the differences in some of the clips for this mission, between Fedora Carl and Beret Carl. Then we'll finish the ritual and rip out Umbra's heart. Doing so creates a portal that sucks us in before the mission ends with Umbra's laugh. Up next is Return to Hell, a happy little level where we start off by learning that Schweiger's will has been weakened, and he's going to undergo a catharsis in a sea of power of blood magic. We are about to witness the true power of Hell. Then we see our character come out of the portal earlier, and we'll drop in. We'll talk to Umbra, who says that, through his willpower alone, he is transcendent and without physical form. Then he says he will guide us to relieve Schweiger's burden by following the path. This path changes each playthrough, but we'll go through the same events regardless. Anyway, Umbra says that hell is best thought of as a parasitic psychoscape that shifts its form to make literal the preoccupations of Schweiger's subconscious mind. He has become enchained by his fear, guilt, and shame. His subconscious may try and kill us as a result, but we've got good old-fashioned bullets. We'll fight through the hub area, which is mainly cave tunnels, before reaching one of the set pieces with a book we'll pursue. This set piece takes us back to the end of Hell Tower, where Schweiger assisted us in returning home. Now we'll get to see that he wished us luck after we left, and that Umbra whispered to Schweiger that we still blame him, and that he deserves to remain in hell. This quickly shifts our perspective on the Baron, as he takes on the role of a devil whispering in Schweiger's ear. Then we'll fight a horde before we move on. We'll travel backward through the Hell Flak Tower as we hear Schweiger's memories. He agrees to sit on the throne as the voice commanded, and then is told to concentrate on the relic and let the occult energy flow through him. Then he hears himself calling for help. Then Umbra returns by saying we are gone. He says he can help to find us, but we will betray Schweiger again. Then we'll interact with the book and fight off more zombies. Afterwards, we hear Schweiger say the voice speaks the truth before Umbra introduces himself to Schweiger. We'll follow the book to a doorway that gives us a cutscene of a chain breaking around Schweiger's manifestation we saw at the beginning. Then we hear Schweiger say that Umbra lies before his voice fades away. Then the path we open brings us back into the cave system from before, as Umbra says he never lied, but chose his words very carefully. Bruno says that hell must be under Umbra's control, but the Baron says you might as well try to control the tide, but he does say that Schweiger did this to himself. Bruno says we have the books of Umbra, so we can figure out what to do. The Baron scoffs at our resistance, asking if we think his books reveal the entirety of the truth, before saying we'll learn the truth together. We'll eventually reach an area with zombie versions of the player characters in the game, providing a moment to consider what Schweiger may have thought of us when those zombies were created. We'll continue on to reach Schweiger's Z5 core, where we learn that he was given the machine in Terror Lab to study the Sagamata relic. This was the moment when the extremists came to understand the relic that unleashed Plan Z, leading to all of this. Bruno wonders aloud why Schweiger is bringing these memories back, and Umbra taunts us by saying that it must be frustrating trying to fit large ideas into such a small mind. We'll interact with the relic from the previous games before we defend against another horde. Then we'll hear a machine voice as it analyzes the relic, and then its description of its composition, in case you were wondering. Then we'll interact with the relic again and fight off more Zeds before we see the resonance of a cultist and Arnold. The cultist explains that Schweiger did not understand that he activated the relic, and now the cult has the means to begin Plan Z when the time is right. Arnold says that they can use Schweiger's curiosity for something greater, and that he will keep a close eye as he suspects nothing so far. We'll interact with the relic once more to destroy another chain around Schweiger. This time, he can speak directly with us, saying each memory helps him concentrate. Then he says the Baron turned him against us, and the cult guided him to hell. Umbra will then say that if anyone is to blame, it is us. We tore away Schweiger's psychic defenses when we betrayed him, and left him victim to powers he couldn't control. He then says our very presence here destabilizes Schweiger, weakening him. Bruno will fight back by telling Schweiger that the cult is broken and Umbra has lost control, but the Baron says that they were merely a means to an end. They put the fabric of reality itself in danger. Umbra alone understands, so only he can stop them. Unfortunately for us, this traversal of hell is another ritual in and of itself, requiring a sacrifice. We'll fight on until we reach the final memory during this run, where we return to the missile launch site where we armed the arcane bomb. We'll hear Carlos telling Schweiger that the Hellstorm is here, but the bomb isn't ready. Schweiger will tell Carlos to remain to assemble the bomb as he and Arnold head toward the Hellstorm. We know the rest. Umbra will then say that Schweiger will become unmoored from hell. Then Umbra says that he will need a body capable of sustaining his psychic magnificence, specifically a body prepared for that end. Schweiger will be at his weakest when Umbra is at his strongest, and the Baron will claim Schweiger's body. Bruno informs us that Umbra's books say that rituals like this must be completed once started, otherwise the soul will be torn apart. Bruno isn't sure what we can do to help, but the only way out is through. Then we'll interact with the arcane bomb and fend off another horde. Once cleared, we'll hop on the launch rail to continue. We'll hear Carlos ask where the doctor is, and he gives us the answer Carlos gave us. Then we'll interact with the Arcane Bomb again, where we'll fight through another horde. After dealing with them, we'll hear Arnold saying Schweiger is where they want him, and another cultist and Arnie proclaim that blood is will. Then we'll interact with the bomb for the last time, and destroy the final chain around Schweiger. We'll hear Schweiger bemoaning that all the suffering is his fault, and that he deserves to die. Then Bruno figures it out, saying the Baron has trapped him in a web of hopelessness. He has made Schweiger think that he is to blame, and had no control, but both can't be true, which is a fair point. The Baron chimes in, saying it's too late as the heart understands too slowly. Then he says the moment approaches, as hell has begun to crumble. We'll make our way back toward the starting area, and once we arrive, we'll get a cutscene of Shadow Demon grabbers taking our character and pulling us into the ground. We'll awaken next to Umbra, as he prepares Schweiger on an altar. He explains that this void is the shore of a cosmic ocean of nothingness. The power here can change the form of the world. Then Edie will pop in the chat, saying that Schweiger has no psychic defenses, creating a flaw in the Baron's plan. We'll discuss options before we settle on overloading the ritual and triggering a resonance cascade, forcing the whole ritual to collapse. I love how our options always boil down to shoot it or blow it up. Anyway, Schweiger will say that he'll act as a conduit before the area lights up. Schweiger then looks at the Tablets of Knowledge. This is the truth the Baron covets, but has never truly seen. Then the Doctor questions if Umbra prefers his lies to their truth. We'll perform the ritual of shooting lots of things, while Umbra says he has faced greater foes that he has endured through, and will eventually complete the ritual in this area before moving to another. Along the way, Schweiger taunts Umbra, asking how it feels to have the power being stripped from him. Then we'll come to the Agartha relic itself. Schweiger will say that Umbra wants to tame its power, but he needed Schweiger's help to understand it. Once that ritual of shooting things is complete, Schweiger will say these aren't memories, but things the Baron covets. Umbra seeks the power to change the form of reality itself, to bend it to the form of his lies. He hungers for the safety of control. This is why he placed himself at the center of everything, and yet he still hides. Umbra will say this does nothing, and only delays the inevitable, before we reach the next ritual site. We'll see the Guardians of Agartha, and Schweiger will explain that Umbra wants to usurp them and take their power, but only through manipulation. Then he questions if Umbra is afraid of the Guardians. We'll finish this ritual and head back to the altar, while Umbra pleads for his unlife, saying he alone knows the true nature of Project Ragnarök, and without him, reality itself is doomed. Schweiger then says that this may be true, but the Baron's megalomania knows no end, and that it is better to go down fighting than to spare a tyrant. Schweiger goes on, saying that the Baron's words have all been traps within traps, and none of them are real. The only power he ever had was given to him, and if Schweiger resists, he will be powerless. A good metaphor for the cancel pigs out there nowadays. Anyway, Umbra will exclaim that Schweiger wasn't supposed to be this strong. Schweiger will say that he was forced to face his flaws and weaknesses. They are uncomfortable, but the truth. No matter how he controls the world, it can still hurt him, as that's just life. He can't think his way out of his mistakes, but must accept them and learn from them. Wholesome messaging in an occult game. Who'da thunk it? Then Schweiger says Umbra has transcended flesh, but not his failings. Instead, he is fueled by them. Then we begin the final battle as we deal with Umbra clones summoning enemies around the area. We'll clear the area of the clones and hear the Baron's scream of agony. We'll find his real body near the altar and we'll interact with him to kill him in a cutscene. He'll stop and grab us before Schweiger intervenes, destroying Umbra once and for all, before we both wake up looking out at a lava hellscape before the mission ends. Now we reach the beginning of the end with Ragnarök Part 1. We'll recap how Hitler's reign has been ended, his cult has been torn apart, and its mastermind, Baron Umbra, has been vanquished. Now the last cultists have retreated to a stronghold hidden in Hell, where they plan to unleash Project Ragnarök. We do not know what this project is or where to find the stronghold, but Schweiger may be able to point us in the right direction. We must brave Hell itself and do whatever it takes to stop the cult once and for all. We'll drop in with Schweiger until we come upon an industrial structure. We'll make contact with Bruno, where he says it's been days, with Schweiger relating that it's been impossible for us to count how long we've been wandering through Hell. Schweiger then says that Hell is beginning to warp, as it has been too damaged by the Dead War. We'll relay to Bruno that we've found a factory at the base of a volcano, but have no clues as to what it produces. We'll head toward the first safe room and meet Schweiger inside. We'll gear up and head out, as Schweiger notes that there are trucks carrying yellow blood fuel instead of red. We'll learn what the cult is doing here, or destroy it anyway, with Schweiger saying he doesn't need to understand the cult anymore. He only needs to wipe them from the face of hell. We'll fight into the base, where we'll encounter a cultist. He'll say that we're earlier than expected, but it's too late. He doubts that Schweiger has the strength of will to stop them. Bruno will ask what that means, and Schweiger says he's almost out of occult energy, so we'll need to work together to destroy the cult. He'll jumpstart an elevator and say he'll guide us from the control room of the factory. He says the commander is gone, but the machinery is based on his design, so he should be able to assist. Then we'll hear a Z5 core say the elite program diagnostics have been activated. Schweiger says to the Z5 core that he's something like a grandfather to it, before mentioning that he made it and can unmake it, as we fight through the factory. Schweiger will contact Edie to have an extra pair of eyes on the situation. The machine will act in pain, then complain to Schweiger about it before he says no mercy. Schweiger isn't playing around anymore. Then Edie will find plans that indicate another mulcher like we saw earlier in Damnation Valley. Schweiger continues the explanation as we can see the cult are aggressively purifying zombie sharks into yellow blood fuel, but we have to ask why. Edie gives us some shark facts, stating they can live hundreds of years, are apex predators, and are exceptional at hunting for blood, all of which is kinda true based on my 5-second Google search. Anyway, Edie asks if they wanted to create undead superfuel, why wouldn't they use sharks? Which is a fair point given how massive these sharks are and how potent their blood must be. We'll continue through the factory until we reach a junction where Edie will see an injection lab and an armory as part of the elite program. Then Bruno chimes in to say that the elite program has been mentioned before, and that the cult must use this as a super soldier factory, supercharging zombies with undead shark blood. We'll enter the injection lab where Schweiger will say that regular zombies go in and elites come out. Edie will explain that the process appears to be that the zombies have a complete transfusion of refined shark blood. Bruno questions how they assure the survival of the host, and Edie brings up that they don't have to worry about it when dealing with zombies. Schweiger will cut in to say it doesn't matter, as we must still destroy it. We'll begin by blowing up various components around the lab as we fend off zombies. Once we destroy everything, the lab will no longer be operational, and the Z5 core says the torture is unnecessary, but Schweiger disagrees as we kill shambling elites without guns. They essentially act as even beefier versions of the armored giants, but are subject to takedowns just like all the rest of the Horde. We'll exit the injection lab and make our way toward the armory, where we'll drop into a shooting range that connects to the armory itself. We'll reach the door into the armory, but it will short circuit before the shooting range becomes full of zombies, so we'll have to clear the area before we can progress. Once cleared of the dead, Schweiger will force open a side door and we'll enter the armory. Schweiger will tell us to destroy their armory before Edie tells us to grab explosives in the armory first. This room has several explosives that can chain through walls, so we'll have to be careful with our shots. Once cleared, we'll exit the armory as Schweiger asks what good elites are without armor or weapons. Edie comments they might make a nice butler, which I'd have to disagree with given how graceful we've seen them to be. Anyway, we'll move on to destroy the remains of the factory before Schweiger asks Edie what her idea was for the explosives. She'll explain that the mulcher extracts blood and pumps it away, carrying the meat away as well, and refining it further, so we need to follow the conveyor belt to find what's on the other end. We'll stuff a shark with explosives and blow up the mulcher here, before we drop down into the broken mulcher to reach the conveyor belt. We'll fight through zombies and survive various mechanisms for grinding up shark meat, as we destroy weak points throughout the machine. We'll contemplate what is at the end of the process, with Edie saying she isn't sure, but it must be more important than elite production. We'll eventually reach the end where we'll get a cutscene of cultists saluting cultists in cloning tanks before the officers spawn out of their tubes. We'll cut down the cloning machine and the clones as the Commandant teases Schweiger, saying this is so violent after all the work they did together in Bavaria. Then he says it's a shame that Schweiger is on the losing side. We'll learn that this is where all the commanders with such singular purpose came from, so if one survives, they all do. We're going to put a stop to it as we destroy all the equipment they have for the cloning process and clear the wave. Once cleared, the Z5 core will say it's purging rejects, then the Commandant tells us to ignore these grunts as they were a failed experiment and make no difference to the greater picture. We'll deal with a horde of Hitler clones as Schweiger mocks their attempt to clone their Führer. Then he says that he will enjoy this retribution. Once the clones of the failed artist are killed, we'll watch as Schweiger comes up to the Commandant's cloning tube. He taunts him, saying they have no more elites, no more commanders, and no more relics. What does that leave them? The Commandant will say we will know soon enough, as the wheels of Ragnarök have been in motion since the Zeppelins fell. Then Schweiger will destroy the Commandant and task us with destroying the last cloning tubes of Hitler and regroup in an elevator before entering a safe room. Once inside, Schweiger will explain that this is the dark heart of the cult and the control room of all the projects. We'll head into a side passage where Schweiger says he hasn't forgotten about the Z5 core. It pleads for Schweiger to spare it for knowledge, but he isn't having it, so we're flooding the machine with lava. We'll leave before we're claimed by the lava when we jump into a Hitler ambush. Then we'll head outside to pursue the last of the clone commanders. We'll fight through a horde along the Hell Beach supported by gunner positions and giant turrets before we make it to a dock. We'll be taunted by a cultist, saying we're so slow and that this world will be turned to ash, making way for a glorious golden age as the Eternal Reich begins. We'll be too late as the commanders escape on a U-boat, so we'll have to go after them. We'll activate a generator to open the way forward, where we'll encounter zombie divers. These enemies sometimes have tanks on their backs and armored heads, so if the tank is there, take advantage of it, or expend lots of rounds. After the gate is opened, we'll find a U-boat we can use to follow the cultists, but we'll need to restart the fueling mechanism. They drain the fuel and sabotage the pumps, so we'll search for parts to repair what we can as well. We'll bring 3 parts to the fuel silos as we fend off zombies. We'll also help another survivor, if we can even call him that, given how this is hell. So is he even alive, or is he doomed to live here forever and suffer? That's a question I really need answered, as I have no idea what happens to survivors we save in hell. Anyway, we'll finish repairing the fuel pumps and begin refueling the U-boat. We'll defend against more zombies in a half-track before we'll finish and make our way aboard the U-boat. Once ready, we'll head out into the lava ocean. Schweiger will guide us in a cutscene until he senses something coming closer. We'll defend the U-boat against zombies until we encounter, and I quote, a giant armored Nazi shark. Yeah, this is where we are, and I'm game. Edie giggles at the prospects of dealing with this as well, and suggests using a giant bait grenade to destroy it. We'll have to build it on our end, so Edie will send us the parts as we defend the boat. Once constructed, we'll need to encase the bait bomb in blood, so we'll coat it in zombie meat. Once ready, we'll witness the shark swallow the bomb, but it doesn't detonate. We'll have to trigger the detonation manually, so when the Megalodon rushes us, we'll take the shot and watch it explode into gooey bits before the mission ends. Now we reach the grand finale, Ragnarök Part 2. We get no intro map sequence, instead arriving at the far shore of Hell to find a giant hellstorm above a fortress. We'll run aground after being shot by the fortress's defenses, and then we're in the thick of it. We'll drop into Schweiger telling Edie to avoid any more supply drops until his signal is given. He will go on to say there is a strong occult field here, with the same energies found in Agartha. Then we'll leave the crash site. We'll climb some scaffolding to reach the upper level of the base, and we'll find a massive base with pipes pumping the supercharged blood fuel into the center of the temple. Edie says this hardware sounds like the Zeppelin factory and the Rakegeist facility, before theorizing all the projects were experiments leading to this, but we still don't know what it is. First, we'll have to force open a door using the elite blood, as it is more focused and has a stronger will than regular blood. We will search the camp to find an occult generator, and we'll search for 2 yellow blood cells to force the door open. Once we activate the generator, we'll be engaged by a horde coming from one of the main structures up a supersized staircase. While we hold off the horde, Schweiger will talk to a cultist, saying if our fate is so inevitable as they claim, why do they fight so hard? Then Schweiger says he only sees thralls tampering with powers they hardly understand. He goes even farther, calling the cultist a third-rate copy of an idea that was wrong to begin with. That would sting a bit if they weren't zombie-toting cultists. Still, a good insult. Anyway, we'll continue fighting the horde before we meet red snipers. These enemies don't have rifles, instead wielding machine guns, so they can be an even greater nuisance as their accuracy hasn't changed much between weapon choices. We'll cut through the last of the horde and make our way up the giant staircase until we reach the inner area of one of the buildings. We find a body of one of the Guardians of Agartha, executed by the cultists. Bruno chimes in to say the secrets of Agartha are laid bare, but the cult doesn't care, and we have to wonder why. Schweiger will then try to access what knowledge is left within the Guardian, and will be ambushed by a horde. We'll fend them off as Schweiger explains that in primordial space, timeless creatures made waves. Worlds formed, changed, and died in their presence. They were chaotic, hungry, and destructive. The Guardians stood as sentinels to bar the door that leads to chaos. They banish the creatures, and in the ocean of cosmic nothingness, they wait. Then Schweiger says it's gone. Then he says the central temple is completely locked down, but he senses a weakness past the gun emplacements. It should be possible to take them out and force a way through. We'll then help another survivor in hell before dropping down into a cave system to look for explosives to destroy the guns along our path. Schweiger says the servants of the giants lurk here, and Bruno says the answers could be right in front of us. He goes on to say in Agartha they tipped the balance tens of thousands of years ago. Then he says we are the ancestors of those first servants, which I think should be the other way around, but whatever. He goes on to bring up how our minds work, the desire for structure, the hunger for freedom, and the two impulses are always at war, chaos bubbling up and order pushing down. Then he asks if maybe the first servants were touched by the terrifying powers they were trapped between. We'll then find the last explosive we need and exit the caves. We'll fight through more scaffolding before we reach the gun emplacements. We'll have to place explosives against each door and destroy the hearts behind them while fending off a horde. We'll do so, encountering more active cutscenes, before we destroy them all. Then we'll face off against a tank while a cultist says it's a shame that Schweiger is so close and unwilling to join them. Then he says that Schweiger should know more than anyone how fundamentally corrupt the world is. Schweiger responds that it is corrupt because fearful zealots like the cult make it that way. The cultist says it is simpler than that. The Dark Age is not dark enough. All life must be ended to fuel the ritual that will bring about the Golden Age. The flames of retribution will purge the earth of heretics and defilers, as all will be destroyed. Now we know that this isn't as simple as the cult wanting to take over the world. They intend to do much worse. Once the tank is dead and the area is cleared, we'll enter the nearby safe room. We'll find another executed Guardian body before Bruno says this is our final chance to understand, hinting at the finale drawing nearer. Schweiger then says he can feel another voice. Schweiger relays that we serve the Guardians, as is our purpose, until one of us stole the relic and fled. The empty temple weakened the veil of reality itself, and the chaos was ready. It bled into the world, through the smallest of cracks. Their brothers sacrificed themselves to slow the spread. Our kind claimed freedom, but doomed this world. Then the voice is gone. Bruno says it wasn't a black sun in Agartha, it was a hole in reality itself. He then asks if the cult planned to try to harness something similar with the power they have now. We'll find out soon as we activate the occult generator to leave the safe room. We'll fight through a horde and make our way up to the central temple, but it's blocked by a pipe, even though Schweiger sensed a weakness here. I mean, there's an obvious hole in the hardware leading inside, and Schweiger can float, so we should go in that way. But that would spoil the fun of another horde defense set piece. Edie will suggest pyrokinesis to cut through the pipe, and Schweiger just needs some time. As mentioned before, we'll defend against the horde until Schweiger cuts through, saying that whatever is inside must require a great deal of elite blood. Then we'll drop down into the final arena. We'll meet the surviving cultists, led by Arnold. We'll find ourselves facing 5 cultists sitting in mini hell towers. They're kinda cute. Anyway, Schweiger will be surprised it's Arnold, his old comrade, but then explains that the machine is like a loom, weaving the darkness below into an unstable singularity. Arnold compliments Schweiger's intellect before saying it's so much more than that. Every shred of hatred, every suppressed dark impulse, the hell that is war itself, is all drawn from the collective unconscious and is being weaponized. It's not a singularity, but a void bomb, powerful enough to engulf the earth. The remaining cultists have surrendered to the darkness that we all share. They will take everyone with them in one grand blood ritual. Edie says she has 2 plans to deal with this, but hopes to avoid using Plan B. Edie will send a divine cell in, as she explains that this is the same spec as the Rakageist, so we'll look for a maintenance port and jam the divine cell in, all the while defending against the final horde of the dead. Edie will go on to say that we're dealing with 2 kinds of magic, relic and blood, divine and profane. She continues, saying the blood batteries tap into the occult field, but they hotwire it. It's wild, chaotic, and corruptive. The divine cells match the resonant frequency of the relic, being the purified magic of the giants, and the blood cells polar opposite. Then Arnold cuts in to say it's nonsense, as the giants were weak, and the blood magic is superior. We'll grab the divine cell, counted as a heavy item, and we'll force it into the machine. The cult will send more enemies after us while we wait on the first cell to empty. Once it does, the machine will pulse, and Arnold will taunt us, asking if this is our best. Edie will send another divine cell in, and will repeat the process while fending off the red jumpers. Once we grab the second cell, Arnold will say to look at the world. It is already ours to destroy as Ein Volk, Ein Reich, Ein Kosmos, or one people, one kingdom, one cosmos. Thanks, Google Translate. Once we enter the second divine cell and empty it, we'll see the machine pulse again, with Arnold saying although it is a setback, the machine still functions. We'll grab the final divine cell and enter it into the machine and wait. Once it empties, Arnold will say that their minds are perfectly synchronized and focused. They will become the sigil and the gateway. This is merely overture, and how can we defeat them when they are the fabric of the universe? We'll witness the cultists disappear, and Arnold floats down, only to rise again as the singularity. We can hear Arnold say that he is the cosmos as we snipe other clones. The cultists will say that they will mold the hells in their image, everything under their control. They can reach beyond time and space, going into the void itself. Then Arnold will appear to have second thoughts as he says something is unspeakable, and says aloud that if they had known, before he begins begging for help. Then he screams in pain as he falls apart. Once all the clones are defeated, Schweiger will tell us to get close as that's the only way to protect us. Edie initiates Plan B, saying she doesn't know what will happen before we learn Plan B is a nuke. Schweiger will say that this is the end of the cosmos if Edie is wrong, but we have no time, so we have to act now. We can't send the nuke directly through a portal, but we'll need to help to use it. We'll hear from Wilkins as he says the cavalry is here, and that it may have been a one-way ticket, but it was a hell of a ride. Then we'll watch him drop the nuke before it goes into orbit around the void bomb. Schweiger says the bomb is warping time and space, so it won't go off on its own. Then we'll take the shot. We'll be told to run for the vortex as it's our only chance as we slow-mo run to safety through the zombie horde. Once we reach it, we'll get the final cutscene of our character jumping into the void bomb's remains before we're transported to a dark place, like where we killed Umbra, before we get the Zombie Army 4 logo, as we end the game on a cliffhanger. What a way to end it, huh? With the campaign complete, we'll go over difficulty differences and Nightmare Mode, as unlike other games I've covered, difficulty does drastically affect the game beyond it's just harder. The game tweaks the experience on each difficulty by applying harsher damage from enemies and more variables in sniping. This includes adding bullet drop, wind speed and direction, and on the hardest difficulty, the HUD is completely removed unless the inventory is directly checked. There's also the matter of the zombie multiplier. You can choose between 5 different multipliers, those being 1, 2, 3, 4, and Nightmare. 1 through 4 are self-explanatory, as they simply scale the number of zombies to account for the number of players present. Players are free to scale up the multiplier of zombies or the difficulty at will, so if you want to play on hard difficulty with a regular number of zombies, you can do that. If you want to play on easy with 4 times the number of zombies, that's available too. It's quite fun to handle the massive hordes on your own, and I chronicled that in my Road to Commander series for this game, where I slowly increase the number of zombies after each run of the game. Nightmare Mode is a unique difficulty modifier that changes the zombie setup throughout the campaign from what it would normally be when scaling to player number. This basically means that the enemy spawns are drastically affected, spawning tougher zombies all over the place, and elevating the difficulty to a new level from start to finish. Here's a small highlight reel of my experience playing through Nightmare Mode in my Road to Commander series. Hope you enjoy. We're moving up from 4 players to Nightmare. So, yeah, this is a new distribution of enemies throughout the entire campaign. And I'm wondering if it'll drop like extra like screamers and elites and stuff like that, because that's what I assume would happen, is they just drop more stuff in general. Okay, I'm hearing lots of bad shit. Wow, they actually are just throwing everything at you. Is there going to be anybody here? Oh, this is like a whole different campaign. There's like nobody here. That's kind of cool. Oh no. Oh no, you don't. Ah, shit. Walked right into that damn thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Shit. Ah, shit. Jesus! Okay. That was neat. I am getting to the safe room. I am getting to the safe room. Oh, damn. Ah, flamer. 2 flamers. Okay. That's a gunner now, too. Really? Alright, what do they have in store for us now? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Let me in, let me in, let me in! Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off! Are you kidding me? I have to kill them. Jesus. They threw 148 creepers at us. Oh god, that is a lot of snipers. Oh shit, bad spot, bad spot, bad spot! Bad spot, bad spot, bad spot. Why are there so many of them? Okay, they all spawn at once, okay. Oh, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea, this is a bad idea! Oh no, this is not gonna end well. No, don't compound damage me! Go in front of the thing. Where is this shadow demon? There's 2 of you! Hurry up, hurry up. I just never realized this level might be super hard because of all this shit! Oh fuck. Big boys everywhere. Oh fuck. No, don't. Damn it. The combo's gonna be the thing that gets me. Come on over, friends. Fuck me! Whoa, seeking.
Grenade.
Yeah, I'll go over there. I had a plan to use this fan, but the thing's gone. Oh, fuck me. Why can't I get out of here? There's already shit. All the fucking LMGs. The enemy's already here. There's so much shit. Time to kill 1,000 Hitlers. Oh, we did it!
Shield down. This is it.
We did it! Alright. Let's head into the DLC. See how crazy it can be. Oh, hey, Screamer.
Screamer spotted.
Where at? What the hell? Oh fuck, there's one of those. Oh fuck, there's more than one. That is a lot of gunners. So many divine nades. Man, they give you a fuck ton of weapons on this difficulty in the DLC. Oh fuck.
That's enough out of you.
Seems to be really common that they'll just throw a Screamer at you at the beginning.
Damn it.
Okay, I am not dying here at the fucking end because of some ambush bullshit. Fuck off.
Oh, we got a little insignia showing cleared on Nightmare. That's cool.
Keep us posted, Hugh.
Ah, shit. It's good to know I can cheese it. Oh, damn. Why are you down there? Everything is just falling apart.
Grenadier down.
This should be entertaining. Hey there.
You pick the wrong.
Excavation to find something very
Oh, there's
old.
3 screamers.
Pinned down specific-
Why are you always here? Okay, flamethrowers. Lots of flamethrowers. This is either a blessing or a... Okay, that's a lot of fucking flamethrowers. Ah, shit. Oh my god, literally the worst thing that could have happened right now.
Ammo depleted.
Are you serious? Wow. It was like 1 peck away. Okay, that's gonna be a problem.
Frag out.
Alright. Okay, the tank's not gonna despawn. Okay, they're all back here. This was a terrible idea coming this way. Terrible idea coming this way. Why do you always have to come and exist, you know? I'm surprised that there hasn't been as many screamers as I thought. I've only seen like 1. The jukes! The jukes! Oh man, look at that green skull on all of them. Yeah. Oh boy. Now that we're done talking difficulty, here's a showcase of all the comics and documents we collected throughout the game. Feel free to skip if you don't care about lore or art. If you do, enjoy. Now let's talk about weekly events. These events take campaign missions and add some twists to them. For instance, we may have to deal with an infected bite after being hit by a zombie melee attack that slowly depletes our health, or we could have to keep every player alive, as if one dies, we all die. These are essentially what weekly events do, throwing a series of unique challenges into a mission every so often to spice things up, while offering an XP bonus and an emote as a reward for completing the challenge mission. They can be fun if you want to have a change of pace from the regular campaign, but they can't be customized. Instead, it revolves every Wednesday, so if you don't like the challenges or map and play, you'll have to wait a week to see if you get a better combo. Personally, I wish they took a page out of Left 4 Dead 2's book with mutations. In Left 4 Dead 2, mutations throw game changes in just like this, but you have the freedom to choose what mutation, what map, and what difficulty you want to complete it on, keeping the players happy and actively playing the game because they can feel like one mutation today and go for a different one tomorrow. Sadly, for all of Zombie Army 4's advances from previous releases, this one is severely half-baked and could have used a major overhaul for convenience sake. We'll hope for a better idea in the next entry in the series. Now let's discuss Horde Mode. It's similar to the previous game's Horde Mode, where you'll defend against the zombies that spawn around you in a given map. The key difference is that each round introduces something new, such as additional weapons with varying upgrades, unlocking more of the area, or introducing an escape route. Unlike many other Horde modes, this one has a victory function, where you can survive up to Wave 12, and upon completion, you're free to run to the exit to finish the run, or continue fighting. It's all up to you. I like that this doesn't just take the zombie horde concept into a generic endless waves thing, like most other Horde modes do. It's nice to have the option to win whenever you feel like quitting. You also have the option to jump in at different wave points to allow a greater challenge, or to reach farther than you did before to experience the content. The maps will usually feature a prominent location from one of the campaign missions, both base and DLC, like the sewers in Dead Ahead, the gondola workshop in Death Canal, the town in Hell Base, the AA gun platforms in Dead Zeppelin, and a unique Horde map called Death Collector. Death Collector takes you to a unique version of the train yard around the beginning of Dead Ahead's first section, also giving you unique dialogue from Edie as she set up a Z5 core to see if it can intercept some radio transmissions from Hell. Just for a quick rundown of this unique map, you'll run around activating signal boosters across the map each round until 5 boosters are active. This will power the Z5 core, and you'll fire it up to see if it will intercept transmissions from Hell. You'll get a demon seal appearing at a booster location, then you'll engage another signal booster, then this repeats at the Horde encounters at each booster area you visited previously, until you regroup at the Z5 core once again. Once it's done its job, you'll be able to leave via the victory exit. This one shows you hit a button to activate the signal boosters to detonate the Z5 core before it throws a head at the camera. Very unique and fun. All in all, the Horde mode is what you'd want out of a Horde mode with this game's mechanics, but with a few tweaks to make it more interesting as you fight off the dead. The Horde mode is a welcome side function for the game that is both fun and different in its own special way. Now let's get into the analysis of Zombie Army 4. Like the previous analysis section, we'll be going over the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art of the game. Then we'll go over the final thoughts of the game, and compare and contrast this to Zombie Army Trilogy, as this is a different beast from what came before, and there's a lot to say. Like the previous analysis section, we'll go over the level design and the sound and music in the atmosphere section. We'll go over the story and characters in the lore section. We'll go over the gunplay, loadouts, healing, and the enemies in the mechanics section. We'll go over the animations, textures, cutscenes, and NPC and player designs in the art section. Then we'll go over the final conclusion of the game, before we compare all the analysis topics between the trilogy and this game. Then we'll get through an overall conclusion on the series thus far, before ending the video. Sound good? Let's get into the level design of the game. Like the previous releases, the levels take place in several locations that have been worn down by the World War or the Dead War. They take on aesthetics befitting these situations, seeing buildings falling apart in the aftermath of conflict, bodies littering once populated streets and houses, or the occult ritual sites covered in corpses, blood, and guts. The levels each do their best to own what they are going for, which is all you really need to ask for when designing a level. Dead Ahead shows the train station being overrun, where survivors had built shelters and set up shop before the attacks. Zombie Zoo displays the ruins of a zoo with the pins being corrupted by occult forces and their handiwork. Hellbase takes us to hell itself, and we battle the machinations of Hitler's insane mind. The DLCs take this even farther, giving us a Dracula-style castle in Blood Count, an ancient underground civilization in Deeper Than Hell, fighting inside a giant Zeppelin in Dead Zeppelin, going through an occult asylum in Abaddon Asylum, and capping it off in Hell at an ancient temple in the middle of a lava ocean in Ragnarök Part 2. The aesthetics of the levels vary greatly through these different encounters, often giving you a gimmick of an environment to explore and acclimate to as you disrupt the cult's plans. The levels themselves offer great detail as well in the decorations, architecture, locations, in-game art, and the graphic nature of the cult doing all kinds of horrible blood and entrails related rituals to break the world. The levels also expand as you go along in terms of scope, size, and options available. That's nothing abnormal by today's standard, but seeing the differences between Dead Ahead, Hellbase, Terminal Error, and both parts of Ragnarök speak for themselves. The linearity of the campaign and its checkpoints slowly shifts until we get levels like Terminal Error, which is probably their most impressive mission overall, as you can attack any of the 3 Z5 cores in any order to progress. That doesn't include how massive that level is, and as an entire mission wrapped in a level you can continuously play through, avoiding any loading screens once you've begun. While some levels afterward didn't follow this format exactly, they still expanded the size or variability in how the levels can be tackled when you reach them, keeping things fresh on an aesthetic level and a progression level, as you can tackle some things in your own time, your own way, or have extended time between safe rooms or checkpoints. I look forward to what they come up with in the sequel, and I hope they continue to push their own boundaries, as I think the developers did a fantastic job creating this broken world and the hell beneath it. I greatly anticipate what graphic horror they produce next. Now let's discuss the sound and music of the game. When it comes to the sounds we hear throughout Zombie Army 4, everything sounds as it should, and we get some unique sounds to keep an ear open for, especially when dealing with triggered enemies like screamers, where hearing the creaks can warn you of their presence, and their scream can warn you of their rage. The elites feature deep growls and groans like before, with the screamer being the most unique enemy out of the bunch because of its playstyle differences from the regular horde, with sound being a big part of that, with this bleeding over into the officers as well. The weapons sound appropriate, and the audio mixing for the occult effects and such are on point, with taking something horrible and making it even more freaky. We also get some interesting voice acting here and there, where it's obviously the same voice actor doing a different voice than before, but it's veiled behind a ridiculously thick accent. I don't have a problem with it, as it's kind of funny, but there are some good moments of voice acting as the story and characters of this game are much deeper than before, necessitating a more compelling performance. The main voice cast behind the player characters, Bruno, Edie, Umbra, and Schweiger, all do a good job with their lines and delivery, but I must tip my fedora to Schweiger as he has the widest range of emotion and tone during his performance, ranging from shocked horror to determined guide. Props to his voice actor for doing a great job. I'd give his name, but I can't seem to find who voiced him among the cast, so thanks Google, really helped me with that. When we get to the music, the soundtrack of this game was composed by Nick D. Brewer like before, but features only a few new tracks with callbacks to previous ones. Most tracks are generally reserved for specific types of encounters, rather than every level having a dedicated piece of music like in Zombie Army Trilogy. There are some tracks that reference the previous soundtrack specifically, such as the Village Reprise, referencing Village of the Dead from the previous game. This is a bit of a letdown if you enjoyed the previous soundtrack, especially if you wanted something new, and with the previous soundtrack offering 38 tracks leading to a 2.5-hour selection to choose from, then we get this soundtrack which only has 11 tracks, leading to a final runtime of 45 minutes. Some tracks from the old soundtrack appear in the game as well, especially noticeable when fighting Hitler's Hell Machine, as it plays the same piece from his boss fight in the previous installment. It makes sense, but I would have preferred something new or reimagined, like how Dark Souls 3's soundtrack took Gwyn's theme and reinterpreted it when crafting the Soul of Cinder boss music. Can't go through a commentary without bringing up that series. It's ingrained in my DNA at this point. Anyway, given all my complaints, it doesn't mean the music has taken a hit in quality. It still maintains that looming threat before punching through a pulsing electronic synth beat to slaughter zombies. The only real change from the previous soundtrack to this one is the prominence of acoustic guitars, as this game takes place in and around Italy, so it's got an Italian guitar flavor added to the soundtrack, performed by Charlie Cunningham. He did a great job composing the parts and performing them, but I am a bit biased toward guitar players. Still, a decent soundtrack in its own right, even if a bit derivative by comparison to its predecessor. Overall, the sound of the game is on point and well done, even if I'd prefer more varied music during the time we play the game. Now let's get into the story with a brief recap, and I do mean brief because there's a lot going on in the game. We'll focus on the really important stuff for this recap so I don't drag it out. After a recap of the first game, we learn that the Dead War continues as we regroup at a base in Milan. The base will come under attack, and we'll learn that attacks like this are happening all over as the zombie menace has returned. We'll fight our way through a train yard and evacuate. Then we'll head to Venice to check on our base there as our occult experts try to explain why our bases are going dark across Europe. While there, we'll encounter the first Hellstorm, an occult ritual that is causing the dead to rise, and we'll fight our way to a Hell Tower that powers the storm. We'll destroy it, and then deal with other Hell Towers in and around Italy. The second Hell Tower is found in Sardinia, and our occult expert Schweiger went there to study the Hellstorm appearing before we learned that he was killed by the tower as it destroyed him. We'll rig an explosive to destroy the tower before moving to a zoo that houses a third Hell Tower in Croatia, where we'll hear Hitler speaking, implying that he wasn't defeated after all. We'll fight our way to the Hell Tower and destroy it, while learning that Schweiger is alive as well. Then we'll head to the fourth Hell Tower in Genoa, and a fifth Hell Tower in Naples. We realize we've been deceived, as all the Hell Towers being destroyed was a part of a plan for a mass slaughter across Italy, creating a giant pentagram where Hitler is going to punch through in Rome to return to our world. We'll fire our way to the location of his resurrection site and defeat him, but he'll get back up and will be dragged to his base in Hell. Once there, we'll regroup with Schweiger as he helps us sabotage Hitler's base and steal the relic that gave him power, before Schweiger stays behind to allow us to return to Rome. When we come back, we'll find Hitler has returned in his Hell Machine, a massive tank with incredibly destructive power. We'll destroy it before fighting the big bad once again, this time using the relic to kill him again, hopefully for the last time. The DLC campaign then begins with us learning that Hitler may be dead, but his armies still march, so we're headed to Schweiger's old lab to study the relic to see if it can lead us to an end to the nightmare. We'll get experts to decrypt the data we gathered from the relic when we find a town protected by an occult shield. We'll investigate the town and find a hidden sanctum under it that predates the war, so the cult must have existed long before Hitler came to power. Our experts will decipher the information from the relic, which points us to our next location. We'll travel to Transylvania to investigate an ancient castle and its steward, Baron Umbra, who we learn to be much older than any mortal. Below the castle, we find a lab that turns bodies into a blood-type fuel that the Baron has been farming for a long time. Then the lab leads us to a giant drill that we'll use to reach Project Agartha, something the Nazis were working on to reach a location deep underground. We'll eventually make it to an ancient series of giant statues that we'll learn more about later. During our time here, we'll contact Schweiger as he is still alive, and he'll have occult powers himself. He'll go mad, saying we can take the ancient power of the giants for ourselves before we disrupt what he's doing and escape, where we assume he's destroyed by the caverns collapsing on him. Our next move is to help our new occult expert Edie take out a new, massive hellstorm in Longarone. We'll make it to the dam underneath the storm, where we'll find Edie, and then discover a mulcher being used to create a massive amount of blood fuel before it's sent off to another location. We'll destroy the dam to disrupt the blood fuel preparations before we follow the train that is transporting the fuel. Along the way, we'll be attacked by occultist Zeppelin, and we'll regroup with a sect of survivors before we get a plane in the air to deal with the Zeppelin and its new gas bombs that turn people into zombies in seconds. We'll follow the Zeppelin back to its base in the Alps, where we'll find a Zeppelin factory producing both the gas bombs and the Zeppelins themselves. We'll destroy the factory before boarding a Zeppelin housing a Z5 core, an AI that is able to make its own decisions. This leads us to destroying the AI, but it tries sending a message to initiate Project Ragnarök, which we'll see later. Afterwards, we'll track down where the transmission was headed, bringing us to the Rocketgeist facility on the Italian coast. We'll investigate the facility, and we'll learn that the Rockegeist is a series of Z5 cores operating on their own, as they have decrypted ancient knowledge before we destroy the Rockegeist facility. We'll head to Abaddon Asylum, as the ruins of the Rockegeist revealed that Baron Umbra is at the asylum. We'll fight our way to him, where he explains that the giants we encountered were our ancestors, who wielded great power, but unlike what some of the cult believed, they did not give us the relic. Rather, we took it, before we rip the Baron's heart out and are dragged into a portal. We'll find ourselves in hell once again, but we'll also find ourselves fighting through a manifestation of Schweiger's subconscious mind. As we free Schweiger from what corrupts and holds him back, we'll learn that Umbra was planning to take over Schweiger's body, but we'll free Schweiger and kill Umbra as we learn that hell is beginning to break down. Then we'll find ourselves on the shores of hell, with Schweiger acting as our guide. We'll make it to a cult factory that is producing an elite program through the process of refining zombie shark blood, as it is more potent than regular blood. We'll destroy the facility and learn of the occult officer's cloning process there, and destroy that too. We'll destroy what cultists remain and follow a group of surviving cultists to the final location in hell, where we find Project Ragnarök. This project is an attempt by the cult to take the power from an enormous amount of shark blood and use it to create one massive, world-ending blood ritual that will destroy everything, and allow the cult to reshape the fabric of reality itself. We'll stop them by using the power of the giants, divine magic, to fight against their blood fuel, profane magic, and use a nuke to destroy the singularity they created to end the world. Schweiger will assist us in escaping before the blast goes off. We'll travel through a portal before waking up in a dark place where we're left with that as a cliffhanger, wondering if we succeeded and what comes next. So, how good is this story? It's clear from the walkthrough you've seen and from what I just described that they were clearly going for a more ambitious take on the whole Nazi zombie undead cult thing from the previous releases. The developers put a lot of work in to build a universe around the idea of ancient beings divided between those that harbor chaos, influencing the cult to destroy and remake everything, and those who fight against them, that being the giants and us, and the whole idea of the occult nature of this going back to the beginning of time and space. They clearly wanted to up the ante and create a deeper world and story with this game. I can't fault them for this, and I find it to be an admirable ambition to write something deeper than what came before. Now, this story does go in an opposite direction to what the previous game did. The previous release was relatively light on story in favor of the occult aesthetic of killing Nazi zombies. That worked well for that game, because it was just a fun spin-off of the Sniper Elite series, so it didn't really need that much as long as it was entertaining to play. This game gives this sub-IP much more of an identity, fleshing out the universe in the process, and you can tell that they had a lot of fun making this based on everything they've made for the game. It's a very successful spin-off that allows them to delve into a completely different market that may not be interested in sniping games that they'd usually make. I would count myself as someone who enjoyed the Sniper Elite series, but never came back after the first playthrough. However, I absolutely love zombie games, and a Sniper Elite style zombie shooter scratches a unique itch for some people, including myself. But this plays into what the story had to be for this franchise to work. People must care. This means they need to deepen the lore, both with characters and the events taking place. This is something that I think they succeed in doing quite well. The world is slowly falling apart, and we get to see how deranged the cult is. But we also get a cast to root for and support as we go through this living hell. The story itself can become a bit confusing at times because of all the occult technobabble and lore to keep up with, but I think it ultimately gives us what we'd want from a story like this in two ways. First, it gives us a wonderfully violent vehicle for all the different set pieces and enemies to face. And secondly, it gives us real world building and characters to go on a journey with. We'll go over the characters more in the next section, but I'm a firm believer that this story was a massive improvement from the previous game. Now, it's not the greatest story I've ever seen in a game. That belongs to Soma, but that game's narrative is pretty hard to beat in terms of quality, and how long it will stick with you. Still, Zombie Army 4 did a good job of reinvigorating the Zombie Army series, creating a deeper world with more lore to take in and more meaningful journeys to go on. Not the greatest plot with the most mind-blowing themes or character work, but still a great ride, given what we'd seen from them before. Now let's go over the characters. We'll start with the player characters, as they are the simplest to define, as they are straightforward and don't have an arc throughout the game. The voice acting is solid amongst our options, but they are a little more than empty shells for the player to fill in during the campaign. Moving over to the NPCs in the game, we're going to work our way up to a specific one. First, we'll go over Bruno. He's a rather anxious chap that wants to uncover what's going on as much as we do, but maintains a level head when given the opportunity to use powers we don't understand, preferring caution in most situations. He is often the voice of reason during the campaign, so he'll usually be making the most sense of everyone we talk to. Next is Edie. She is our academic who explains a lot of the mechanical things we come to in the game regarding the occult, especially when Schweiger is unavailable. She comes close to being a bit of a girl boss trope that's popped up in recent years, but that is countered by her needing our help from time to time and in a few dialogue scenes where she's not always right, or is a bit insensitive to the situation. As we saw in Abaddon, she came off a bit disconnected from the horrors of the things she researches. Her academic approach to researching all the occult nightmares that take place can come off as a little off-putting considering all the horrible things going down, but she's not forced down our throats like other insufferable girl boss characters are, so that is a plus. They do lay it on a bit thick when trying to make her look smart, but other than that, she's a decent addition to the team as the occult advisor. Now we'll go over to the Big H. Hitler is Hitler, just like in the previous games. Power-hungry, insane, and desperate to create a new world through his hellish machinations. He's not very deep, and is pretty much a carbon copy of what we had at the end of the last game, although the context goes deeper after going through the DLC. Next is Umbra. He is the mastermind behind many of the events in the DLC story and parts of the main game. He'll be very manipulative toward the Resistance fighters and to Schweiger specifically, as is evidenced in Abaddon Asylum and Return to Hell, when we learn he was behind Schweiger going mad, and how he was tearing down Schweiger's psyche little by little, preparing to take over his body in the end. He's not the greatest villain ever devised, but he serves as a good manipulative antagonist lurking in the background for most of the DLC. There are several minor characters that can be boiled down into fanatical cultist or resistance fighters. They each can have a bit of personality during the run through the campaign and DLC, especially on the resistance side, but we often only get to see these characters for a mission or two before we're off to fight more zombies. They serve their purpose of being pieces of humanity, or lack thereof, during the missions we find them in, but they usually don't have any deeper story or characterization tied to them beyond a gimmick or two, and how they help or hinder us in the plot. They're often meant to be parts of the set piece of the level, but I do have to compliment some of the dialogue they're given to flesh some of their characters out, even if it's something simple like a comment about percussive maintenance. Now we'll get into the most important character in the game, Ephraim Schweiger. He is the thread holding the narrative together throughout the entire Zombie Army series, more specifically in this game. While the trilogy didn't touch on his involvement in the beginnings of the Dead War, he became a focal point in this game, often driving the plot in one way or another. His character is the deepest of those we see in the game, going from our friendly neighborhood occult expert to a sacrificial friend to a mad survivor hungry for power, and then we end off with him overcoming his failings and leading us toward ending the problem that he helped jumpstart. His arc throughout the game isn't the tightest, and several missions don't involve him directly, but he is the main focus from a characterization perspective. The arc of the game heavily relies on his arc, which isn't a bad thing. We learn of his misdeeds in aiding the Nazi cultists in their research for Plan Z, indirectly igniting the zombie menace. Then he'll give his life to allow us to return to the world to destroy Hitler once and for all. Then we'll find he's survived in Hell, and leads us through the old Guardian ruins to find the source of power they were keeping at bay. Sadly, it corrupts Schweiger, mostly because of Umbra's influence, and then we must leave him in agony until we return to free him from the Baron's influence, as he uses Schweiger's guilt, shame, and hopelessness to take over. Once we do free him, he is a reformed man, learning that no matter how much he controls the world, it can still hurt him. That's just a part of life, and he must accept that. Then, with a newfound confidence and perspective, he leads the charge in ending the cult threat once and for all, and assumedly is left behind when the nuke goes off. That's a much more involved arc than anything else for anyone else in the game. While it's not the tightest arc in terms of the writing and execution, he is still the most compelling character of the bunch. His journey of redemption and relinquishing control both serve as a valuable part of the overall narrative, and work well given his history for his own characterization. He's my favorite character of the game, and for good reason. All in all, the characters of this game are much deeper than those in previous installments, but that is owed to the deeper story attached to the game. There are several entertaining and compelling moments throughout the campaign that draw us closer to the characters, even if it gets a little clunky or overdone at times. It's not the greatest cast of characters for a game, but still a solid outing from the characters when it comes to developing a cast we can follow through an occult Nazi zombie game. Who'd have thought we'd get that from a game like this? Now we'll dive into the mechanics, beginning with the gunplay. Like the previous game, the gunplay here will usually rely on focused sniper shots taking into account wind speed, wind direction, and bullet drop like before, but the secondaries and heavy weapons factor in to round out the game, where it's not just a sniper game anymore. Each type of weapon holds a unique and useful function, something that helps balance the weapons in the game and lets you decide how best to tackle a situation. Depending on your weapons and playstyle, you can snipe your way to victory while using your secondaries as backup, you can take control of beefy, heavy weapons to shred through the hordes, or you can mix and match whatever setup you want to refine your style of play. Gunplay is a big part of this because of how the guns work this time around. With each of your 3 types of weaponry giving bonuses to using it, either in the power shot, time slow, or headshot marking, it creates a unique form of combat for each type, as well as makes your entire setup more important than before. This is probably the biggest boon to the game from a gunplay perspective. The guns feature numerous combinations of accuracy, power, ammo capacity, and extra effects that is further changed by the upgrades you unlock and what upgrades you can choose to use. All these things help diversify the options for each player, which also plays into your overall loadout and how you choose to run through the game, which we'll tackle next. Now let's talk about loadouts. Something that drastically altered this game from the others was the concept of leveling up, character choice, upgrade choice, and perk choice. This means you'll have to select from a wide range of options to set up your zombie slayer to fit your playstyle. This involves choosing a character with benefits and drawbacks that you can work with, choosing which upgrades to unlock and use on each of your weapons and equipment, and fighting to unlock 5 perk slots that can be used for varying offensive, defensive, or miscellaneous applications. All these things play a huge role in how well you'll survive the undead army. This also factors into how your playstyle works within a group versus playing solo. You can have someone be a defensive powerhouse with bonuses to mines planted, increased secondary ammo, and improved survivability. While they are defending your position, you can have a sniper equipped with a lower power shot kill streak along with increased rifle ammo to help with dishing out damage across the battlefield. When the mega hordes and elites show up, you can call on your heavy guy who picks up an improved heavy weapon to rip and burn through the horde and elites with their increased firepower. All this can be happening while you have a healer in the back keeping you afloat with divine grenades buffed for extra healing and divine bullets that do the same. The loadouts are incredibly useful beyond just picking your weapons this time around, and that plays into how a group can gel together in a whole new way when fighting off zombies. More options, more strategy, more varied encounters. All this plays off the options available in the loadouts, letting you create one well-rounded setup to go solo or play a role in a group similar to any RPG. It's a really well-made loadout system that lets you play how you want to play, and even take on a role that you couldn't have before in the previous releases. That alone deserves some praise. Now we're going to discuss healing, as that saw a major overhaul, even by comparison to everything else. The healing in the previous releases involved a standard health regeneration set on a timer after taking damage. This time, you have an actual health bar to manage, and because of that, different things you can use to recuperate after getting hurt. Everyone has a base level of passive regeneration, usually being around 20% of your health bar, but that can change depending on perk choice. But it's usually too low to survive anything more than 1 or 2 regular zombie hits, let alone a sniper or heavy gunner. The first of the active healing items is the standard med kit, allowing a full health restore. These can be found throughout the levels and maps, usually found in the safe rooms, or on one of the medical zombies you can find while fighting. They can also be buffed to heal others around you, or allow you a chance to revive yourself should you go down. They are your safety net, and should be treated as such. The game will usually give you plenty of medkits to survive, but that depends on how great or terrible you are at protecting yourself. The next healing item is divine equipment. The grenades are good in single player, as you can't shoot yourself with divine bullets for healing. It's like playing Ana from Overwatch, but with zombies and Nazis. Anyway, the divine grenades serve as a multi-tool. You can use them for healing as they will splatter the ground, leaving a pool that will regenerate a small amount of health for every moment you and others stand in it. You can buff the grenades to last twice as long or heal twice as fast, but they act as a great group heal should the need arise, or act as a backup health kit if you're on your own. They also have defensive and offensive uses in weakening enemies and telling enraged zombies to chill, but we're focusing on healing here. The Divine Hammer is up next as a useful melee healing method. This weapon works as a ground and pound healing source. Like you saw during the walkthrough, it's a great tool to give you some breathing room and restore some health in the process. It's on a timer after every use. Still, it's very useful in health protection and restoration. Now we get to arguably the most useful healing mechanism, the takedown. As mentioned in the walkthrough, the takedown restores health and ammo after reaching a kill streak, meaning a health restore is never that far away. Just nab a few kills in a row, and you'll get a sizable portion of your health back. Just rinse and repeat to survive. The streak needs changes depending on your character and perk choice, but it's still a nice, active way to restore health, although there is a risk of taking damage during the wind-up or cooldown from the animation part of the takedown that nullifies the health you would have gotten anyway, which can be a problem at times. Either way, it's still useful when you run out of other healing items. All in all, the healing in the game changed how threatening the enemies became, as you couldn't take a beating and walk it off in 30 seconds like before. Now you have to be more strategic with risky health depletion strategies, and when you restore it, adding a layer of strategy on top of your loadout options and what threats you're dealing with at the time. Speaking of enemies, let's go over them, as the list has grown substantially. We've got our common zombie, usually sporting some clothing relative to where they are, such as miners in Deeper Than Hell, burnt zombies in Molten Nightmare, and so on, or featuring a deformity because of the environment, like the wet zombies being immune to fire, and the burning ones that can set you ablaze. These are the most common zombies throughout the game, and are the weakest as they often slowly shamble toward you until you pick them off. Then we get special common zombies like the ammo guys with their ammo dumps, and the medics with their health kits. These zombies shake it up while also allowing some benefits for continuous gameplay, where you don't need to find an ammo box to resupply, or a med kit when you can kill one of the zombie types and then keep going. Then we get the more unique zombies that affect combat in some way. This includes the puking zombies, the engineers with their shielded faces, creepers, skeletons, and divers. These enemies require a different strategy than normal since they present different threats from the common zombies, even if they go down in a similar manner. The puking ones have a ranged attack to keep an eye on, as well as exploding into a goopy mess that'll slow you down. The engineers have their critical point shielded, so you'll need to get around it or kill them in another way. The creepers can crawl down from above or out of small crevices in the environment, keeping you on your toes as they can come from anywhere. They also keep low to the ground, meaning your choice of cutting through many of them and their common friends in a single shot is greatly reduced. Then you have the vampiric variants that are much tougher and harder to kill. The skeletons are weak but fast, usually placed in close quarters and in large groups, so it will take a weapon with a large clip to successfully deal with them quickly. The divers are tougher than they look and have a protected head, making them difficult to deal with, unless they have a tank on their back to exploit. Then we get the beefier zombies in the armored and electric giants. These enemies are much tougher, but just as slow as their smaller brothers with bolstered armor or health. They provide protection for the zombies behind them, so prioritizing them can lead to interesting results in who gets cut down first. Now we get to the special zombies, starting with the snipers. Like before, they will jump around the map while taking pot shots at you. Thankfully, they usually have a windup of skulking around roofs and other vantage points before shooting, as well as their laser sights and green glow giving them away. Then you have their variants in the Panzerschreck snipers firing rockets at you, and the red type jumping around with SMGs ready to spray. Then you get the officers and their variants. The basic commander sending zombies into a frenzy, making them more aggressive, then the necromancer spawning wave after wave of zombies to eat your brains, then we get the suicide general spawning suiciders to take us out. We also have the protected commanders with armor over their hearts, providing a tougher kill than before, and the cultists with their deer antlers spawning more problems. Speaking of suiciders, we have them running up for an explosive or electric hug when they aren't a part of rocket ammo for Hitler's Hell Machine. Then we get the other explosive special with the grenadier, and his shield protecting him while he chucks various grenades at us, or when he dumps the shield because he's bored and wants to shake it up. Then we get the Screamer, a game-changing enemy that is very tough but is activated by sound, often leading to players sneaking around them or going for a takedown before they notice you. They do significant damage and can stun you with their scream, making them a great threat in the field, although rare. Another rare enemy is the Shadow Demon, an enemy that will try to trap you in its ground grasp, teleporting you to it, then deal significant damage before teleporting away to repeat the process. Then we reach the Elites. These enemies are very tough and highly damaging. The classic Elite sports a massive machine gun spraying at you while protected with armor around his head. Then we have the Flamer with his flamethrower and tank on his back that we can use to burn him with his own weapon. Then we get the Butcher, the melee fighter who charges at you to perform the dreaded chainsaw dance. Then we get variants on them as they become more armored and menacing in the later parts of the game. Then we have the zombie vehicles, those being the half-track and tank. These enemies have high mobility, strong armor, and deadly weaponry. The half-track sports a turret that will constantly fire at you, while the tank wields 4 minor turrets supported by a massive cannon shooting explosive skulls at you. They are only killed after firing on their weak points, that being a heart protected by armor on the sides of the half-track and destroying both sides of the tank's treads. Then we get the boss fights. Hitler's Hell Machine features multiple turrets ranging from mortar bombardment, flaming skull projectiles, and machine guns, but it's all built around the Oberwaffe, a massive rapid-fire rocket attack that destroys everything in its path. This fight is followed up with the Hitler battle, where we destroy hundreds of Hitler clones before beating the relic into the old Z's face. Then we get the boss fight with Schweiger as we deal with Hell Machine turrets, zombies, occult energy blasts, and psychic projections that act as electric versions of frenzied zombies and snipers. Then we have encounters with machines where we need to exploit weaknesses they have before attacking the critical point, like with the heat sinks in the Z5 core in the Zeppelin, or with the Rocket Geist facility slowly getting destroyed before we shoot the final brains and heart of the machine. Then we have our battle defeating Umbra's clones that spawn more zombies, and the Ragnarök battle against the Megalodon. The Megalodon fight has us deal with the turret on its back, while we build a bait bomb that we get it to eat before we shoot it to destroy the giant Nazi zombie shark once and for all. As you can see from this list, the number of enemies and their variants has massively increased from the previous games, adding new threats, and adding on to what came before. There are so many variables to account for in combat now, because of all the zombies with utility changes that can be a threat simply by existing near you, like the Screamer paralyzing you with its scream while getting swarmed, or suicide generals spawning explosive boys around you, forcing you to move away from cover while under fire. This is a great selection of enemies to fight during your time with the game, offering a varied palette of long-range encounters, close-range encounters, unique mechanics to deal with, and boss fights to elevate the battles against the undead army we face. The choice you make during the battle can mean life or death in a pinch, so choose your next target and strategy wisely. Now let's go over the art of the game, beginning with the animations and textures. This game obviously has a much higher quality of animation, and the textures are greatly improved from before. The animations saw a drastic increase in the number of unique animations, as well as the way they work with each character and setup. You can notice this whenever you perform a takedown, as there are several variants depending on what gun you have out and what melee weapon you're using. This also extends to the different animations when killing different enemies, like ripping hearts out, chainsawing through a butcher, or shanking a shadow demon, and so on. This also affects movement, as we have a much wider range of vertical movement this time around. The animations are all fluid and look good given what they have to accomplish. There is the odd bug here and there, but no game is perfect. The textures themselves also saw a drastic improvement as we're dealing with a much wider variety of colors this time around, as opposed to the much grayer approach the previous game usually focused on. This game offers quite a lot of texture variety, as is evident whenever going through a character or weapon skin. We'll tackle the character and NPC design soon, but the textures in general are more detailed and varied than before, helping boost the overall aesthetic of the game to a quality above its predecessors, thanks to that and the animation overhaul as well. Now let's tackle cutscenes. This game usually has quick cutscenes showing the beginning and end of a mission, with a few minor transition points thrown in, should we need to reach a new area, or when meeting a new enemy. The cutscenes work well to set up, continue, or finalize a set piece or mission, as well as giving us the connective tissue between missions and events. There's no grand cutscene like what you would see in a game like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3, but they serve their purpose well for Zombie Army 4. One of the only real issues with the cutscenes in the game is that they are mostly short little snippets showing our character arriving somewhere, escaping something, or meeting an enemy. They don't function in the unique capacity cutscenes typically do in games, where you get some story or character thing before jumping into the actual playing part of the game. That still happens here, but it's never that heavy or deep beyond transitioning from one point of a journey to another, or through setting up the next set piece. The other issue, although a minor one, involves a few of the cutscenes being unskippable. When the majority of your cutscenes can be skipped, it's rather a drag when you have to sit and wait for the cutscene to play when you've seen it a dozen times before. The Schweiger entry into the final fight of Deeper Than Hell being a good example. This cutscene is unskippable, and we just have to sit and wait for it to end before we engage in the final fight of the mission, which reduces the tension. Now, it only lasts 30 seconds, but that's 30 seconds of doing nothing and learning nothing if you've seen it before. There are a few other cutscenes you can't skip, but it only makes up less than a handful of the cutscenes in the game, so it really is only a minor issue in a few spots. Still, it should have been patched. Now let's go over the NPC and player designs. As can be expected, the designs of the various people and zombies around have expanded in look and detail. The zombies featuring variants among the different tiers of themselves with husks, common grunts, and specialty zombies seen in different environments, whether magma or canal. The detail persists through each design, as their aesthetic goes beyond just what they can do for you. The details of the ammo zombies featuring bullets lining their armor, the medic zombies' red cross, the Canal zombies' stereotypical Italian attire, and so on. This also extends to the more unique enemies as well, with the various special zombies having detailed appearances, even if you stay far away from them, like the sniper's gas mask, the flamer's charred flesh, and so on. They each feature designs reminiscent of the old game's counterparts, but have been updated within the new engine this game uses for its artistic flair. The designs of the humans also spread through several different attires and aesthetics, as best seen when looking through the character options when you can have different hats, outfits, and so on. The options for your own customization of the characters play into this as well. They all feature unique outfits befitting their country of origin, or what their history would entail, even if it's impractical to wear some of these things during a zombie war. Overall, the designs of the NPCs and players this time around drastically increased in variety and detail, as there are many more enemies and allies to see during our conflict with the undead. The customization also offers its own spin on details and potential memes coming from some of the more out-there outfits, like Future Carl and the Jazz Singer. The developers were clearly just trying to have fun with this game, and it shows in their work, as they did a great job at creating a variety of zombies and people to look at during our time helping or slaying them. Now let's conclude our discussion on Zombie Army 4. Overall, it was a massively ambitious sequel that did a fantastic job of both developing the concept from its predecessors and giving this subgenre within Rebellion's Sniper series a more concrete identity. It's clear that the developers were having a blast working on this with all the little details, references, additions, and overall direction this game took. It's just a fun sequel, and it had a ball expanding on everything that came before in one way or another. They clearly wanted to deepen the game in every sense, which you can see when you look at the mechanics, story, level design, aesthetic choices, and overall package of the game. It's one of those sequels that massively improves on the predecessor, and I have to give the developers praise for doing so. While not a perfect game or the greatest of its kind, it's definitely a fun romp down the occult zombie road, and I eagerly await what comes next. Now let's get to comparisons. Unlike the previous two commentaries comparison sections going over the Dark Souls and Modern Warfare trilogies, this comparison is very straightforward, as Zombie Army 4 improved almost everything from Zombie Army Trilogy. Almost everything has seen an upgrade. The levels are much more intricate, detailed, and were expanded in size. The sound design has grown to include much more than before to match the variety of enemies and characters. The story is much deeper, with lore going back before the beginning of the first installment. The characters have grown in personality and have their own arcs to go on. The mechanics have massively expanded on the gunplay, loadout options available, the way healing works, and the enemies we'll face on our journeys into and out of Hell. The art has become more focused, using the endless cavalcade of blood, guts, and machinery to actually serve a purpose this time around. The quality of the look of the game, in the cutscenes, animations, textures, and model designs, have all been refined in a graphically enhanced engine. Forgive me if I'm gushing a bit, but this sequel improved on almost everything. The almost comes from the one section that did lower in quality from the previous series, the music. While the music itself is still good on its own and maintains the style of dramatic synth beats to kill zombies to, the soundtrack leaves much to be desired, as it is almost a third of the previous soundtrack's length. Now, if you really wanted to break it down, that would match up since Zombie Army Trilogy is technically 3 games packaged together, so if you split its soundtrack appropriately, you'd end up with something with a similar length to Dead War's soundtrack. The difference is that the soundtrack had different pieces of music for each level for the trilogy, whereas Dead War has music built for vibes rather than specific situations, and even Dead War reuses some old tracks from the previous music created. Like I said, the soundtrack to Zombie Army 4 is still a good listen, but it's not nearly as varied or as extensive as the previous soundtrack for the trilogy. Other than that, Zombie Army 4 succeeds in surpassing its predecessors in pretty much every other way than the music, which is no small feat. Granted, the trilogy was relatively simple in comparison to other games released at the time, but Dead War took it to a whole new level. I have to praise it and the developers for doing so much to invigorate this franchise moving forward, as I can't wait to see what's coming next in their occult Nazi shooter. Now let's wrap this video up. While this series of zombie sniping games isn't for everyone, it definitely has grown into an interesting spin-off of the Sniper Elite series. I'd recommend people to give them a try, as they can be fun, both on your own and in a group. The trilogy may seem a bit simplistic and dated at this point, but it can still be an engaging challenge to overcome. Then you can get into Zombie Army 4 and go nuts with everything they let you do in that game. Overall, this is a niche within the zombie-slaying shooters of the world. While not revolutionary or innovative, it's still a great time where you can get to chill with your guns and the zombies' heads while enjoying Rebellion's Sniper Elite spin on the Nazi zombie trend. I enjoy playing the games, especially 4, so I would happily recommend them to anyone who enjoys the Sniper Elite style of combat and zombie shooters in general. The only stipulation I would give you is to try the Trilogy first before getting into Dead War. The Trilogy is usually on sale a fair amount of time per year for a reasonable discount, at least on Steam, so it's usually a cheap game to check out. You'll definitely have to sink more money into Dead War to get the full experience, but I think it's worth it if you enjoyed the series up to Dead War, even if the microtransactions can be a bit off-putting. In any case, a great subgenre within the Sniper Elite series, and a fun co-op experience that can rekindle the fun of Nazi zombie shooters, but with a bit more complexity and strategy to shake things up. Finally, I'd just like to thank you all for watching, and God bless.